AI, ML and 60 in excess of.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
It's 4 p.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Our lead story, well, it may have taken 17 days, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. 41 workers who found themselves trapped inside the under-construction Silkyara tunnel back on the 12th of September are actually moments away from freedom after rescuers have managed to reach them all. Now, all that remains is pulling the men safely out through rescue pipes, which could take a little more time. But the rescue operation has been paved with challenges. It involved the use of heavy excavators, elaborate plans on several fronts, cooperative efforts by several organizations, and eventually manual drilling for over 21 hours by rat hole miners. The rescue team actually achieved a breakthrough at about 1:10 p.m. at the Silkyara tunnel in Uttarkashi, and the workers are expected to come out any time now. We are getting you live visuals. We will constantly get you the latest from ground zero. We are told through our colleagues on the ground, Nukul Jashoria and Kishore Rawat, that ambulances and a medical team have arrived at the spot to rush the 41 trapped workers the moment they are rescued. But the rescuers actually dug through about 57 meters of debris, 12 of it manually, spanning a period of over 2 weeks, involving repeated challenges and numerous plans, as we have extensively covered on NDTV. Now, the workers have been stuck inside this under-construction highway tunnel since the early hours of the 12th of November, just when they were about to wind up their night shift and return home for Diwali. They have been stuck for 17 days. Rescuers are going to start pulling out workers any moment now. But in terms of the number of agency teams on site, we know that 7 agency teams have been deployed over these last 17 days. This includes the NDRF, the SDMF, 5 agencies, the ONGC, SJVNL, the NHIDCL and the THDCL. They have been assigned specific responsibilities through these 17 days as the rescue operations have continued. They have worked collaboratively with occasional task adjustments as per officials on the ground. Also, 12 rat hole mining experts were involved in the horizontal excavation through the last 10 or 12 meter stretch of debris of the collapsed portion of the under construction tunnel as far as this Char Dham route is concerned. That task has been completed. The rat hole miners actually arrived from Delhi and Jhansi to enter the tunnels and dig manually. Rescue officials have played down concerns about the workers' ability to navigate through the 800-millimeter diameter pipes. We are told the trapped workers will be brought out on stretchers. And as Kishore Rawat has been extensively covering, makeshift medical facilities are in place at the mouth of the tunnel to assist the 41 trapped workers the moment they are rescued. 41 ambulances remain on standby at this collapsed Silkyara tunnel's entrance, ready to whisk the workers away to the nearest medical facility. As I mentioned earlier, a makeshift hospital is also in place. Kishore Rawat reporting from ground zero from the mouth of the Silkyara tunnel. Listen in.
मंत्री कम से कम वहाँ पर जो तमाम जो लोग हैं उनको रिसीव करेंगे, उनको बातचीत करेंगे और उनको एक तरह से मॉरल सपोर्ट के लिए मुख्यमंत्री वहाँ मौजूद है। और मुख्यमंत्री का खुद वहाँ रहना जो इस बात को साबित करता है कि ऑपरेशन कितना टफ था। और जो तस्वीरें हैं उस तस्वीरों को देखने के लिए जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण तस्वीरें हैं कि जब वो बाहर आएंगे वो उनके परिजनों के लिए सबसे बड़ी बात है, क्योंकि वो लंबे समय से इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। चूँकि यहाँ पर तमाम मीडिया कर्मी और जर्नलिस्ट भी आए थे, हम खुद यहाँ पर पहले दिन से यानी संडे से जिस दिन ये फंसे थे उसी दिन से यहाँ मौजूद थे। तो हमें भी वो तस्वीरें यानी वो पल का इंतज़ार है जब वो जो 41 लोग हैं 17 दिन बाद अंदर से बाहर आएंगे। और सारे देश यही देखना चाहता है, क्योंकि लोगों ने दुआएं पढ़ी है, प्रार्थनाएं करी है और भगवान से यही चाहा है कि उनको सकुशल बाहर निकाला जा सके। जिनके अपने हैं वो तो लगातार इसमें प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जिनके अपने नहीं हैं, मानवता के नज़रिए से यहाँ पे स्थानीय लोग आए थे, बुजुर्ग महिलाएं आती, वो लगातार इस बात को कर रही थी कि वो कम से कम बाहर आ जाए, भगवान से प्रार्थना कर रहे थे। तो सभी इसमें रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन करने वाले, मशीन लेके आने वाले ट्रक ड्राइवर्स, मशीन चलाने वाले, इसके अलावा जो अंदर तमाम लोग मौजूद थे, इसके और जो भी जिसका भी सहयोग इसमें रहा, सभी इस पल का इंतजार कर रहे थे और संभवतः वो पल आ चुका है। अब बहुत जल्द ही वो कभी भी अगले कुछ घंटों में कभी भी वो बाहर आ सकते हैं और एम्बुलेंस यहाँ पर लगी है, उनके परिजनों को बुला लिया गया है और ये कहा गया है कि आप इनके साथ हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे। जी।
Green corridor has also been established to ensure a swift and organized response, allowing the rescued workers to be quickly transported to the Chinyalisore Community Health Centre. That's about 30 kilometers from the tunnel. But as my colleague Neeta Sharma was mentioning, the duration from the mouth of the Silkyara tunnel to this Chinyalisore Community Health Centre is about 1 hour. A designated ward has also been set up with 41 oxygen-equipped beds, prepared to provide each worker with prompt medical care. Do remember, these medical preps have been on since the past few days, but the road leading to the tunnel, uneven as a result of relentless heavy vehicle traffic over the past 2 weeks, is also being repaired with a fresh layer of soil in order to enable the unimpeded passage of ambulances. We are also getting reactions from families who are awaiting the trapped workers to be rescued as soon as possible. In fact, we're just going to get you some of those reactions.
और इतना दिन से जो 17 दिन हो गया, 17 दिन से आज 17 दिन हो गया, तो उतना दिन के हमका सब कोई देख रहा है, तो मतलब कि हम कुछ तो खुशहाली करेंगे ना। खाली हम बेस के हमारा बेटा खाली निकल जाए वहाँ से और हम बेटा के खाली मुंह देखो और साथ में घर आ जाए, बस बेटा जैसे आएगा तैसे हम खुश के खुबारी के हम लोग खिलाएंगे।
Right, as far as the on-ground update is concerned, security personnel are positioned at the tunnel's periphery to swiftly implement the evacuation protocol upon the emergence of workers from the rescue passage. Now, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has said that the pipe-laying work to reach the trapped workers has indeed been completed. So we will, of course, be hearing good news from all the rescue workers on the ground any moment now. But this rescue operation, had a 5-point plan in place by day 10, which involved horizontal boring from Silkyara end using an American machine, digging up about a 1.2 meter wide hole vertically from above, horizontal micro drilling from the left, and to make escape tunnel, the construction of the rescue tunnel from the Barcode end was being actioned, and ONGC was to make a vertical tunnel. But after the auger joint of a drilling machine broke down, the rescuers drilled through the remaining few meters using the practice of rat hole mining, which, even though is controversial and hazardous, has come in helpful, as we have been able to assess so far. The Chief Minister is asserting that the workers will be taken out shortly. In terms of the cost of this entire tunnel project, well, we are hearing estimates of 853 crore rupees. And it's about 4,531 meters long, the Silkyara tunnel, and it's part of the Char Dham project of the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Kishore Rawat reporting from the Silkyara tunnel, the mouth of the Silkyara tunnel. Listen in.
इस परिवार जिनके लोग अंदर फंसे हैं, शायद उनके लिए आज दिवाली है, चूँकि आज ये लोग बाहर आए, तो हो सकता है कि वो जो 17 दिन गुजरे हैं उनके लिए सबसे ज़्यादा कष्टकारी दिन होंगे। उनकी जो मनोस्थिति है, उनके परिवार वालों की स्थिति है, वो वही जानते हैं क्योंकि उनके अपने अंदर फंसे हैं। लेकिन ये कहना बेहद ठीक होगा और शायद ये अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि आज उनकी दिवाली है। आज वो शायद अपने घरों में दिए जलाएंगे और इस बात की खुशी मनाएंगे कि कम से कम उनके जो परिवार के लोग हैं, किसी का भाई है, किसी का बेटा है, किसी का पति है, तो कम से कम ये लोग आज बाहर आ रहे हैं और उनके जो परिजन, उनके घरों से जो परिजन आ रखे हैं, वो उनके साथ रहेंगे। एक बात और है कि जो जिस तरीके से अभी ये बातें सामने आ रही थी कि उनसे बातचीत हो रही थी, जो एक संतोष व्यक्ति है, उनका वर्कर है, उनकी पत्नी से, लेकिन यहाँ पर बहुत सारे जो लोग मौजूद थे, एक 3 साल का 3 महीने का बच्चा जिस तरीके से से छोड़ के आ रहे हैं, बड़ी बात है कि अपने यहाँ पर पति की तलाश में यहाँ पहुंचे। और इतनी सर्दी हो रही है, जहाँ पर खड़ा होना मुश्किल है, जहाँ पर टेम्परेचर इतना डाउन है कि शाम होते होते यहाँ से लोग चले जाते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पे जर्नलिस्ट, मीडियाकर्मी और जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन वाले होते हैं वही मौजूद होते हैं, और उनके साथ उनके परिवार वाले जो इंतजार कर रहे हैं इस टनल को देखते देखते 17 दिन गुजर गए उनको कि कब वहाँ से बाहर आएंगे। और वो पल आज है, और आज मंगलवार का दिन है और मंगल दिन है। और कम से कम जिस बात का इंतज़ार 17 दिन से पूरा देश और पूरी दुनिया कर रही थी, उनके परिवार वाले कर रहे थे, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन वाले जो लोग लगे थे वो कर रहे थे। और अंदर 41 लोग, शायद हो सकता है कि उनके पास इस बात की जानकारी होगी कि कितने दिन गुजरे, कौन सा समय गुजरा, लेकिन जब वो बाहर आएंगे उनको पता लगेगा कि इतने दिन गुजर चुके हैं। और इस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चला था, बाहर के लोग इतने चिंतित थे, तो शायद उनके लिए ये दिन, आज का दिन सबसे बड़ा दिन है। जी।
Right, the construction company that's responsible for this construction, though I must mention, is Navyuga Engineering Company Limited, who estimated that the cost of this bridge would be about 853.7 crore rupees. But it may have taken 17 days. Any moment now, we are expecting good news from officials on the ground. 41 workers who found themselves trapped inside this under construction Silkyara tunnel are moments away from freedom after rescuers have now managed to reach them all. All that remains is pulling the men safely out through rescue pipes, which officials say could take a while. However, the rescue operation is so far successful. It has been paved with challenges and involved the use of heavy excavators, elaborate plans on several fronts, cooperative efforts by several organizations, and eventually manual drilling for over 21 hours by rat hole miners. As far as the breakthrough is concerned, the rescue team achieved a breakthrough around 1:10 p.m. this afternoon at the Silkyara tunnel in Uttarkashi, and the workers are expected to come out anytime now. Ambulances and medical teams have arrived at the spot to rush the 41 trapped workers. In fact, as Kishore Rawat was reporting, makeshift medical facilities have been put in place, as you can see on your screens on camera 4, at the mouth of the tunnel. The rescuers dug through about 57 meters of the debris, 12 of it manually, spanning a period of over 2 weeks, involving repeated challenges and numerous plans, as we have been covering extensively on NDTV. I'm told the NDMA press briefing has begun. We will, of course, get you the latest from the NDMA press briefing, where we will get to know what the update on the rescue operations is. The workers have been stuck inside this under construction highway tunnel since the early hours of the 12th of November, just when they were about to wind up their night shift and return home for Diwali. I'm told the member of NDMA and the member of NHAI are addressing a press conference regarding the latest update as far as these rescue operations are concerned. There's 7 agencies that are on site. Let's just listen in to what the NDMA has to say.
मगर अभी we are not in a position to yet give you anything official. तो हम आपको बताएंगे जो स्थिति है, exact स्थिति जो इस वक्त है. Before anything else, we are near a breakthrough, but not yet there. अब 58 मीटर, कल मैं आपको बताया था कि 47 से थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा 47.248 मीटर्स अंदर गए थे, और उसके बाद से मैनुअल वर्क हैज़ कैरिड ऑन. जो मलबा निकल रहा था, मेटालिक मलबा, वो अभी भी उस आगे मिलता रहा हमको, उसको काटा गया है, कटर्स के साथ निकालते रहे. रात भर काम हुआ है इसके ऊपर, और टीम्स जो हैं हमारे रैट माइनर्स एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं, बड़ा मुश्किल काम जो कर रहे हैं, बड़ी एनक्लोज स्पेस में कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आर्मी इंजीनियर्स, ये सब मिलकर इन्होंने काम किया है. They have been able to take it to 58 meters, which is a phenomenal achievement, I would say. कि 10 मीटर मैनुअल 24 घंटे से कम में उन्होंने अचीव किया है. This is something almost like as if a machine has been working. और इसके बावजूद अभी हम 58 मीटर पे हैं. पाइप पीछे से पुश होता गया है with the help of the auger machine, the pressure of the auger machine, and we are hoping another 2 मीटर तकरीबन लगेगा और अंदर पुश जब होगा तब वी कुड से दैट आर पार हो गए हैं। ये खबर तो जरूर आई है, उसको मैं कंफर्म भी कर सकता हूं कि अंदर से उन्होंने कहा है कि आवाजें आ रही हैं काम होने की। जगह जहां पर तकरीबन ये छेद निकलेगा, जहां पर टनल निकलेगा, वो उसका अंदेशा लगाया जा सकता है अब अंदर से कुछ हद तक। तो ये सब बहुत पॉजिटिव खबरें हैं जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं इस वक्त। मगर याद रखिए कि अभियान जब इस तरह का चलता है जिसमें 400 घंटे से ज्यादा हम इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं अभी तक, पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन आखिर तक सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन जो है वो अपनाए जाएंगे। किसी चीज पर भी प्री मैच्योर कार्रवाई, प्री मैच्योर अनाउंसमेंट करना जो है वो गलत होगा। इट विल बी अगेंस्ट ऑल प्रिंसिपल्स। तो इसलिए पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन आपको याद दिला दूं, अंदर 41 हैं, बाहर बहुत लोग हैं जो इसमें जुटे हुए हैं इस काम में। उनकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी जो है उतना ही महत्व रखती है जितना अंदर वालों की है। सो वी आर नॉट इन एनी हरी, मगर हम अपनी पाबंदी के मुताबिक मीडिया से मिल रहे हैं। 4 सवा 4 बजे आपको बता रहे हैं ये कि ये स्थिति इस समय है। इसके ऊपर मैं ये भी बता दूं कि ये एफर्ट जो है, डिस्पाइट मेनी हर्डल्स, बहुत बाधाएं आई हैं इसमें। बिल्कुल जैसे एक अभियान के अंदर होता है कि अभियान में प्लान, ऑपरेशंस के अंदर प्लान बनाए जाते हैं, तजवीज़ें बनाई जाती हैं, मगर जैसे ही ऑपरेशन लॉन्च होता है वो तजवीज़ जो है वो नष्ट हो जाती है। उस तजवीज़ को दोबारा रिव्यू करना पड़ता है और यू हैव टू कीप रीमेकिंग योर प्लान्स। बिल्कुल वैसा ही हुआ है, वैसी स्थिति यहां हुई है। आप देखें पूरे 5 ऑप्शन 6 ऑप्शन हो गए थे। कहीं कहीं सामान, कहीं कहीं मशीनें फंसी हुई थीं, उनको सुपर ह्यूमन एफर्ट लग रही थी यहां पर लाने के लिए। गवर्नमेंट का कोई ऐसा डिपार्टमेंट ही नहीं है जो शायद इसके अंदर जुटा नहीं था। बड़ी खुशी होती है जब कहते हैं कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर, वहां से शुरू अगर करें, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज which has been the core ministry involved in this whole thing। जब 12 तारीख को इसकी खबर आई तो सबसे पहला जो शायद हमने जो कम्युनिकेशन किया था वो रेलवे बोर्ड, क्योंकि सबको मालूम है कि रेलवेज के पास बहुत एक्सपर्टीज होती है, टनलिंग, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, जिस तरह का काम हो रहा है अभी कश्मीर के रेलवे के लिए टू कनेक्ट जम्मू टू बारामूला, उस तरह के काम में बड़ा उनका तजुर्बा है। तो द फर्स्ट थिंग वाज मेड टू द रेलवे बोर्ड एंड टू द रेलवेज टू ब्रिंग देयर एक्सपर्टीज फॉरवर्ड, एंड फ्रॉम देयर इट स्टार्टेड एंड डिफरेंट एजेंसीज हैव जॉइंड इन फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम। इंडियन एयरफोर्स का काम, एनडीआरएफ का जिसकी 2 टीम वहां पर लगातार काम कर रही हैं, ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ जॉब्स दैट द एनडीआरएफ हैज बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड विद। बॉर्डर रोड्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जिन्होंने सड़कें अलग अलग किस्म जगह बनाई हैं जहां पर सामान लाने के लिए, बड़ी मशीनों को लाने के लिए ब्रॉडन किए हैं, सड़कों को ब्रॉडन किया है। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, जिन्होंने आकर वहां पर पूरी कनेक्टिविटी, अभी तो आराम से हम बात कर रहे हैं वहां से मीडिया बात कर रहे हैं, पूरा कनेक्टिविटी वहां से इंप्रूव की है। और राज्य सरकार को नहीं भूल सकते इसमें। राज्य सरकार, देयर इन्वॉल्वमेंट, एसडीएमए, एसडीआरएफ, उत्तराखंड की एसडीआरएफ जो है बड़ी मानी हुई एसडीआरएफ है, बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड इन मेनी सच डिजास्टर सिचुएशंस इन द पास्ट। और आखिर में मैं समझता हूं लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, बिना डिप्टी कमिश्नर साहब और एसएसपी के कोई चीज नहीं हो सकती कहीं। आई थिंक दे हैव डन अ मार्वलस जॉब, एब्सोल्युटली। मगर ये सब तब मुमकिन होता है व्हेन द डायरेक्शंस फ्रॉम द टॉप आर एब्सोल्युटली क्लियर कट अगर डायरेक्शंस हैं ऊपर से। अब ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर से, आप मानिए प्रधानमंत्री से देखिए, वहां से पीएमओ, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी खुद कल गए वहां पर, मुआयना किया पूरा, टुक स्टॉक ऑफ द सिचुएशन, गेव डायरेक्शंस, एडिशनल रिसोर्सेज की जरूरत थी उस पर डायरेक्शंस दिए, बात की अंदर, सबका मोराल और मोटिवेशन बढ़ाया वहां पर। ऑल दिस हैज हेल्प्ड in making sure that जितनी रिसोर्सेज, जो बिखरी हुई रिसोर्सेज हैं, उन सबको एक साथ एकजुट करना और उसका इफेक्टिवनेस निकालना, उसका लाभ निकालना, दैट इज द वर्क ऑफ द लीडरशिप, एंड दैट इज व्हाट एग्जैक्टली हैज बीन डन हियर, along with of course the Ministry of Roads, Transport and Highways. जनरल वीके सिंह साहब वहाँ खुद मौजूद हैं, ज़्यादातर वक्त वहीं पर मौजूद थे, और यहाँ तक कि जहाँ पर भी एक्सपर्टीज भारत में है, जहाँ पर भी जो कोई ऑफर कर रहा था उसको एक्सेप्ट किया, उनको एनेबल किया वहाँ जाने के लिए। बड़ी खुशी है, जनरल हरपाल सिंह, पुराने हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल बॉर्डर रोड्स और इंजीनियर इन चीफ, जिनको बहुत तजुर्बा है टनलिंग का, उनको भेजा गया वहाँ पर, वो अभी भी वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। तो इस तरह से ऑल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच को प्रैक्टिकल तरीके से जोड़ा। मैं समझता हूँ इसका बहुत दिनों से हमने शायद इतना बड़ा एग्जाम्पल नहीं देखा है। अब मैं आपको बताऊं कि कल शाम से क्या क्या चीज़ें हुई हैं वहाँ पर। ये सब जो आपको बताया है मैंने, वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग भी चलती गई। अभी इस समय वर्टिकल ड्रिलिंग 45 मीटर्स, कल मैंने आपको 36 मीटर बताया था, अभी 45 मीटर पे है। मैं आपको इसलिए बता रहा हूं कि हमने अभी तक सब कुछ बंद नहीं किया, ये सोचकर कि हमारा हॉरिजॉन्टल प्रोब जो है वो सक्सेसफुल हो गया है और अब सब कुछ सही है और सब कुछ जो है वो ख़त्म होने वाला है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जितने ऑप्शंस हैं, ऑप्शंस अपनाए हुए हैं अभी तक। 45 मीटर्स तक वो ड्रिलिंग पहुंच गई है। ये रिडंडेंसी के लिए है कि अगर किसी भी हालत में आखिरी क्षण तक अगर हमको कामयाबी नहीं पाई, कहीं नहीं मिली, तो उस हालत में ये 45 मीटर जो गए हैं ये बहुत हमारे लिए सक्सेसफुल जो है वो हुए हैं, वो हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा, महत्व बहुत इसका रहेगा वहाँ पर। बाकी जो एफर्ट्स हैं पीछे से वो भी चल रही हैं, ब्लास्टिंग की भी चल रही है। तकरीबन 12 मीटर वहाँ पर अचीव हो गया है। जो बाकी मशीनरी आ गई है उसको अभी स्थिर रखा हुआ है कुछ जगहों पर, मगर जैसी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी अगर, तो वो सब मूवमेंट वो भी शुरू हो जाएगा। मैं आपको बताता हूँ चंद एक बातें कि जब इवैक्यूएशन फेज आएगा, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द आएगा, प्रार्थना करते हैं, उम्मीद नहीं करते हैं, प्रार्थना करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द ही आएगा, तो एनडीआरएफ का इसमें रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। 3 टीम, 4 जवान की टीम, 12 लोगों की वो बनी हुई हैं, अंदर जाएंगी ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए। ये पूरा वो फ्रेश है, ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे जाकर अंदर। एसडीआरएफ एनडीआरएफ को सपोर्ट देगी। साथ में जो हमारे मेडिकल पर्सनल हैं, पैरामेडिक्स, वो जाएंगे अंदर। एक पूरा मेडिकल प्लान बनाया हुआ है जो एग्जीक्यूट होगा ग्राउंड पर। पूरा जो लेबर है उसको ब्रीफिंग उनको इसके मुताबिक दी है। स्ट्रेचर्स के ऊपर, स्ट्रेचर्स के रिसोर्सेज, वहाँ पर स्ट्रेचर अगर किसी हालत में फंस गया तो वो कंटिजेंसी में किस तरह से उसको निकाला जाएगा, ये सब भी देखा गया है। ये अंदेशा लगाया है कि एक एक इंडिविजुअल को, आउट ऑफ द 41, एक एक इंडिविजुअल को तकरीबन 3 से 5 मिनट लगेंगे निकालने के लिए, ईच वन इंडिविजुअल। तो आप लगा सकते हैं कि आउटर लिमिट अगर हम देखें कि 5 मिनट अगर लगाते हैं एक इंडिविजुअल पे, वो तब एग्जैक्टली कंफर्म होगा जब पहला, दूसरा या तीसरा इंडिविजुअल निकलेगा। अगर 5 मिनट का भी अंदेशा लगाते हैं तो हम 3-4 घंटे, ऑलमोस्ट 3-4 घंटे लग जाएंगे, क्योंकि गैप भी होंगे बीच में, कुछ कंटिजेंसी होगी, कुछ इक्विपमेंट शायद टूटेगा, कुछ होगा। तो इसके मुताबिक आप 3 से 4 घंटे इसका अनुमान लगा सकते हैं। पोस्ट इवैक्यूएशन जो है, जब सब के सब निकल गए हैं बाहर, तो मैं ये भी बता दूं आपको कि अभी भी वहाँ पर चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर, बड़ा वाला डबल रोटर का हेलीकॉप्टर, वो चिन्यालिसौर जो एयरफील्ड है 30 किलोमीटर दूर, वहाँ पर हेलीपैड भी है, बिल्कुल साथ में हेलीपैड भी है, वहाँ खड़ा हुआ है। उसका लास्ट टाइम है 4:30 बजे। उसके बाद वो जो है रात के वक्त नहीं फ्लाई करेंगे उसको। 4:30 बजे के बाद अगर ये डिले हो गया, डिले हो रहा है इस वक्त, तो अगले दिन सुबह उनको लाया जाएगा। वहाँ पर होल्डिंग फैसिलिटी है, 30 बेड की फैसिलिटी है वहाँ पर अस्पताल में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में, जो बिल्कुल तैयार है इस वक्त। और 10 बेड की फैसिलिटी वहाँ पर साइट पर है, जो भी तैयार हैं। तो इसलिए मेडिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और मेडिकल वेलफेयर की तरफ से कोई गुंजाइश नहीं छोड़ी है, वो सब ठीक रहेगा। रात के वक्त चिनूक हालांकि फ्लाई तो कर सकता है, मगर मौसम भी इतना ऐसा नहीं है और इतनी, मैं समझता हूं इतनी अर्जेंसी भी शायद नहीं होगी। अगर बहुत ज़्यादा अर्जेंसी है तो रात के वक्त 1 या 2 कुछ एम्बुलेंस के अंदर जल्द से जल्द नीचे ऋषिकेश उनको लाया जा सकता है। साइट के ऊपर ट्रायज किया जाएगा, प्रायोरिटाइजेशन किया जाएगा, जैसे कैजुअल्टी प्रायोरिटाइजेशन किया जाता है। हालांकि ये कैजुअल्टी नहीं है, मगर उसके बाद लाकर उनको जब नीचे हॉस्पिटल में वो दाखिल होंगे एक्चुअली, तो 48 से 72 घंटे की मॉनिटरिंग होगी सबकी, क्योंकि जब ह्यूमन बॉडी इतनी देर तक आइसोलेशन में, तकरीबन आइसोलेशन में, अवे फ्रॉम नॉर्मल ह्यूमन एक्टिविटी रहती है, तो उसके ऊपर अलग अलग किस्म के असर आते हैं बेस्ड अपॉन योर फिजियोलॉजी, बेस्ड अपॉन आपके साइको सोशल मेकअप क्या है, तो उसको मॉनिटर किया जाएगा। कभी कभी हो सकता है कि किसी के ऊपर असर ज़्यादा हो जो कुछ घंटों के बाद साबित होने लगे, जस्ट टू फोरक्लोज दैट पॉसिबिलिटी। ये मॉनिटरिंग तकरीबन 48 से 72 घंटे तक चलेगी। मैं समझता हूं कि मैंने ज़्यादातर चीज़ें आपके लिए कवर कर ली हैं। इसके सिवाय के मैंने आपको सिर्फ ये नहीं दिया है कि फाइनल सिग्नल नहीं दिया है कि थ्रू एंड थ्रू रोशनी आ गई है, टनल बन गया है। मैंने आपको आखिर में मैं बताता हूं कि 2 मीटर अभी भी जो फाइनल पाइप्स का पुश था करना था, वो फाइनल पुश अभी भी हो रहा था जब हम उठकर यहां पर आए। मैं समझता हूं कुछ वक्त लगेगा, अरसा लगेगा, इसके बाद भी शायद आपके पास खुद फ़ोन कॉल आने लगे, तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि थोड़ा सा हमको सबको इंतज़ार करना पड़ेगा। अब मैं हैंड ओवर करता हूं चौहान साहब को, कुछ बातें उनकी तरफ से टेक्निकल चीज़ों के बारे में वो आपको सुनाना चाहेंगे।
सर, मैं पुनः एक बार आपने जो होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट की अप्रोच की बात कही सर, उसके बारे में कुछ और बताना चाहूँगा सर कि भारत सरकार की सभी जो पब्लिक सेक्टर एजेंसीज़ हैं वो भी बहुत बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण रोल इसमें उन्होंने अदा किया है सर। जैसे NHIDCL तो रोड मिनिस्ट्री की ही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है सर। सतलज जल विद्युत निगम लिमिटेड सर पावर मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। RVNL रेल विकास निगम लिमिटेड जो टनल इत्यादि बनाने का काम करती है, रेलवे की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, ये भी रेल मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत बड़ा अच्छा काम किया। ONGC पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत आती है, और टेरी हाइड्रो डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन लिमिटेड ये भी पावर मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत आती है। तो इन सब पब्लिक सेक्टर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने भी अपने बेस्ट रिसोर्सेज, इनको जो जो जिम्मेवारी दी गई, इसमें अपने बेस्ट रिसोर्सेज, बेस्ट इक्विपमेंट, बेस्ट ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज हों या कुछ भी स्किल हो, देश के किसी कोने में भी हो, उसको उन्होंने एक द्रुत गति से लाने का जो काम किया है, प्रयास किया है। और इसके सर होम मिनिस्ट्री का भी बड़ा सहयोग रहा, जो पूरे देश के अंदर ग्रीन के लिए उन्होंने, चाहे वो रेल से आ रहे हों, चाहे वो इक्विपमेंट बाय प्लेन एयरफोर्स के माध्यम से या अन्य चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट से आ रहे हों, या वो जो है बाय रोड आ रहे हों, हमारे नेशनल हाईवेज़ के माध्यम से आ रहे हो, इसकी प्लानिंग देश के प्रत्येक DM और SP से कोऑर्डिनेट करना सर, इसमें भी बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण। और इसके लिए प्रत्येक दिन रोड के अंडर में एक कोऑर्डिनेशन मीटिंग होती थी कि किस किस एजेंसी ने क्या क्या कितना काम कर लिया, और आगे आने वाले 24 घंटे में उनका क्या प्लानिंग है, उनको क्या क्या काम करना है, क्या उन्हें नहीं तो नहीं महसूस हो रही है। और दूसरा ये एक टेक्नोलॉजी शेयरिंग का एक प्लेटफॉर्म भी था कि जैसे कुछ सॉल्यूशन जो थे वो ONGC को मालूम थे, कुछ RVNL को मालूम थे, कुछ NHIDCL मालूम थे, तो जब कंट्री के बेस्ट टेक्निकल ब्रेन एक साथ बैठते थे तो सॉल्यूशन भी निकलते थे। तो ये इसी तरह से सर आपने बाकी सब बता दिया है। तो
द फ्लोर इज नाउ ओपन फॉर क्वेश्चंस। अब हम फ्रंट रो से ही शुरू करते हैं। थोड़ा स्पीक इन द माइक।
Sir, Rishi from Hindu Business Line. Just one clarity. At 2 o'clock, the Uttarakhand CM tweeted on X saying that the work to lay pipes has been completed and soon the workers will be brought out. Now, right here, you have said that still 2 meters are left. Could we get more clarity how much pipe has been laid? Because you clearly said that right now the breakthrough has not happened and we are still 2 meters away. Are we 2 meters away from digging it, or are we 2 meters away from, pushing the pipe and reaching to that spot? Can you give us more clarity on this?
When the Honorable Chief Minister tweets and says soon a breakthrough will be achieved, there is no need to start assuming कि वो soon कब होगा. That no, pipes have been laid. Pipes have been laid since then. What has happened is pushing the pipes. While pushing the pipes, again obstacles have been encountered. I think मैं पूरे वक्त पिछले 5 दिन से यही एडवाइस दे रहा हूं सबको. ठीक है? Don't take things literally. No, आप बाल की खाल उदाहरण है इसमें. This is not it has not happened this way so far. बाल की खाल उदाहरण नहीं है यहाँ पर हमें. नहीं, please. Let me clarify. If I am speaking, don't interfere. Right? इसमें बाल की खाल नहीं उतारनी है. ये lives के साथ we are working. We are playing with lives. 41 जाने हैं वहां पर. हमें soon 2 पाइप, आधा घंटा, 15 मिनट के ऊपर बहस नहीं करनी चाहिए. We are not, ये देता ही नहीं है किसी तरह का वो कि gives us the scope or permission to debate this. What is the debate in this? 2 बजे अगर चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब ने कह दिया भाई उनके भी इंसान हैं वहां पर, उनकी भी उम्मीद है वहां पर, जैसे हमारी उम्मीद है यहां पर, आपकी भी उम्मीद है, हम सब एक ही देशवासी हैं. So I don't think there's anything wrong in that. बहुत अच्छी बात है. कभी communication break. कभी communication break.
We'll move to the next question. 91.
No, I'm not insulting you in any way.
No,
I will not. Let me handle this my way. Right? Yeah. First of all, I apologize. I don't want to distinguish you.
Sir?
Yeah, I agree. But I also want to advise you. I also wish to advise you that there is always scope for a little bit of a leeway here and there. We have been waiting for the better part of how much? 15 days now? 16 days now? Iske andar a couple of hours here and there doesn't really make a difference. Neither to your health, neither to my health. We are concerned about the nation. We are concerned about 41 lives. Let's discuss that.
Sir, this side, Brahma Prakash Dubey, Z News से. मेरा सवाल यह है कि जो आपने बताया लास्ट के 2 मीटर लगभग का हिस्सा रह गया है, क्या अभी उसमें कोई ऐसी स्थिति है कि काम रुका हो या कुछ ऐसा मिला हो, या काम चल रहा है सीधे, और उसका पर्टिकुलर एक अनुमान टाइम कि अगर उसमें कुछ दिक्कत नहीं आई तो इतने टाइम में हो जाएगा?
मैं उम्मीद रखता हूं कंप्लीटली कि कोई इसके अंदर अड़चन नहीं आएगी अब. बट एज वी आर अवेयर, इतने दिनों से इस 58 मीटर से 60 मीटर जो हम जा रहे हैं, पहले भी बहुत दफे हुआ है कि 22 से 24 और 24 से 26 के बीच में अड़चनें आई हैं, एंड दैट इज डिलेड अस स्लाइटली. तो एज आई टोल्ड यू कि आवाजें आ रही हैं उस पार, ये ड्रिलिंग की आवाज आ रही है, खोदने की आवाज आ रही है, विच मीन्स वी आर वेरी वेरी क्लोज. For my technical knowledge, but I'll rely more on Vishal Chauhan साहब to confirm that. Once you have got through, जब through and through हो गया, रोशनी दिख रही है आपको एक दूसरी तरफ की, थोड़ा stabilization करना जरूरी है. ठीक है? और ये भी मैं आपको बता दूं कि ये through and through movement of 41 people is not a smooth movement. ये भी इसके अंदर भी अड़चन आएंगी. जब आप स्ट्रेचर को मूव कर रहे हैं अप एंड डाउन, तो there will be friction. There will be a little bit of rumbling, और उसके वजह से कुछ डिस्टर्बेंस हो सकता है, उसको जाकर आपको दोबारा रिमूव करना पड़ेगा. तो टाइम पे ये होता रहेगा. प्लीज एक्सपेक्ट दैट, एंड इट विल हैपन. इफ इट डजंट हैपन, वंडरफुल, दैट इज द बेस्ट सिचुएशन फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. मगर ये चीजें होंगी. तो I'll ask चौहान साहब टू जस्ट टेल यू कि ये 2 मीटर के अंदर क्या स्कोप है किसी ऑब्स्टिकल के आने की.
अभी एक आयरन पाइप आया था, उसको काट दिया गया है और अब हम उसमें आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. और मैं आप ही के उसको भी थोड़ा सा और एक्सप्लेन करूंगा, क्योंकि जो मग गिरती है ये स्लांटिंग वे में गिरती है. तो अगर वो ऊपर अगर ब्रेक थ्रू की स्थिति बनेगी, पाइप को हमें उसके आगे भी 1.5-2 मीटर लेके जाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि वो आपको ये भी देखना है कि ग्राउंड से 8 मीटर ऊपर पाइप आ रहा है, तो उसके लिए हमें पाइप को लगभग 2 मीटर हमें बाहर भी निकालना पड़ेगा, जिससे कि एनडीआरएफ की जो टीम है या लेबर है उनको पाइप तक पहुंचने में कोई कठिनाई ना हो। तो इसी प्रक्रिया में थोड़ा अभी समय लग रहा है, लेकिन जैसे सर ने कहा कि वी आर क्लोज टू इट।
Your next question, please. Go ahead.
Sir, do we owe the mission has accomplished this breakthrough? Is it because of the right hole miners? Because how much helpful their work was? How much helpful their work was? Because right hole miners begin their work just one day ago, and how much distance they were able to drill it manually?
What role? Yeah, related to that.
Yeah, संतोष बोलो।
उनको सर कैसे इजाजत दी गई है?
नहीं, come again. I couldn't get your question exactly.
जो रेड माइनर्स हैं, वो इलीगल एरिया में, तो उनके लिए क्या कोई स्पेशल प्रोविजन के तहत उनको इजाजत दी गई है?
I couldn't get that.
He says the right mining is illegal. Were there any special permissions given to them?
I am not in a. I don't think you are. Rat mining may be illegal, but a rat miner's talent and experience is not the thing.
विशाल जी बोलिए।
NGT has probated coal mining by that technique. NGT has probated coal mining by that technique in 2014.
Hold on.
1 second.
NGT has probated coal mining by that technique, going into the tunnel kind of a thing and getting the coal out. But this is a skill used for in construction site. They are not always very comfortable situations. So in fact, not only these people, but जो जिन लोगों ने जो गैस कटर से उसको काटा है, वो भी एक बड़ा डिफिकल्टी जॉब था। 1-1 घंटे काम करते थे, बाहर निकलते थे। तो ये स्पेशल सिचुएशन है, लाइफ सेविंग सिचुएशन है। बट व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इज कोल माइनिंग इज प्रोबेटेड। They are technicians. They are technicians helping us.
Yeah, see, ये colloquial use है. This is a colloquial use which actually, if I may say, more in the media, it is coming out. It draws interest.
Basically,
I agree with you. I also used the term yesterday. I also used the term yesterday. But as I said in the beginning, it is their talent which is being used. It is their capability which is being used, not this aspect of. Yeah. Absolutely.
Times of India. Just a second, Deepak, just hold on.
I'm sure Chahan Saab may have something to say on that. How difficult was it to go in and do this kind of a work manually? Well, I can only imagine it. I am hugely claustrophobic myself, right? I can tell you, I have been through a 60 to 70 meter, 1 meter drum pipe in Siachen Glacier. It was mind-boggling, I can tell you. I came out at the other end traumatized, virtually. Now here you have to have a special talent for a thing like this. And that's why मैं तो सलाम करता हूँ. Salute a person who can go in, stay there for that much time and do physical activity. Not only physical activity, actually even work with gas cutters inside. जो चौहान साहब अभी कह रहे थे कि people have been doing this in the last couple of days. In this enclosed 1 meter space, जाकर अंदर क्रॉल करके hardly any air to breathe, and you are carrying out work with heat implements. I think they really need a salute from our side.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question for Chauhan, sir. Everyone is talking about the technology that the export workers are using, but who actually hired these people? Is it NHIDCL or the contractor himself? No, sir, that is important to understand, because then we come to know how exactly it is happening. And second part, sir, why it was decided that they should be used rather than gangmen or others? Last question, don't take it otherwise, because now fortunately we'll get everyone out. Now questions will be raised about this entire tunnel, the security, the quality, what kind of action the government is taking. Though I know you are from NHAI, but since you are handling this entire operation from here, that's why I'm asking, sir.
Can I just take the first part of your question? I think it's a very interesting thing that you have raised. कि किसने इनको बुलाया, किसने इनको हुक्म दिया, who has taken on the responsibility, etc. I want to tell you this from this angle of all of government approach. देखिए मेरा फोन जो है ना पिछले 5-6 दिन से रुका ही नहीं है बजना. एक तो आई डोंट नो समहाउ एनडीएमए के वेबसाइट पे मेरा फोन नंबर है. आई एम सरप्राइज्ड इट इज देयर एट ऑल. आई शुड रिमूव इट एक्चुअली फ्रॉम देयर. ठीक है. So anyone and everyone who had an idea in India, he became my friend. And I was getting constant calls. Now, I have an old experience of handling good friends from the media and everyone before, and I always follow this attitude that always pick up your phone, because you never know what kind of an idea is coming. तो पूरे भारत से ये आइडियाज आ रहे थे, एंड एवरीवन वाज, जैसे कुछ दिन पहले एवरीवन वाज अ क्रिकेट एक्सपर्ट ऑन वर्ल्ड कप, उसी तरीके से everyone was an expert on tunneling in the last 5-6 days. And I think that has led, and our willingness, I would say the willingness of the government of India, पूरी सरकार की ये willingness to सुनकर और फिर searching for talent, searching for options, searching for methods, enabling it, I think it's a massive achievement if you really look at it in governance. I'll leave it to Vishal Chauhan Saab to tell you about who finally actually gave this order.
तो जैसे मैंने कहा, एक डेली कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी थी जो सेक्रेटरी रोड उसको चेयर करते थे, और डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जितनी भी मैंने अभी आपको नाम पढ़ के सुनाए थे, वॉलंटरली उन्होंने या तो सीएसआर फंड से या जैसे भी है वो खर्चा उन्होंने अपने ऊपर लिया है. हालांकि उनको ये भी कहा गया है कि आप निश्चिंत होकर काम कीजिए, जिस भी टूल, जिस भी इक्विपमेंट या जिस भी मैन पावर की आवश्यकता है उसके लिए प्रोविज़न किया जाएगा, लेकिन आप अभी काम कीजिए. तो इसमें ज़्यादातर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो है वो गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पब्लिक सेक्टर्स की हैं, और उन्होंने आगे बढ़ के इसमें काम किया है. तो मुझे नहीं लगता जब हम होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच की बात करते हैं तो खर्चा इधर से हो या उधर से हो, वो सरकार का ही होता है और सरकार के ही दिशा निर्देश हैं कि, और इसमें जैसे अगर एयरफोर्स के प्लेन उड़ाने की बात है या कोई ट्रेन चलाने की बात है, तो इतना डेलीगेशन इस ऑपरेशंस और इतनी प्राथमिकता इस ऑपरेशंस को दी गई है कि इसको एक रेड टेप ब्यूरोक्रेटिज्म जिसे कहते हैं उसको काट के क्विक निर्णय इसमें लिए गए हैं. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है इस ऑपरेशन में.
सर, मैं लक्ष्मण सीएनबीसी आवाज़ से. मेरा सवाल ये है कि चूँकि अब ऑपरेशन लगभग संपन्न होने को है, तो इससे क्या लर्निंग हमें मिला? और चूँकि कई सारे ऐसे टनल के काम जैसा कि आपने कहा एनएचपीसी में भी होता है, हाईवे करती है, अलग अलग एजेंसियाँ करती हैं, तो क्या आने वाले दिनों में इस से सबक सीखते हुए क्या विशेष एहतियात या विशेष तकनीक का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा, उस पर कोई असर पड़ेगा फ्यूचर में टनल वर्क के ऊपर?
I will pass it on to Chauhan Saab also to answer that from the angle of his ministry and his experience. मैं समझता हूं कि आपने प्रधानमंत्री साहब का 10-point प्रोग्राम देखा है ऑन 10-point एजेंडा ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट. अगर नहीं देखा है तो जरूर देखिए इसको, एनडीएमए की वेबसाइट पर है. 2016 में एशियन मिनिस्टरियल कॉन्फ्रेंस डिजास्टर की थी, जिसके ऊपर डिजास्टर रिस्क रेजिलियंस के ऊपर, जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री ने ये 10-point प्रोग्राम दिया था. उसके अंदर वन ऑफ द वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स इज दिस इशू ऑफ लर्निंग लेसन्स फ्रॉम ऑल डिजास्टर्स. ठीक है. बिफोर वी प्रोफेशनलाइज डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट इन इंडिया, 2005 के बाद हमने प्रोफेशनलाइज किया था. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने इसको गुजरात में ऑलरेडी प्रोफेशनलाइज कर दिया था बहुत हद तक, बट हियर इन 2016 व्हेन ही गेव दिस आउट, दिस हैज बिकम लाइक अ मंत्रा फॉर डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अराउंड द वर्ल्ड. राइट. नो, इसके अंदर एटलीस्ट मुझे मालूम है कि एनडीएमए में हम क्या करते हैं. आई एम श्योर इन मोस्ट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स द सेम थिंग इज हैपनिंग. वी लुक एट एवरी क्राइसिस. उसके बाद हम, अब जैसे ये बालासोर का रोड रेल एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, आई थॉट दिस वाज एन एग्जाम्पल जहां से सबसे ज्यादा लेसन्स निकले हमारे लिए. हमने एक मीटिंग की एनडीआरएफ के साथ, हमने सबसे पहले इंडियन रेलवेज के साथ की मीटिंग, और उनसे समझा कि इस तरह के डिजास्टर्स किस तरह से हो सकते हैं, व्हाट इज द स्कोप, क्या कर सकते हैं, हु ऑल शुड वी कीप रेडी, कैसे रिहर्स करें, कैसे प्रैक्टिस करें. यू वुड बी वेरी हैप्पी टू नो कि यूपी में हमने पहला जो उस एक्सीडेंट के बाद वी हैड द फर्स्ट डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्सरसाइज, मॉक एक्सरसाइज जो हम करते रहते हैं, उसके अंदर हमने पहली दफे एक रेल एक्सीडेंट का सिनेरियो बनाया. तो यू कैन सी द सीरियसनेस फ्रॉम इट कि जब भी इस तरह की चीजें होती हैं हम इसको बहुत सीरियसली लेते हैं, इसका मुआयना करते हैं, एनालिसिस करते हैं, एंड इनवेरिएबली वी ट्राई एंड ड्रॉप सम गाइडलाइंस फॉर द फ्यूचर. एनडीएमए की अगर आप वेबसाइट पे देखें तो बहुत आपको गाइडलाइंस मिलेंगी. CBRN की पूरी गाइडलाइंस हमने अभी बनाई थी G20 के लिए. तो similarly, I'm sure we will make some more guidelines for this kind of a situation for tunnel rescue, जिसके लिए अभी गाइडलाइन नहीं है, but ऐसी गाइडलाइन जरूर बनेगी in the future.
मैं NHAI के विषय में कह सकता हूं कि NHAI ने ऑलरेडी इसमें सभी टनल्स का ऑडिट का काम पुनः शुरू किया है और इसके अंदर दिल्ली मेट्रो रेल कॉरपोरेशन और कोकण रेलवे कॉरपोरेशन, जिनको टनलिंग का काफ़ी एक्सपर्टाइज है, उनके साथ मिलकर हम काम कर रहे हैं. और जैसे सर कह रहे हैं कि इससे भी लेसन लिया जाएगा, इसमें कैसे हमारे SOPs को इम्प्रूव किया जाएगा, स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर्स को कैसे हमारे डिज़ाइंस को और बेहतर किया जाएगा, जिससे इनको और अधिक सुरक्षित बनाया जाए, इस पे काम किया जाएगा. लेकिन जब ये ऑपरेशन पूरी तरह कंप्लीट हो जाएगा उसके बाद ये कार्रवाई की जाएगी. देखिए, कांस्टेंट प्रक्रिया है, लेकिन अब ये ज़रूरत महसूस हुई कि इसमें कुछ और भी इम्प्रूव करने की आवश्यकता है. तो इसको पुनः एक बार एक्सटर्नल इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसीज, क्योंकि कोकण रेलवे और दिल्ली मेट्रो रेल कॉरपोरेशन इंडिपेंडेंट है हमसे, तो एक बाहर की एजेंसी जब देखती है तो और डिस्पैशनेट होकर देखती है, तो वो भी काम हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है. अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन टनल का.
Yeah, second last row, please.
Sir, Saptarshi here from Hindustan Times. Sir, the workers got trapped only after debris from top of the tunnel fell. Today also you were giving us an update about the vertical drilling process that is ongoing and the update on it. So were there any risk involved, and why did the concerned agencies want to go ahead with vertical drilling? In fact, 2 of the rope team agencies were working for vertical drilling. So yes, I want to understand, were there not risks involved?
Yeah, he said.
Why we continue with vertical drilling? I'll give you a brief thing. We'll ask John Saab for his technical expertise on this. I think I explained in the beginning. जब तक आखिरी, I'm sorry मैं आपको फौज के बहुत एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ, बट याद रखिए लीडरशिप में इस तरह का अभियान जब चलता है, आखिर में फौज में हमारा सिस्टम है, हम एक सिग्नल देते हैं कि अब सक्सेस मिल गई, वी हैव सक्सीडेड, राइट. वो सिग्नल नहीं मिला है, अभी तक सिग्नल नहीं दिया है हमने कि एवरीथिंग इज ओवर. वो सिग्नल तब होता है व्हेन एवरीथिंग सिक्योर. अब हम एक जगह पर रोक लें अपने जो एफर्ट्स, जिसमें हम काफी अच्छा किया है, हमने 40 मीटर गए हैं अंदर और बाकी चल सकता है उसके अंदर. तो वी हैव मेड श्योर दैट वी आर नॉट स्टॉपिंग. अभी शायद थोड़ी देर के लिए काम रुका हो ताकि थरथराहट हो, वाइब्रेशन ना हो उस इलाके में, बट वी हैव कंटिन्यूड विद द एफर्ट एंड द ऑप्शन इज रिमेनिंग. Options remain till the last. Completion. ये आधा छोड़ना नहीं है काम. Completion of the mission. जब मिशन कंप्लीट हो जाएगा, ये सब बेशक ये सब बंद हो जाएगा. आपकी
ये जैसे जब
You've just heard from the NDMA officials, but they have said 2 meters are left to reach the trapped workers. Lots of key takeaways from this press briefing. Workers have been trapped inside. They have conveyed that they could hear the rescue workers working. As far as the vertical drilling is concerned, Mr. Hasnain has confirmed that it's been on for 45 meters. The process of blasting is also on. Now, when the evacuation phase is near, the NDMA has said, which also confirms another aspect, that we have not reached the evacuation phase just as yet. But when the evacuation phase is near, the NDRF will play a crucial role. 3 teams will go inside and organize. Paramedics will also be present. A proper plan is in place, the NDMA has confirmed. Now, as far as rescuing each trapped individual is concerned, well, officials say it will take around 3 to 5 minutes to rescue a single trapped individual. As far as the breakthrough is concerned, Mr. Hasnain has just confirmed we are near a breakthrough. We have not reached a breakthrough yet. Manual work has carried on. Work has actually carried on overnight. Teams have been working around the clock, especially the rat hole miners. They have been working manually, constantly for about 12 hours. 58 meters have been dug up. 10 meters, around 10 meters were dug up manually by the rat hole miners. And the rescue ops have been on for 400 hours. Officials have just asserted that the rescue operation has been paved with challenges, and it involved the use of heavy excavators, elaborate plans on several fronts, cooperative efforts by several organizations, and eventually manual drilling for hours on end by rat hole miners. Just a short while ago, a Chinook helicopter was also ready to airlift the trapped workers. That was on standby till 4:30 p.m. So that hasn't served much of a purpose today. The question is, it will be back tomorrow, but the question is they can't give a specific time frame for this entire operation to be wrapped up because it is at a precarious stage. It may have taken 17 days, but we are hoping that there is light at the end of the tunnel. News and updates continue on NDTV 24/7. We're taking a quick break for now.
Surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, "What is this? What have you done? This is fantastic," right? Now that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on. What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to...
Welcome back. The NDMA has confirmed that 2 meters are left to reach the trapped workers, and the workers have been trapped inside. They have actually conveyed that they could hear the rescue workers working. As far as the vertical drilling is concerned, it has been on for 45 meters. The process of blasting is also on, and when the evacuation phase is near, the NDRF is going to play a crucial role. We have not reached the evacuation phase as of now. But simultaneously, families are very eager to meet their family members who've been trapped inside. We actually have reactions from some family members. My colleague Tanishq Punjabi spoke to one such family who are eagerly waiting for their loved ones to return home. Listen in.
तो कैसा लग रहा है आपको? अब वो निकल रहे हैं बाहर तो?
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
अच्छा,
हाँ, हंसी हंसी आएगा।
अच्छा, हंसी हंसी आ रही है आपको?
हाँ, बहुत खुश हैं, बहुत खुश हैं।
तो आप खाना वाना नहीं खा रही थी इतने दिन से? खाना वाना नहीं खा रही थी इतने दिन से? आप खाना खाएंगे ना ठीक से?
आज बहुत प्रेम से खा जाए।
क्या बनाएंगी बेटा के लिए जब आएगा तो?
आई है तो कहा खिचड़ी भात दिए भाई, उतर पूरी दे।
आएगा तब क्या बनाओगे? क्या बने
बेटा आएगा, खीर पूरी बनाई भाई।
अच्छा, खीर पूरी?
हाँ,
ठीक है। और क्या बोलेंगी बेटा को आते ही? सबसे पहले सबसे पहले क्या बोलेंगी बेटा को आते ही?
पहले क्या बोलेंगे? बढ़िया क्या बोल भाई। बोले नहीं खुश हो गया। आशीर्वाद दे बेटे के यहाँ। पहले आएंगे बेटा आई जाए तो आशीर्वाद दिया भाई।
अच्छा,
आशीर्वाद के आशीर्वाद।
ठीक है। गाँव में सबको कैसा लग रहा है?
गाँव बढ़िया लग गया। अच्छा, चहल पहल गाँव है, सबका बहुत बढ़िया मन हुआ।
Well, as always, news and updates continue on NDTV 24/7. We'll be getting you the latest updates from Ground Zero in Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and centre. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access the file because everybody's come at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, and I've got to decide very quickly. I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. See, one Sunday I came into office, and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up on
in
my,
an intranet.
On my personal page on the office intranet, and 2 days later, the IT infra guy came to me and said, "Why is all the internal traffic going to your page?" and that's when the penny dropped, and I realized that aggregation of menu cards has got value.
Yeah.
And that is what gave him the idea for doing what he did. Now, to me, this is a big deal that he has built his fundamental value proposition on what we call a deep customer insight.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening. We are, of course, continuously tracking that rescue operation taking place at Uttarkashi at the tunnel mishap site. And as we heard a short while back in the briefing being done by the NDMA, that they're very close to actually bringing the 41 trapped workers out, but there's still a bit of distance to go. In fact, if I can just sum up some of the key takeaways from that briefing, the NDMA member there in fact said that there are at least 2 meters of drilling which needs to be done. So that work still has to be done before they can actually start pulling out the workers one by one. Secondly, he also said that they are taking all the safety precautions which need to be taken. In fact, he said it in so many words that they are not in any sort of a hurry, which is why the entire operation might stretch for 4 to 5 more hours. But at this point in time, they are also very hopeful that they will be able to take the workers out as soon as possible. Right from the beginning, they have not given any sort of a timeline as to how much time it would take for the trapped workers to be pulled out. But it seems that the entire rescue operation is nearing its end, and it might end this evening itself when the workers, if the workers start to be taken out. What we do know is that the pipe which has been laid in order to pull the workers out has in fact been established properly in the tunnel. The rescue team, which had been manually digging into that area in order to put the pipe in place, the rat miners, the special rescue team which had been deployed over there, they have in fact completed their work. We've also seen visuals coming in of a makeshift hospital, beds being put in place, doctors and nurses on standby, ambulances on standby. They are all waiting at the mouth of the tunnel, the exit entry point of the tunnel. So those arrangements are all in place. Chief Minister Dhami also, of course, there accompanying some of the family members who are waiting for the workers to be taken out. Anxious wait for those families. It's been 17 long days that the family members have in fact been hoping and praying that their loved ones are taken out safely from that tunnel. And but of course, as we said, that a few more hours of wait may be in store for the rescue officials actually to take out the workers as per the protocol which has been laid out. Those are the live pictures on your screens there from the exit entry point of the tunnel. We are still waiting to see if any further developments take place. But as I mentioned, that the NDMA official clearly said that they are going to follow all the safety protocols. At least 4 to 5 minutes will be taken in order to take each of the workers out safely. Let's just listen into some of the key highlights from that briefing earlier.
Teams जो हैं हमारे rat miners, experts जो हैं बड़ा मुश्किल काम जो कर रहे हैं, बड़ी enclosed space में कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आर्मी इंजीनियर्स, ये सब मिलकर इन्होंने काम किया है. They have been able to take it to 58 meters, which is a phenomenal achievement, I would say. कि 10 मीटर मैनुअल 24 घंटे से कम में उन्होंने अचीव किया है. पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन आखिर तक सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन जो है वो अपनाए जाएंगे. तो इसलिए पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन आपको याद दिला दूं, अंदर 41 हैं, बाहर बहुत लोग हैं जो इसमें जुटे हुए हैं इस काम में, उनकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी जो है उतना ही महत्व रखती है जितना अंदर वालों की है। इस 58 मीटर से 60 मीटर जो हम जा रहे हैं, पहले भी बहुत दफे हुआ है कि 22 से 24 और 24 से 26 के बीच में अड़चने आई हैं, एंड दैट इज डिलेड अस स्लाइटली। तो एज आई टोल्ड यू कि आवाजें आ रही हैं उस पार, ये ड्रिलिंग की आवाज आ रही है, खोदने की आवाज आ रही है, विच मीन्स वी आर वेरी वेरी क्लोज। For my technical knowledge, but I'll rely more on Vishal Chauhan साहब to confirm that. Once you got through, जब through and through हो गया, रोशनी दिख रही है आपको एक दूसरी तरफ की, थोड़ा स्टेबलाइजेशन करना जरूरी है, ठीक है। और ये भी मैं आपको बता दूं कि ये थ्रू एंड थ्रू मूवमेंट ऑफ 41 पीपल इज नॉट ए स्मूथ मूवमेंट। ये भी, इसके अंदर भी अड़चन आएंगी।
Right, I'm joined by my colleague Kishore, who has, of course, been tracking all the developments right from the beginning on the spot there at the Silkyara tunnel in Uttarkashi. Kishore, अभी के जो हालात है, अगर पहले आप एक क्विक अपडेट दें हमारे दर्शकों के लिए।
देखिए, अभी के हालात जो अपडेट है उसमें सिर्फ इतना ही है कि मुख्यमंत्री अभी अंदर मौजूद है, उनके साथ केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री वीके सिंह मौजूद है। लगातार अभी ये चीज़ मानी जा रही थी कि बहुत जल्द आएंगे, लेकिन थोड़ा समय ज़रूर लग सकता है, क्योंकि वो लोग जब जैसे ही बाहर आएंगे वो करीबन 1.5 से 2 घंटे जो अंदर एक टेम्प्रेरी हॉस्पिटल बनाया गया उसमें रहेंगे। बाहर का अगर मौसम करूँ तो इस वक्त टेम्परेचर काफ़ी गिरा हुआ है, काफ़ी ठंड हो गई है। यही वजह है कि जैसे ही वो बाहर आएंगे तो उनको जो एटमॉस्फेयर है वो एकदम बदला मिलेगा और उनकी बॉडी पे इफेक्ट पड़ सकता है। तो उसको नॉर्मल टेम्परेचर करने के लिए, उनको नॉर्मल लाने के लिए अंदर अस्पताल जो टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल है उसमें रखा जाएगा। फिलहाल जो अभी जानकारी मिल रही है, अभी थोड़ा और समय का इंतज़ार करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन ये ज़रूर है कि जो मुश्किलें आ रही थी उनको पार चुके हैं और लगातार जिस 17 दिन यानी आज 17वां दिन लगभग ख़त्म होने को है, उनका रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगभग पूरा हो गया है। और अब इंतज़ार किया जा रहा है कि जब ऑफिशियल यानी जो टनल से मुख्यमंत्री बाहर आएंगे और उसके बाद वो एक ब्रीफिंग करेंगे, तो जाहिर सी बात है तब वो क्लियर बता पाएंगे कि क्या हुआ और कब तक ये लोगों को हॉस्पिटल ले जाया जाएगा, यहाँ से ले जाया जाएगा। ये सारी प्रक्रिया हैं, लेकिन फ़िलहाल जो एम्बुलेंस हो गई, पैरामेडिक्स हो गए, मेडिक्स हो गए, डॉक्टर की टीमें हो गई, इसके अलावा जो पुलिस उनको पूरा एरिया को ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बनाते हुए इनको ले जाएंगे, तो सारी तैयारियां हो चुकी है। चिनूक हेलीकॉप्टर भी चिलियानी सौर जो एयर स्ट्रिप है वहां पे रखा गया है और ये माना जा रहा है कि अगर कोई इमरजेंसी आ गई तो इस हेलीकॉप्टर के जरिए उनको आगे एयर एम्बुलेंस से लेकर ऋषिकेश तक पहुंचाया जा सकेगा। ये सारी प्रक्रियाएं लगातार चल रही है। फिलहाल अभी का अपडेट फिलहाल यही है कि मुख्यमंत्री अभी अंदर है और लगातार वहां पर मौजूद है। SDRF, NDRF और सेना ने अभी मोर्चा संभाला हुआ है। जी
किशोर, एक बात बताइए, अभी शाम होने को आ रही है, तो इस हालात में रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस और भी चैलेंजिंग हो जाएंगी, क्योंकि एनडीएमए के ब्रीफिंग में थोड़ी देर पहले उन्होंने कहा कि 2 और मीटर की ड्रिलिंग शायद अभी बाकी है, उसके बाद एक एक करके वर्कर्स को निकाला जाएगा, उसमें भी टाइम लगेगा। तो शाम के वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस और भी चैलेंजिंग और शायद और भी स्लो हो जाएगी, ये आशंका है?
नहीं, ऐसा ये आशंकाएं बिल्कुल नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन था वो टनल के 230 मीटर अंदर चल रहा था। वैसे भी वहाँ का जो माहौल है वो एक तरह से लाइट में वहाँ पे काम किया जा रहा था वहाँ पर, और उसका डे लाइट से कोई मतलब नहीं है, अंधेरे से कोई मतलब नहीं है। लेकिन ये ज़रूर है कि जब वो बाहर ले जाया जाएगा उनको थोड़ा बहुत रात का अफेक्ट पड़ सकता है, लेकिन ऑपरेशन लगातार 230 मीटर अंदर ज़मीन के अंदर चल रहा है, तो वहाँ पर रात का या फिर दिन का कोई असर नहीं होता। वहाँ लगातार एक ही तरह का वातावरण है, यानी लाइट पे ही वहाँ लगातार काम किया जा रहा है और कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि उनको ले जाकर यहाँ पर अंदर रखा जाए, क्योंकि मैं जिस तरीके से अभी जानकारी दी थी कि मौसम थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे मौसम काफ़ी बदल गया है, काफ़ी ठंड हो गई है और जैसे जैसे टाइम थोड़ा और बढ़ेगा तो यहाँ पे ठंड और बढ़ेगी और उस मौसम से यानी ये बाहर का मौसम और अंदर के मौसम में काफ़ी अंतर है, तो उनको हेल्थ पर इफेक्ट ना हो, इसलिए डॉक्टर की सलाह पर उनको धीरे धीरे यहाँ से निकाला जा सकेगा।
तो ये जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि वेदर का एक इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है, और ये जो 2 और मीटर्स की ड्रिलिंग बाकी है जो कहा जा रहा है, इसमें और क्योंकि आप पूरे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस को ट्रैक कर रहे हो, फॉलो कर रहे हो, इसमें और कितना टाइम आपके हिसाब से लगना चाहिए?
अगर एक समय की बात करूं तो लगभग 2 से ढाई घंटे, वो इसलिए मैं बोलना चाह रहा हूं और इसका टाइमिंग का रखना चाह रहा हूं क्योंकि वो बाहर निकलेंगे तो 2.5 मिनट से लेकर 4 मिनट तक एक आदमी को आने में और वापस स्ट्रेचर अंदर भेजने में, तो ये 2 से ढाई 4 मिनट का अंतराल है। एक तो वो समय, दूसरा वो समय है कि जब इनको वहाँ से निकाल लिया जाएगा और जो अंदर टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल रखा है वहाँ उनको रखा जाएगा, वहाँ पर थोड़ी देर उनको रखा जाएगा। जो अंदर का टेम्परेचर, चूंकि जिस तरीके से मैं बता रहा था कि अंदर का टेम्परेचर थोड़ा सा अलग है, वहाँ पे इतनी ठंड नहीं है, लेकिन बाहर आकर मौसम काफ़ी ठंडा है। और यहाँ पर अभी जिस वक्त मैं मौजूद हूँ यहाँ पे खड़े होना बहुत मुश्किल है, हवा बहुत चल रही है, ठंडी हवा है, लेकिन फिर उनको उस टेम्परेचर में ढालने के लिए, बॉडी को उनको ढालने के लिए थोड़ा वक्त यहाँ पर देंगे। तो इसलिए 2 से ढाई घंटे का समय रहेगा जिसमें वो यहाँ से टनल से बाहर निकलेंगे। लेकिन जैसे ही एम्बुलेंस में होंगे, एम्बुलेंस में उनके परिवार वालों के साथ उनको यहाँ से चिन्यालीसौड़ जो हॉस्पिटल है वहाँ भेजा जाएगा।
जी किशोर, जैसे आपने भी बताया अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कि एक IAF चॉपर भी स्टैंड बाय पे है, बट अगर अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में और भी 3 घंटे लगे तो उसकी इस्तेमाल हो पाएगी? विल द IAF बी एबल टू एक्चुअली फ्लाई आउट दी वर्कर्स, या वो एक प्लान बी है, मतलब पहला प्लान वुड बी टू टेक देम बाय रोड? इज दैट व्हाट द रेस्क्यू ऑफिशियल्स हैव प्लान्ड?
जो अभी इंडियन एयरफोर्स का जो चॉपर है चिनूक, वो यहाँ पहुँचा है। थोड़ा ये ज़रूर हो सकता है कि बहुत इमरजेंसी हो तब उसको फ्लाई किया जाएगा, लेकिन फ़िलहाल उसको स्टैंड बाय में ही एक तरह से, क्योंकि अगर ये ऑपरेशन थोड़ी जल्दी हो जाता, यानी अगर करीबन 2 से 3 घंटे अगर पहले ही हो चुका था, हो सकता था कि उन लोगों को शिफ्ट किया जा सकता था एज ए उनकी हेल्थ कंडीशन को देखकर। लेकिन अभी चूँकि मौसम धीरे धीरे जिस तरीके से अंधेरा हो रहा है और जो ऑपरेशन है वो लगभग 2 से ढाई घंटे उसमें लग सकता है, और उन लोगों को बाहर आने में, हॉस्पिटल में उनको वेटिंग कराया जाएगा, वहाँ इलाज किया जाएगा, उनका हेल्थ चेकअप किया जाएगा, हेल्थ देखी जाएगी, उसके बाद से वो थोड़ा टाइम ही लग सकता है। और जाने में यहाँ से चिन्यालीसौड़ एक लगभग 1 घंटे का रास्ता है। 1 घंटे तब जब यहाँ पर सिंगल आदमी अपनी गाड़ी लेके या फिर दूसरी गाड़ी से जाता है, ये एम्बुलेंस का काफिला चलेगा तो ये स्पीड नहीं होगी, तो इसमें से थोड़ा समय और लग सकता है। इसीलिए वहाँ पर चिनूक हॉस्पिटल है, हो सकता है कि कल सुबह अगर किसी की कोई दिक्कत हो रही है, किसी को कोई परेशानी हो रही है, तो हो सकता है कि सुबह, जैसे ही सुबह होगी, मौसम अंधेरा छटेगा, उसके बाद इनको यहाँ से एयरलिफ्ट करके ऋषिकेश एम्स भेजा जा सकता है। लेकिन ये पूरी तैयारियां, जो प्लान ए, प्लान बी, प्लान सी, इस तरीके से प्रशासन ने पूरी तरह से प्लान बनाए हैं और अभी फिलहाल उनका इंतजार किया जा रहा है कि कब वो टनल से बाहर आए।
जी किशोर, एक और चीज़ मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, आप इतने दिन से 2 हफ्ते से ज़्यादा हो गया टाइम जब ये वर्कर्स ट्रैप्ड है अंदर टनल के, तो उनकी अभी सिचुएशन क्या है? क्योंकि एक बार ही हम लोगों ने देखा, जो वीडियो रिलीज़ किया गया रेस्क्यू टीम के तरफ से, जो वर्कर्स अंदर है उनकी जो पिक्चर्स बाहर आई, अभी उसके बाद और हमने कोई नेक्स्ट सेट ऑफ पिक्चर्स नहीं देखे उन वर्कर्स के। तो आपके सूत्रों के हिसाब से जो 41 ट्रैप्ड वर्कर्स है, उनके हालात क्या है? इनफैक्ट दे मस्ट ऑल्सो बी वेरी एंग्शियस, क्योंकि आज सुबह से ही ये एक देयर वाज एन अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि शायद और कुछ ही देर में वो लोग बाहर आए। तो अभी उनकी स्थिति क्या है, क्या जानकारी है उस बारे में?
बिल्कुल, अगर पहले दिन से लेके आज 17वां दिन है, लगातार एनडीटीवी की टीम यहाँ लगी थी और एक एक पल की जानकारी, किस तरीके से उनकी हालत है, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किस तरीके से चल रहा है, क्या क्या नई चीज़ें आएंगी, क्या क्या मशीनरी होगी, कौन कौन लोग इसमें शामिल है, कौन कौन लोग यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, ये सारी जानकारी पल पल की अपडेट मिलती रही। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात थी कि उनकी सेहत कैसी है, उनका हाल चाल कैसा है, वो कैसे है, इस बारे में लगातार जो उनके परिजन से उनसे बातचीत हो रही, ऑफिशियल जानकारी देते रहे वो, और ये चीज़ें बताते रहे, और कुछ हमारे जो सोर्सेज थे वो जानकारी देते रहे। उनकी हेल्थ कंडीशन बहुत ठीक है। कुछ लोगों को अगर सर दर्द या फिर कुछ दिक्कतें हो रही हो तो उनको दवाइयाँ भेजी गई। शुरू के करीबन अगर देखा जाए तो शुरू के 9 दिन, जो 9वें दिन में ब्रेक थ्रू मिला था कि 53 मीटर का पाइप, जो फूड पाइप था 6 इंच का, वो आर पार हो गया था और उससे जो दलिया, खिचड़ी या फिर फल फ्रूट भेजे गए थे और कुछ कपड़े भी भेजे गए थे उसे, और टूथपेस्ट, इस टाइप से उनको सामान भेजा गया था। तो ये सारी चीज़ें ये बता रही थी कि उनकी हेल्थ ठीक है। उसके बाद जब 6 इंच का पाइप गया था तो वहाँ खाना और ठीक ठाक भेजा गया, जो तरल पदार्थ टाइप का खाना था वो भेजा गया। उससे पहले उनको ड्राई फ्रूट्स और चने, मूंगफलियाँ और उबले चने ये भेजे जा रहे थे, लेकिन उनकी सेहत ठीक है। आज सुबह ही उनके जो परिजन थे उनसे हमारी बातचीत हुई, उनका बातचीत हुई है, वो ठीक है और इस बात से वो उम्मीद है कि उनको वो जल्द बाहर आएंगे। और उनकी सेहत की अगर बात की गई तो वो सेहत उनकी ठीक है। उनको अंदर मेडिटेशन और योगा करने को कहा गया और अंदर कुछ लोग जो इस मेडिटेशन और योगा जानते हैं वो उनको वहाँ पर सभी मजदूरों को मेडिटेशन और योगा करा रहे हैं, उनको वॉक करवा रहे हैं और ताकि वो मेंटली और फिजिकली स्ट्रांग रहे।
Right, Kishore, in fact, not just the workers who are trapped inside, जो बाहर उनके फैमिली मेम्बर्स हैं, उनके लिए भी बहुत ही एंक्शस लास्ट फ्यू आवर्स हैं कि कब उनको बाहर निकाला जाएगा। तो जैसे आपने कहा कि वहाँ पे अंदर उनको गाइड किया जा रहा है कि किस तरह से वो अपने आप को काम रखें और योगा या मेडिटेशन अगर वो कर पाएँ। आप अगर बता पाए कि जो फैमिली मेम्बर्स के साथ बात करके कि उनमें से एक ये भी ऐसे भी हैं जो पहले भी एक ऐसे टनल में ट्रैप्ड थे बहुत दिनों के लिए, बट ये माना जा रहा है कि दिस entire operation may be one of the toughest rescue operations। वहाँ पे बहुत सारे इंटरनेशनल एक्सपर्ट्स भी मौजूद हैं जो टनल रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में, एंटायर ऑपरेशन इंडियन एजेंसीज को हेल्प कर रहे हैं। तो उनसे बातचीत करने के बाद आप इफ़ यू कैन पीस टुगेदर फॉर आवर व्यूअर्स कि किस तरह से इतने दिनों में मल्टीपल मेथड्स यूज़ करके एजेंसीज अभी फाइनली शायद वर्कर्स तक पहुंचने वाले हैं। तो आर द एक्सपर्ट्स देयर ऑन ग्राउंड ऑल्सो सेइंग कि ये इंडिया के एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से सबसे डिफ़िकल्ट टनल रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन रहा है अब तक?
बिल्कुल, ये टनल जो ऑपरेशन हुआ, पहले ये माना जा रहा था कि ज़्यादा मलबा नहीं है, उनको बाहर निकाल लिया जाएगा, लेकिन जैसे जैसे पर डे खबर आती रही कि मलबा करीबन 57-60 मीटर है, तब चिंताएं बढ़ने लग गई। उसके बाद जब जिस तरीके से काम हो रहा था, क्योंकि डे फर्स्ट से मैंने यहाँ पर नोट किया और लगातार अपनी रिपोर्ट्स में ये दिया कि जो मलबा है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है और जिस तरीके से किचन का चिमनी होती है उस तरीके से मटीरियल नीचे को आ रहा था। ऊपर से पतला होता है और नीचे से थोड़ा चौड़ा होता है, उस तरीके से मटेरियल आ रहा था और जो मलबे का ढेर है वो लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा था। तो ऑपरेशन काफ़ी टफ था। अब ऐसे में इनको जो ऑपरेशंस किया था, अलग अलग एक्सपर्ट्स आए, अलग अलग यहाँ पर लोग आए और सब जगहों से सलाहें ली गई, सब जगहों से एक्सपर्ट्स बुला कर कि आखिर कैसे इस ऑपरेशन को कामयाब बनाई जा सके, उस पर काम किया गया। ऑगर मशीन आई फर्स्ट डे, जब ऑगर मशीन फर्स्ट डे आई थी उसके बाद उसने काम करना शुरू किया, लेकिन उसकी स्पीड बहुत स्लो थी। उसके बाद देखा गया कि इससे बढ़िया और बेहतरीन ऑगर मशीन कहाँ मिलेगी। वो अमेरिकन ऑगर मशीन मंगाई गई, 173 हॉर्स पावर की ऑगर मशीन थी और उसको यहाँ पर लगाया गया। उसने बेहतरीन काम किया, लेकिन वो मिट्टी या फिर पत्थर मलबा काटने के लिए उसके ब्लेड्स है, कोई जिस तरीके से वहाँ पर जो छत होती है, फ्लोर, वहाँ जो छत नीचे गिरी उसमें काफ़ी सारा कंक्रीट भी था और स्टील भी था, बड़े बड़े स्टील के पाइप थे, उसमें उसके ब्लेड्स टूटे। वो बहुत दिक्कत वाला काम हुआ, पाइप के अंदर जाना, उसे कट करना, फिर उसके बाद ऑगर मशीन को करना। तो ये लगातार ऐसे ऑपरेशन थे। उसके बाद डे बाय डे कुछ ना कुछ दिक्कतें आती रही। फिर ऑपरेशन का ये कहा गया कि 5 जगह से ऑपरेशन चलाया जाएगा। जो पहले दिन से जो सिलक्यारा के अंदर जहाँ से कामयाबी मिल रही है वहाँ से ऑपरेशन चलाया गया। इसके अलावा वर्टिकल ऑपरेशन किया गया, वर्टिकल ऑपरेशन डाला जाएगा, वहाँ से ड्रिल डाला जाएगा। 86 मीटर की हाइट मानी गई कि 86 मीटर के बाद हम वहाँ पे पहुँचेंगे। उसमें 8 इंच का पाइप डाला गया कि अगर ऑपरेशन लंबा खिंचता है, अगर हमें कामयाबी नीचे से नहीं मिलती है तो इसके लिए उनको फूड स्टॉक करने के लिए कहा जाएगा और वहाँ से कपड़े भेजे जाएंगे ताकि वो लंबा सर्वाइवल कर सके। ये भी बड़ा चैलेंज था कि पहाड़ पर, जिस पहाड़ पे ये सामने पहाड़ है, इस पर सड़क बनाई गई। बीआरओ को इसमें शामिल किया गया, बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को। उन्होंने सड़क बनाई, 1200 मीटर के करीब सड़क बनाई। सड़क बनाने के बाद मशीन ऊपर आती है, मशीनें बाहर से ट्रैवल हुई और मशीनों को लाने वाले जो ट्रक ड्राइवर थे, जो मशीन चलाने वाला था, उनका भी बड़ा रोल रहा है इसमें। रात दिन उन्होंने ट्रक चलाकर यहाँ पे मशीनें पहुँचाई। इसके अलावा प्लाज्मा कटर इंदौर और चंडीगढ़ से मंगाया गया, लेज़र कटर, वो भी यूज़ किया गया। तो ये पूरा एक ऑपरेशन ऐसा था जिसमें अलग अलग प्लान्स पे काम किया गया। वर्टिकल ऑपरेशन भी इसमें किया गया कि वर्टिकल की तरफ से वर्टिकल तो ड्रिल कर रहा था, हॉरिजॉन्टल ड्रिल किया जाएगा, वहाँ से भी काम शुरू हुआ। जहाँ बैक साइड इस टनल की, वहाँ से बरकोट से भी ब्लास्टिंग करके कोशिश की गई कि यहाँ से काम किया जाएगा। तो ये ऑपरेशन बड़ा हो सकता था, लंबा हो सकता था। ऐसे में उनके लिए फूड स्टॉक करना बेहद ज़रूरी था। तो इन सब पे काम हुआ, लेकिन कई बार मायूसी हाथ लगी, कई बार ऑगर मशीन के ब्लेड फंस गए, हेड फंस गए, कट नहीं पा रहे थे। तो लगभग 80% जिस तरीके से काम होने के बाद रुका, सबके यहाँ मायूसी थी, लेकिन हिम्मत नहीं आ रही थी। उसके बाद रैट माइनर्स आते हैं जो बेहद ही सबसे ज़्यादा इस पूरे ऑपरेशन की अगर बात करें, अंतिम क्षणों में आकर उन्होंने इसको संभाला और जिस तरीके से हाथों से खोदकर पाइप के अंदर गए और हाथों से खोदकर उस पूरे ऑपरेशन को कामयाब बनाया उन्होंने। तो ये ऑपरेशन अपने आप में एक अनूठा था। इसमें दुनिया की कई एजेंसियां लगी थी, इंटरनेशनल टनल एसोसिएशन के लोग इसमें सलाहें दे रहे थे, थाईलैंड, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, नॉर्वे के लोग इसमें सलाहें दे रहे थे। वो लोग भी शामिल हुए थे जिसमें थाईलैंड में जो सबने देखा कि किस तरीके से स्कूल के बच्चे एक केव में फंस जाते हैं और पानी उसमें आ जाता है, कैसे उनको निकाला गया। सबकी सलाहें ली गई, पुराने जो एक्सपीरियंस इसमें देखे गए कि किनको एक्सपीरियंस है। भारत सरकार इसमें सीधे तौर पे शामिल हो गई, उनके डेलीगेट्स यहाँ पे कैंप कर रहे थे, उत्तराखंड सरकार यहाँ पे शामिल थी, डॉक्टरों की टीम यहाँ पे शामिल थी। तो ये ऑपरेशन कोई आसान नहीं था और जिस तरीके से बाहर ऑपरेशन कर रहे थे उनके लिए ये जो मौसम था ये बहुत ही चैलेंजिंग था। और इस मौसम ने उनको इस बात के लिए उनके दिल में एक चीज़ थी, इरादे मजबूत थे, लेकिन फिजिकली के तौर पर ठंड ज़रूर लग रही थी, लेकिन वो फिर भी लगातार काम कर रहे थे। पूरे ऑपरेशन में सबने इसमें कहीं ना कहीं हर किसी का सहयोग था, लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा जो अंदर लोग रह रहे थे, जो फंसे थे, उनको मॉरली और हिम्मत थी और जो बाहर लोग काम कर रहे थे उनमें एक भरोसा था, उम्मीद थी कि हम इसको तेज़ी से काम करेंगे। खासकर उन रेड माइनर्स की शायद वो अनसंग हीरो के बारे में जो एक बात आती है, ये वो अनसंग हीरो है जिन्होंने इस ऑपरेशन को कामयाब किया।
Right, when the machines didn't work, these men stepped in. एक और सवाल आपसे किशोर, before I let you go, अगर आप ये बता पाए कि अभी जैसे हमारे पास इंफॉर्मेशन है कि 2 more meters of drilling left और 5 मिनट एटलीस्ट ईच वर्कर को निकालने में लगेगा, 2.5 से 3 घंटे, शायद 4 घंटे भी लग सकते हैं। तो इस पूरे प्रक्रिया में क्या क्या स्टेजेस हैं और क्या क्या चैलेंजेस सामने आ सकती है रेस्क्यू ऑफिशियल्स के, इसके बारे में अगर थोड़ा बताएं।
देखिए, सबसे पहले जो चैलेंज है इस पूरे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में, जो पाइप है वो उन तक पहुंचेगा। यहाँ से एसडीआरएफ यानी जहाँ पर ये फेस है, यहाँ से जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन के लोग हैं जिसमें एनडीआरएफ और एसडीआरएफ और सेना के जवान हैं, यहाँ से स्पेशली जवान भेजे जाएंगे। उनके साथ रोप है, लेडर है, इसके अलावा हार्नेस है और एक जो स्ट्रेचर है जिसमें व्हील लगे हैं, वो यहाँ से दूसरी तरफ जाएंगे। दूसरी तरफ का मतलब जहाँ पर ये लोग फंसे हैं, वहाँ से एक एक करके लोग निकालेंगे। इसमें लगभग 5 मिनट लग सकते हैं एक आदमी पे, 41 के हिसाब से 2-2.5 घंटे लग सकते हैं। उसके बाद ही जब लोग बाहर निकाल लिए जाएंगे सुरक्षित, और वहाँ से जो सेना के और जो एनडीआरएफ एसडीआरएफ के जवान हैं वो भी सुरक्षित बाहर आ जाएंगे। तो टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल में इनको लाया जाएगा, इनका हेल्थ चेकअप किया जाएगा। इनको फिलहाल एटमॉस्फेयर के साथ एक तरह से सामान्य होने में समय लगेगा। वहाँ से इनको एम्बुलेंस में बिठा के लगभग यहाँ से 1 घंटे का रास्ता है और जिस तरीके से एम्बुलेंस का काफिला चलेगा, 41 एम्बुलेंस है, यहाँ से एम्बुलेंस में ले जाया जाएगा। तो ये पूरी प्रक्रिया अभी थोड़ी लंबी प्रक्रिया है और क्योंकि एक एक इंच जिस तरीके से बताया जा रहा था कि संभल के चलना है और संभल के ड्रिलिंग करनी है, वो सारी प्रक्रिया की जा रही है। लेकिन फिलहाल रात होने वाली है और धीरे धीरे मौसम ढल रहा है, तो जाहिर सी बात है ऑपरेशन को और थोड़ा सा तेज किया जाएगा। इनको लोगों को बाहर लाया जाएगा, तो वहां पर थोड़ा इनको समय लग सकता है टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल में। उसके बाद इनके परिजनों के साथ एम्बुलेंस में बिठाकर चेन्नई और हॉस्पिटल ले जाया जाएगा।
Kishore Rawat there reporting all the developments from that tunnel site at Uttarkashi. Thank you so much for joining us with all these updates and a comprehensive understanding of what's happening on ground and how much more time it will take for those 41 workers to be brought out. Of course, it's a billion prayers which have gone out for the workers to be brought out safely. But of course, the family members of all those trapped workers waiting anxiously for that moment when they see their loved one being brought out from that tunnel. Let's listen into some of the reactions from the families that we've got so far.
तो कैसा लग रहा है आपको? अब वो निकल रहे हैं बाहर तो?
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
अच्छा,
हाँ, हंसी आएगा।
अच्छा, हंसी आ रही है आपको?
हाँ, बहुत खुश हैं, बहुत खुश हैं।
तो आप खाना वाना नहीं खा रही थी इतने दिन से? खाना वाना नहीं खा रही थी इतने दिन से? आप खाना खाएंगी ना ठीक से?
आज बहुत प्रेम से खा जाए।
क्या बनाएंगी बेटा के लिए जब आएगा तो?
आई है तो खिचड़ी भात दिए भाई, उतर पूरी दे।
आएगा तब क्या बनाओगे? क्या बने
बेटा आई जाए, खीर पूरी बनाई भाई।
अच्छा, खीर पूरी।
हाँ
ठीक है। और क्या बोलेंगी बेटा को आते ही? सबसे पहले क्या बोलेंगी बेटा को आते ही?
पहले क्या बोलेंगे? बढ़िया क्या बोल भाई? बोले नहीं खुश हो गया, आशीर्वाद दे बेटे के यहाँ। पहले आएंगे बेटा और आई जाए तो आशीर्वाद दिया भाई।
अच्छा,
आशीर्वाद के आशीर्वाद।
ठीक है। गांव में सबको कैसा लग रहा है?
गाँव बढ़िया लग गया।
अच्छा,
चहल पहल गाँव हो गया, सबका ही बहुत बढ़िया मन हुआ।
और इतना दिन से जो 17 दिन हो गया, 17 दिन से आज 17 दिन हो गया, तो उतना दिन के हमका सब कोई देख रहा है, तो मतलब कि हम कुछ तो खुशहाली करेंगे ना। खाली हम बेस के हमारा बेटा खाली निकल जाए वहाँ से, और हम बेटा के खाली मुंह देखो और साथ में घर आ जाए, बस बेटा जैसे आएगा तैसे हम खुश के खुबारी के हम लोग खिलाएंगे।
So the family members, they're waiting to celebrate as soon as they see their loved ones being brought out. At this point, we'll slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll bring you all the updates on the other side as well. The latest updates coming out from Uttarkashi. Stay tuned.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence at Ashoka.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, there are good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010, right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our two best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years, and ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate.
Welcome back. We are, of course, continuing with our live coverage of the tunnel rescue operations taking place currently at Uttarkashi, where 41 trapped workers who have been trapped inside that tunnel for over 2 weeks now. In fact, today is the 17th day of the rescue operations. But finally, it seems that in some time, very soon, those workers will be brought out one by one from the Silkyara tunnel at Uttarkashi. What you're looking at on the pictures there are two screens. One side, of course, you can see that's the exit point of the tunnel, where all the rescue officials, of course, are there. There are also, there's makeshift tent in place with doctors and nurses on standby, ambulances on standby to cater to the laborers when they are brought out from that tunnel finally. And on the other side, families there praying, hoping that they see their loved one very soon and in a safe condition. Remember, it's been 17 days, an excruciating wait, not just for the laborers who were trapped inside, but also for their family members. And finally, today, it's everyone's hoping, of course, the family members, but everyone else watching this, they're all hoping that the workers are brought out safely very soon. In fact, the government authorities are also hoping so. And to discuss this further, I'm joined by my colleague Neeta Sharma. Neeta, you've been there on ground. What we heard from the NDMA today is that they are saying they're close to a breakthrough, but not just yet, not ready to jump the gun there. Also saying we are not in any hurry, and that there's 2 meters a stretch which still remains to drill further in order to finally reach the workers. If you have to interpret this situation where they're saying there's some distance still to go, how much more time or how much longer a wait do you think it will be for the family members to see the workers come out finally?
See, Tanima, as far as the topography of the, rescue operation is concerned, you need to understand that this escape tunnel, which has been made, it is horizontally. So inside the debris, they have pushed through the auger machine those pipes. The diameter of those pipes is also not very, very big. It's about 2 feet. So they have pushed 60 meters pipe inside where the tunnel debris fell. But as the debris was there, you need to push the pipe 2 meters further ahead, because otherwise if the debris is still there, the debris will keep falling inside the pipe. So that is why you need to push the pipe a little ahead. That is what they are saying, that you need to push a pipe little 2 meters ahead, and then you need to erect a ramp how would otherwise, because there's a kind of a rubble which fell, so the workers who are trapped inside, they will walk up to that ramp, those makeshift stairways, they will walk up and then they will get inside that pipe, and then they would be pulled out or wheeled out by NDRF. A senior NDRF personnel would be going inside that escape tunnel, demonstrating how it needs to be done to all those trapped workers, 41 of them. And then one by one, we heard General Ata Hussain saying that each worker would be needing about 5 to 7 minutes to be pulled out, because the diameter of the pipe is not very big, so the worker would come, lie down on the stretcher, and then he would be pulled out. And that's why it will take next 4 to 5 hours. Those hours are very crucial as far as the rescue operation is concerned. Moreover, the biggest, thing is that these workers, one of them, in fact, when I was speaking to so many families, one of them I learned has been trapped thrice inside the tunnel. So he is acting as a leader. He is keeping the morale high of all the other workers who have been trapped inside, and he has volunteered that he would be the last one when these workers would be pulled out. So he would be the last one. He has volunteered himself that I'll be the last one to be pulled out, to keep the morale up. The families are inside the tunnel. So whenever these workers are pulled out, 41 ambulances are on standby. Each worker would be accompanied by one family member in an ambulance, and also one nodal officer who would be accompanying them to the district hospital in Chiliali-Sod, which is about 1 hour away from Silkyara tunnel. Tanima?
Right. Neeta, in fact, I was discussing this with Kishore as well. You have, in fact, really given a very clear description stage by stage as to how the workers are going to be brought out. What are some of the stumbling blocks that the rescue officials anticipate?
See, the last bit is that the soil is very soft. So you need to keep that escape tunnel also intact. And the people who are rescuing those workers, you need to worry about their safety also. So when they were drilling these pipes, inside, when the gas cutters were cutting, because when you are building a tunnel, so much of iron is, put into the construction. So each time, even one small bit used to come, that needs to be cut with the gas cutter. But now that escape tunnel has been established, now the major thing is because the surface of inside the pipe is also not going to be very smooth. So when these NDRF workers were doing their mock drills inside that pipe also, their knees, their elbows were getting hurt. So the next team which went inside, they wore the elbow pads and also knee pads. So that's why then they thought of that we need to wheel them out through a stretcher. So all kind of casualties or emergencies, whatever can be thought of, have been thought of by the agencies. They feel that next 2 to 3 to 4 hours are very crucial, because right now this rescue operation is at a very critical stage. Tanima?
Right. It's very important actually to get this final stretch right. Neeta, you've been on ground and also spoken to officials through this entire stretch of 2 weeks, over 2 weeks that we've seen the workers being trapped there. If you could just give our viewers an understanding of the topography, of the terrain, and the fact that because it was such a challenging terrain, the rescue officials had to adopt multiple plans. In fact, 6 methods, if not at least 6 methods, if not more, that they had to adopt over a period of these 2 weeks in order to reach to the workers. So give us an understanding of the terrain and the difficulty it is in order to dig through that soil in order to reach those men who are trapped.
See, when you're building a tunnel, as I said, you put so much of iron meshes, iron rods. So once a D kind of a thing is erected, that's when a tunnel comes into shape. But this accident took place just 200 meters inside from the mouth of the tunnel, which started building in 2018, because this tunnel was supposed to be thrown open for general public in 2024. So since then, 2018 to today is 2023. For last 5 years, workers have been been going through this tunnel or this part of the tunnel. You know, they have been going through. When this incident or accident took place on 12th of November, that is when these workers were coming back from their night shift and they had gone for reprofiling. Reprofiling is again a kind of a technical exercise. You know, those sharp edges, you try to smoothen them, and that's when the rubble, the tunnel fell down and they got trapped. That was a 2-kilometer stretch where they got trapped, and the height of the area where they were trapped was about 8.5 meter high. So the area was enough, but that again, you know, gave so many questions were being raised about the safety of the tunnel also, because it was just at the mouth of the cave. What kind of safety measures were adopted? Why an escape tunnel was not kept in motion or was not thought of when the construction started? This project, Tanima, is a very ambitious project of Government of India, connecting all the Char Dhams, Gangotri, Yamunotri, Kedar Dham and Badrinath. This would have cut short 27 kilometers for any pilgrim, and about 45 minutes his journey would have shortened. So it was a very ambitious project. Now the question which has been asked by environmentalists and also many experts, that whether the mouth of the cave, you know, where the accident took place, would still be used, or whether an alternate route would have to be worked out, because we have to remember drilling has taken place not only horizontally but also vertically. Everywhere the tunnel has been punctured. So about the safety audit of the tunnel also people are asking questions, and that's the reason why Uttarakhand government has ordered now a safety audit for all the undergoing construction, which includes bridges and also tunnels.
Right.
Tanima?
Neeta, you know, we are of course waiting for the good news to come out from Uttarkashi that those workers are being brought out. But, and maybe it is a bit early for us to ask this question, but you know, there's also this, you know, a lot of people may wonder as to finally the fact that they had to resort to sending men inside to do manual digging in order to bring the workers out, because the machines failed after a point. And also multiple methods, as we were discussing, which have been employed by the officials in order to rescue the workers. You know, because you have been speaking to NDRF, NDMA, all the officials involved in this entire operation. What do they think, that should they have decided to use or introduce the rat miners earlier in this entire operation, or, you know, only after certain procedures were completely exhausted that they decided to send those men in?
See, this option was being explored earlier also, but when finally the machines failed, you know, there was a lot of hullabaloo about this auger machine, but it failed twice. But right now, what they're using auger machine for, to push the pipes. Earlier it was digging. You know, that earth technology that they use, that radar they use to see whether if there is any kind of an obstacle there, in that it came out that 5 meters are clear, and that's when they pushed auger really hard, and the auger blades broke because it could not detect the small inches pipes or meshes, and that's when the blades got entangled in those small kind of rubble, and it broke. And to retrieve that auger machine also, it took 2 days. So obviously they lost crucial time. But thankfully, as far as the workers are concerned who are trapped inside, you know, a BSNL line has also been established by the Uttarakhand authorities. Earlier they were speaking to the walkie-talkies, then a BSNL line was established. They were regularly communicating with their family members, with doctors, with psychiatrists. They were also getting all kinds of food that they were wanting to eat, the fruits they were getting. When I was speaking to some of the rescue people involved, they said we even supplied a nail cutter to one worker. One worker got a thermometer. So whatever they were asking, that was being provided to them. And a big relief was that they were in touch, constantly in touch with their family members also. So the family members were also relieved. So minute by minute, inch by inch, the tunnel was dug again, and this rat miners finally managed to push the entire escape tunnel. 60 meters of escape tunnel now has been established, and now the last bit, the ramp, which is being established, and that's when it's going to be completed. That's when the workers are going to start coming out. Tanima?
Right, Neeta. In fact, I want to ask this question as well to you, because you've been there on ground. You know, of course, the rescue operations and efforts apart, it has been 17 days. It's not just the workers who are trapped inside, but their family members who have also reached the mishap spot. we've seen, of course, today Chief Minister Dhami, he has been making visits to the Silkyara tunnel exit point. Today also he's there standing by with the family members, waiting for the workers to be brought out. You know, what are some of the efforts that you saw on ground being used by the team over there, the government officials and the rescue teams over there, to keep the morale up, not just of the workers who are trapped inside, but also of the family members who might also be getting restless through this entire course of 2 weeks, because it is a very emotionally draining and exhausting process to actually wait. In fact, even from this morning itself, when that first news broke that only 5 meters are probably of drilling is probably left, that would have raised hopes that probably just a matter of time or few hours when the workers are brought out, and we've already reached evening now. So it must be taking a lot for the NDMA and NDRF officials to keep up the morale of the family members who are waiting outside, as well as the trapped workers who are in fact lodged there for 17 days now.
Absolutely. You know, these people, some of them have even rented accommodations. Like the families that I spoke to or I interacted, they have rented these homestays where they have been camping for last so many days. One of the fathers that I spoke to, he said that he would not allow his son to go for tunnel this thing again, because it's a very risky business. Another family that I spoke to, the elder brother, he was waiting for his younger brother to come out. When the timelines were shifting, the younger brother told the elder brother that you go back to Lakhimpur Kheri, I will come. But the elder brother obviously did not listen to him, and he's still waiting there. But when this news came, obviously there was a lot of hope and happiness. So they're still waiting. And as far as the morale of the workers who are doing the rescue work, it's obviously, you know, it's Dev Bhumi. Uttarakhand is also called Dev Bhumi. So if you see at the mouth of the tunnel, there is a small temple which has been put in place. Interestingly, Tanima, each time, even, you know, the foreigners who have come to help us, each time they also go inside the tunnel in the morning, because I used to reach there by 7:30. I used to see each time they used to come early morning, they used to take one small flower, keep before the deity, and then they used to go inside. So that is the kind of faith they have. People have been praying all over the country that these people should be brought out safely and soundly. Now it's almost 17 days. The family members are obviously waiting. Most of them have also reached the campsite. They would be accompanying their near and dear ones to the hospital. But obviously right now they are elated because now it is certain that they would be coming out any moment. Tanima?
Right, Neeta, in fact, before I come back to you, let's just also take a look at some of the pictures that we have got from today. In fact, we were showing to our viewers the medical team which is on standby at the exit point of the tunnel. There are doctors and nurses and beds which have also been prepared. There's also, of course, as we mentioned, an IF chopper which has also been deployed near the site. Whether or not they will be utilizing the Chinook, that's of course going to depend on the conditions and the time when the workers are finally brought out. But we can see that ambulances have also been kept on standby. So whether they take the workers by road or by air, both possibilities are there. And the family members there, as we know, who have been praying, some of them already distributing sweets, because they're hoping that it's nearing the end very soon. Coming back to you, Neeta, as we heard from the NDMA, and it's still the final stretch still to go, they have clearly said that they are not going to rush through this, that all safety precautions and measures will be taken for these 41 workers to be brought out. That protocol they are going to follow, despite the fact that there's obviously a lot of pressure on them now to finish the final round as quickly as possible, both in terms of all the media presence over there and in terms of the family members who are eagerly waiting for their loved ones to come out. So for our viewers' understanding, what are some of the safety protocols which they have to keep in mind in order for this operation, as the NDMA was saying, would probably take another 3 to 4 hours? So what are some of the top safety protocols which is being taken on ground there right now?
If you would have heard the NDMA member Atta Hassanein, you know, just 2 days back, he had compared this rescue operation to a war. He said, when you are dealing with a mountain, there are no timelines because it's very uncertain and you cannot push the workforce. Because we have to remember, Tanima, that the safety and the security of the workers who are going to be rescued is important, equally is important. The people who are doing this exercise, who are trying to rescue them. So enough adequate precautions have been taken. You know, big blocks have been made of concrete. They were there. They were supposed to be pushed inside, that if God forbid if the tunnel collapses, the blocks would have been there to protect if they were coming out. So all kind of contingencies they have thought of and worked out minutely, because these are all professionals, we have to all remember. Army, when it was brought in for its professionalism and its, you know, accuracy, because the engineers unit, the Madras sappers, they are involved in this. So obviously they accurately went in, dug the entire area, and now it's through. Now the final moments are there. Next 2 to 3 hours are going to be very crucial, because again, as I say, it's a critical phase of the operation which is now ongoing. Tanima?
Right, Neeta, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us a detailed understanding of what are the steps which are now involved in the final stretch of the rescue operations there at Uttarkashi. And it might still take a few more hours before we see the first glimpse of the trapped workers being brought out from that tunnel. But it's 24 hours round-the-clock efforts which are being put in by the rescue teams who are there at the spot for the past 17 days, that they have been working endlessly using multiple methods in order to reach the 41 men who are trapped inside the Silkyara tunnel there. Finally, they may be brought out very soon, and it's the family members who have also been eagerly waiting for the men to come out. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is in fact joining me right now. He is standing by with one of the family members. Saurabh, if you could tell us exactly the details of the person who's trapped inside. You are standing by with one of their family members.
Well, you know, the family members have just gone inside. They've offered evening prayers, and this has been, of course, a very, very trying time for the family. But this is a family that we've been speaking to in the past as well, and they've all been, you know, hoping for a quick, you know, sort of rescue from the tunnel. And of course, this evening there is that hope, which is why you see a lot of people have also gathered here from around the village, around the family's home. And this place is, of course, one of the places where the families are. A lot of people from these villages are also here. We'll try and get in a word from some of them. আপনাদের এই গ্রামের একজন ছেলে এতদিন ধরে আটকে আছে একটা টানেলে, আজকে হোপফুলি বেরোবে, রেস্কিউ করা হবে। নিশ্চয়ই গ্রামের জন্যও এটা একটা মানে শান্তির ব্যাপার।
আজ তো আমরা খুবই শুনে খুবই আনন্দ হচ্ছে যে আমাদের বাড়ি, আমারই মানে পরিবারের ছেলে, আমার ভাইপো হয়, সৌভিক আমার ভাইপো। তো যেদিকে ওখানে ধস পড়ে চাপ, সেই দিকে আমরা খুবই দুঃখিত, মর্মাহত, সত্যি এখনও মর্মাহত। তো আজকে খবরটা পেলাম যে আজকের মধ্যেই, সন্ধ্যের মধ্যেই নাকি সুড়ঙ্গ থেকে ছেলেগুলোকে বার করে সব অ্যাম্বুলেন্সে নিয়ে যাওয়া হবে শুনলাম। তো আমরা সেই পথ চেয়ে বসে আছি, যাতে করে আমার ভাবি সৌভিক সমেত 41 জন সবাই অন্তত ঠিক অক্ষত অবস্থা সুড়ঙ্গ থেকে বেরিয়ে তারা আবার নতুনভাবে আবার ভবিষ্যতে কাজ করতে পারে, এটি আমি আশা রাখছি, আমাদের গ্রামে এটি আমি চাই।
That's an uncle of Shobhik Pakira who's also was trapped in that tunnel and of course is hoping to be rescued this evening. He says that, you know, they're hoping that he comes out healthy, and not just him, but everyone else who's trapped in that tunnel as well. Because for families like these, it's not been easy. These are breadwinners of the families. They go to these places to work because the families, of course, need them to earn. And when something like this happens, they are, of course, in a lot of trauma. In fact, we had a BJP MLA also writing to the Prime Minister seeking financial assistance for these families as well. But apart from that, the families right now, you know, of course, have been traumatized for what they've been through in the last few days, 17 days to be precise. Now, of course, there's a ray of hope, a silver lining, so to speak. And that is something that, of course, these families also are hoping that they would be able to see their loved ones soon safely rescued from that tunnel in Uttarakhand. But they say that they're still going to be worried and traumatized till they actually meet, you know, these workers who've been trapped. Their families are spending anxious moments before they finally get to see that rescue operation get underway and those workers come out with this huge effort that's been taking place to bring them out of that tunnel safely.
Right. Saurabh, have any of Shobhik's family members are they present at Uttarkashi, and have they managed to speak to him over this entire period of 2 weeks?
Yes, they've. I did speak to him. I did visit the family a couple of days ago, and they have been able to speak to him. The video messages or the audio messages is something that they've been having to, do with, given that they haven't been able to really, contact him in that sense of the term. But they've been speaking to others who are there. In fact, there's others of the family also who are associated. So they've been in contact. But anxious moments for any family when somebody is trapped inside, and that's what this family is also going through.
Right. Saurabh, if you can also tell our viewers, we have these 41 men who have been trapped inside, and all their family members, some of them there, others, of course, still in their villages or their homes, praying for, the final breakthrough in that sense of the workers being brought out. Tell us a little bit about Shobhik. What have they shared? Like, was this his first experience in terms of working at a tunnel? What have the family members been able to tell you?
Well, these family members say that, these are people who have to go out for work. There's no option. They have to work. They have to earn their livelihoods. And these are not very well-to-do families, like that MLA has written in his letter. So obviously they need the finance, they need the money that comes in from, this kind of projects that they are employed in. So they really can't afford to sit at home. So, but in this context, the families also say that, look, they understand this is an accident, and they understand that that every effort is being made to bring these laborers out, and no stone is being left unturned to sort of ensure that all these people who are trapped inside come out safely. And one of the things that's perhaps, stood out for me is that whenever I ask them about their family member, they also say, and we don't want this just for our family member, we want it for everybody, 41 or the number that is stuck. So obviously it is something that they know that it's an accident, but they also are satisfied with the fact that every effort is being made. And another thing they've been saying is, as long as he comes out alive, as long as he comes out healthy, they don't mind the amount of time it takes. Though it's anxious, these are moments that they're perturbed, but they want eventually their, son to come out. In fact, Shobhik Pakira's mother and father were here just a short while ago, but they've now gone in because they've also had, they've been speaking to the media. They've had not an easy time in the last few days.
Right. Saurabh, it's not just Shobhik's family, it's not just the families of those 41 men. The entire country is actually waiting for those workers to be brought out safely. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll, of course, keep tracking all the updates there from the Uttarkashi tunnel mishap spot, waiting for the workers to be brought out. At this point, we'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but the kind of startups that excite you today, because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter. Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created, right? That matters, because IP is what I think gives superior margins, builds a moat, and provides longevity to a business, right? So at Naukri we have built pretty serious IP. A lot of it is not known in the public, it's not talked about, but all our resume database is the largest in the country. The kind of algorithms we use to search our resume database are fairly unique to us, right? In the company, we've got an AI, ML, analytics team in excess of 40 or 50 people, which is one of the largest for an Indian internet company, in this country. We believe that gives us a serious edge.
Surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella? Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Today is the last day. The curtains have come on the campaign for the state of Telangana. Remember, the state is voting on the 30th of this month. The high-octane campaign for the state has now ended after witnessing the longest poll season compared to the other 4 states, Mizoram, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and in fact Rajasthan, where elections have already taken place. The model code of conduct came into force in the state after the Election Commission announced the schedule for the elections on October 9th. Now, every political party, the last mile connect and whatever they could with their top faces, in fact, campaigning in Telangana to try and win the voters' perception, the hearts and minds of voters. For the Congress, a crucial state, they would want to continue their march as far as southern India is concerned after Karnataka. Telangana, which traditionally the Congress party has been a strong party, but since the rise of the KCR and of course right from the time when the state was formed, it has been 2 terms that Chief Minister KCR has enjoyed in the state. The Congress, in fact, was decimated in the last elections to 28% votes and just 15 seats. This time, it is giving a tough fight. At least that's what it looks like on the ground, and it would be hoping for a revival for KCR, a crucial election. Regional satrap, will he be able to get the 3rd term? Emotional connect of KCR as he led the entire agitation for the state of Telangana, but with the corruption and dynasty, the family politics, the accusation against him, has that now taken a toll? Will that be too much to overcome 10 years of anti-incumbency? Would he be able to turn the tide for the Bharatiya Janata Party? They would be hoping that even if they are 3rd, they improve on their tally of the last election. So an important, in fact, state election of Telangana. With this, then when people will vote on 30th, it will round up the campaign, or at least the semi-finals as they are being seen as the 5 states. December 3rd is the day of the reckoning, the day of the results. And then, of course, it will be over to 2024 general elections. Before, in fact, I bring in my colleagues, Uma, in fact, and Uma Sudhir and Veera Raghav, I just want to play out what the electoral officer, the chief electoral officer of the state of Telangana has said. Because remember, this also has been a state where there have been large-scale, in fact, movement of money, which has also been captured as far as the Election Commission is concerned. Let's just listen in to what the chief electoral officer said.
30 तारीख को आपको मालूम है कि इलेक्शंस है, तो उसके लिए साइलेंट पीरियड में जो रेस्ट्रिक्शंस हैं, तो वो सब सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ और कैंडिडेट्स उसका पालन करें, ये उनसे दरख्वास्त है. खासकर किसी भी तरीके का इलेक्शनरिंग, डिस्प्ले ऑफ मटेरियल, एडवर्टीजमेंट्स इन टीवी चैनल्स और सोशल मीडिया परमिटेड नहीं है. और हमारे तरफ से ये कोशिश पूरी तरीके से है कि इसे हम इंश्योर करें कि इलेक्शन फ्री और फेयर हो और इंड्यूसमेंट फ्री हो.
Going across to my senior colleagues, Uma Sudhir, who is joining us from Hyderabad. We also have Veera Raghav, my colleague, who has been keeping a very, very close eye on this election. Uma, starting with you first, campaigning is over. Whatever had to be said, whatever had to be promised, acquisitions, counter-acquisition strategies, all that, the time for that has gone. The silent period starts. How is the battle of Telangana at this moment stacked up?
It's been a very tough fight that the Congress has given to the ruling BRS. If the ruling BRS had looked quite comfortable with the kind of a majority of 88, brute majority that it had got, that number actually went up to more than 100 after the kind of, the Congress splitting and going over to the other side. And it virtually looked like there is no opposition and only the BJP may be capable of giving the ruling BRS the challenge. But over the last few weeks and probably couple of months, I would say, the Congress in a sense seems to have picked up its momentum. Of course, after the Karnataka elections, the momentum came, and also after it looked like when the graph of the BJP seemed to be going down a little, the graph of the Congress very automatically seemed to be going up, and they picked up on it. And I would think this perhaps is the election where the leadership of the Congress seems to have put all they have in it. You have Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi doing multiple visits, crisscrossing the state, and also campaigning in Hyderabad itself, which in fact is seen as quite a weak point for the Congress. That's the area where they may be weakest, I must say, in the state. And even there, they had this campaign. Even today, Rahul Gandhi campaigned in Nampally, which is a seat that they would hope to wrest from the MIM. And they also campaigned in Malkajgiri, one of the 24 seats within the GHMC area. So it is going to be a very tough fight, and that's the reason why we saw everything and anything that the other was doing was getting picked up and getting noticed and reacted to, because this is certainly, while the Congress would have us believe that this is a wave and they are running away with the election, that the slogan that they had coined, Marpukavali, Congress Ravali, they have been saying that this is working very well on the ground, and that is the momentum. But the BRS on its part, even when we met KG Ramarao late last night, he said, we are going to do well. We are going to be getting at least the 88 that we got the last time round. Of course, in this entire contest, it's the BJP which will emerge as the new player in that sense, because 2018 only one seat, but this time they're expected to increase their vote share as well as the number of seats that they could possibly pick up, because what we are seeing on the ground is, even though you have three very important parties which have campaigned very hard all through this period, what you would see is largely bipolar contest. About 85 seats in which the Congress is pitched against the BRS, and another 15-20 seats in which the BRS is pitched against the BJP, and the rest may be about 20 in which it's a three-cornered contest.
Veera, it's fascinating. Congress had about 28% vote in the last election, and the difference between both the parties was, between BRS and the Congress, was about 20%. What has changed for the Congress party that they are at this moment are being seen as giving such a close fight, neck-to-neck contest to KCR? It's also, in a way, is going to be a defining election for KCR, a regional satrap who's taking on two national parties.
That's right. As Uma was pointing out, there are several factors that are in play. And as you rightly point out, from where they were in 2018, they've had momentum this time around. And I think that's also several factors, including the fact that Revanth Reddy shifts, given the leadership of the party. He's seen as this charismatic orator in terms of it. Obviously, all that will be put to test in the polls. As Uma pointed out, there were several other factors that play out as well. 10 years of anti-incumbency. Remember, 2014 was a united Andhra election. Of course, the formation of state was announced, but the state had not yet been formed there. Congress was traditionally never strong in the Telangana region. It was a TDP hold, which later shifts over to the BRS. 2018, when KCR advances the election, the Congress did not have a strategy in place, was possibly at its lowest ebb. Now, 2023 is possibly the most fierce test for KCR's persona, and as Uma and I were discussing all through last week, it is largely a test of this father of Telangana, unchallengeable figure in that state, that regional satrap that you're pointing out. That challenge coming out in 2023. Obviously, lots of factors. Karnataka also one factor. The victory here sort of boosts the morale of the Congress there in terms of running a concerted campaign. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. As Uma points out, now is not the time for analysis. Now is the time for the voters of Telangana, especially the urban voters of Hyderabad, who are known for that urban apathy like every other part of India in the urban centers, to come out and vote, Ankit.
Absolutely, Uma. But, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, which, like you pointed out, at one point of time, and their performance was good as far as the 2019 general election are concerned, 4 Lok Sabha seats. Apart from that, the Hyderabad council elections, where we saw the BJP, the big guns campaigning for a municipal election. What changed for the Bharatiya Janata Party from almost being spoken as the principal opposition to many calling it, not a significant player, a distant third at least, as far as the election at this moment stands?
So the BJP never really had much of a root in Telangana, but their graph had started rising, with the leadership of Bandi Sanjay, and they had started, in fact, appealing or canvassing, mobilizing the OBC community, which happens to be more than 52% of the vote share here in Telangana. And that's a community that's not really been politically tapped into by either the Congress or the BRS. In many senses, the leadership of both these parties were not seen as belonging to the OBC or giving adequate representation to the OBC, and that's something that the community was feeling had a grouse about, should I say. So when Bandi Sanjay came forth, their graph did rise, and he was once again one of those who was able to kind of challenge the BRS leadership and get under their skin, and he was literally kind of dictating the narrative during those days when he was a BJP chief here in Telangana. And that is one reason why it had begun to look as though the Congress already almost non-existent all through this 4-year period. They have actually peaked at the right time. Things have moved, in a sense, in the right way for them with the fall in the graph of the BJP, because while you cannot directly relate it to it, but it is a fact that, when the change of leadership happened from a Bandi Sanjay to a Kishan Reddy, who is seen as a much more mild person, or someone who is perceived at least as having good relations with the KCR government, not someone who would be bad-mouthing them or criticizing them very sharply. So that graph of the BJP started going down because that anti-incumbency that the BJP could have tapped into was let go by them, and that's where the Congress came in. And your point about the vote difference between the Congress and the BRS in the 2018 election, I must also point out that because the Congress had alliance with the TDP at that time, and they had the CPI, CPM and civil society organizations as well. So the Congress did not actually contest all the 119 seats, they only contested 94. So that figure, 29, is a little less than what their actual strength on the ground would have been.
Veera, what will be the important factors that you would be looking at? I mean, 2 or 3 swing factors, or the factors that possibly in the end will decide which way does Telangana look like, what color does Telangana come out on December 3rd?
Well, I would believe that there are X factors. I think A is a question of momentum, and I think most Congress leaders accept that while there may be momentum, there are 2 questions. One, is it enough to get past the post? And B, how is it going to boil down on the last day? I mean, in terms of organization skills, in terms of grassroots mobilization, and that's number 1 factor. But apart from that, larger factors that we've discussed, and perhaps Uma, we could take this across to Uma as well. One is the minority factor. One of the campaign aspects of the Congress is to portray the BRS as a BJP B team. Now, apart from the tacit understanding allegation, I think the larger perception is to capture the minority vote. Remember, the BRS has got a large chunk of the minority vote outside Hyderabad. You see AIMIM contesting only 9 seats this time. How is the minority vote outside of Hyderabad going to play out in that state? That would be crucial. Of course, the backward caste push would be crucial. Anti-incumbency against KCR itself and the family rule allegation plank. How that's going to play out in the end is going to be. I think this is an urban versus rural election as well, largely. There are parts where the Congress is going to do well. There are parts like Nizamabad, Adilabad, which is the BRS's stronghold, where the BRS needs to hold its own there. So this is going to go down to the wire. Perhaps may not be in terms of numbers eventually, but in terms of how it's playing out in the grassroots. And it'll be extremely interesting to watch. It's a small state, remember, Ankit.
That's
119 seats. So at 60, 5 seats here and there could make a huge difference to either party. I would also, throw this across to Uma as well. It would be interesting to what happens at Huzurabad, where Itala Rajendra is contesting, who quit from the BRS and joins the BJP. How that plays out will all be interesting to watch out for.
Uma, just adding to what, in fact, Veera is saying, you like about the minority vote that he was speaking about 13% minority vote, 45 constituencies they have. They can tilt the scales in favor of either party. Outside the Hyderabad region, is this time that is going to be the most crucial factor, how the minority vote consolidates possibly, against one party or for the another?
I would reckon that it's not going to go en masse to one party. It's not a chunk that's going to go that way. But certainly, the minority vote is a decisive factor in at least 30 constituencies, outside of Hyderabad, and therefore they are going to be a very important segment that's going to determine how this election is going to play out. Because this perception that the BJP, or rather the central government, this action by the enforcement agencies, that they did not take action against Kavita, who is the daughter of KCR, whereas they acted against leaders in Delhi, they went to jail. Kavita did not go to jail, whereas the local leaders here had been saying that we are going to be sending Kavita to jail. So that also played out in the public domain to make it seem as though the BRS and the BJP may have had some kind of a tacit understanding. At around the same time, the KCR had also stopped attacking Narendra Modi personally very sharply, which he had been doing before that.
Yes.
So all that added to the perception that perhaps they have some kind of a tacit understanding, and that has led to this this feeling that perhaps the minority vote outside of Hyderabad, which is not MIM vote, would go to the Congress party. The ulema also, we understand, has put out specific directions about at least 69 seats where they have said that the minority should possibly vote for the Congress, but whether they are really going to listen to that, that also is an open-ended question still.
One thing can be said with certainty, it is going to be a fascinating election, possibly a game changer, not only for Telangana, but also larger impact and ramifications all across for the 2024 elections on India Alliance, on NDA, and for KCR as well. Thank you so much, Uma, Sudhir and Veeraraghav, for joining me at this moment for your analysis as campaign ends in Telangana. Over to voters now on November 30th. And then, of course, the EVMs will tell the story on December 3rd. Quick break, coming back. Stay tuned.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes.
Welcome back. Now, the Supreme Court has, in fact, questioned the centre on the Delhi Chief Secretary matter. Now, in this, the centre has said that it intends to extend the tenure of Naresh Kumar, the Delhi Chief Secretary, who has been one of the key triggering points of the conflict between the current Aam Aadmi Party government and the Lieutenant Governor. Now, in fact, the Supreme Court had asked the centre show the rule that allows the extension of the tenure. The Supreme Court also said you cannot stick to only one officer. And remember, the Delhi government has sought consultation process for the appointment of the new Chief Secretary, and in that hearing, this in fact was said or was affirmed by the centre that they would want to continue with, in fact, the Chief Secretary. Remember, he's also, at least the Aam Aadmi Party government alleges there should be investigation against him, and they have alleged that there is a land scam in which there is some connection as far as the Chief Secretary goes. Let me very quickly go across first to my colleague Arvind Gunasekar. I'm also being joined to try and understand what the Delhi government's and the Aam Aadmi Party's reaction on this is with my colleague Sharad Sharma. But Arvind, coming to you first, an important hearing. What were the key points and who took this matter to the court regarding the Chief Secretary?
Ankit, Delhi government moved Supreme Court seeking a direction to centre to also involve the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi in the selection of next Chief Secretary in the Union Territory of National Capital, which is Delhi. And that's where today, when the matter was taken up for hearing, during the last hearing, Supreme Court had asked centre to give a list of 4 to 5 names to Delhi government, and Delhi government can pick one from that particular list as the next Chief Secretary for Delhi. And today, at the outset of the hearing, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing for centre, told the Supreme Court that the centre is planning to give extension for Naresh Kumar, who is the incumbent Chief Secretary in the National Capital. So, centre told the Supreme Court that they are planning to give an extension in tenure to Naresh Kumar, and that's why Delhi government also objected to this, saying that they don't want any other officer. In fact, they are sticking to only this particular officer, and that's why they said that we are objecting to this particular stand of centre, and that's why Supreme Court has asked centre to tell the Supreme Court tomorrow, to inform the court tomorrow about the particular rule based on which centre is trying to give an extension to Naresh Kumar as Chief Secretary in the National Capital. In fact, centre wants to give an extension in tenure for 6 months, but Supreme Court has asked centre to provide the rule under which they are intending to give an extension, and that's why Supreme Court also made this observation, saying that they cannot stick to only one officer. In fact, Supreme Court is also not very happy with the submission of the centre, and that's why Supreme Court asked, don't you have any other senior officers to be appointed as the next Chief Secretary in Delhi? And that's why Supreme Court has asked centre to inform the court about the rule based on which they are trying to give an extension to Naresh Kumar as Chief Secretary for next 6 more months.
Arvind, stay on with me. Sharad, ये जो पूरा मामला चल रहा है, और ये एक कंट्रोवर्शियल ऑफिसर इस वजह से भी है क्योंकि इनके नाम को लेकर अभी कुछ दिन पहले शिकायत की गई थी, इनके ऊपर आम आदमी पार्टी ने गंभीर आरोप भी लगाए थे, और कहा यह जा रहा है कि ये ऑफिसर कम से कम मुख्यमंत्री और आम आदमी पार्टी की जो सरकार है उसके साथ मिलकर काम नहीं कर रहे हैं. तो क्या ये जो अब लड़ाई है इसको आम आदमी पार्टी आगे कैसे लेके जाएगी? आज की जो ऑब्जर्वेशन है उसको पार्टी कैसे देख रही है?
देखिए, औपचारिक रूप से तो कोई कुछ नहीं बोल रहा है, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट को ये इंस्ट्रक्ट किया था कि इस बारे में मीडिया में ये बात ना जाए, तो इसलिए कोई नहीं बोल रहा है. लेकिन ये देखा जा रहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार हो, आम आदमी पार्टी हो, उसके लिए ये तो समस्या है कि जिस चीफ सेक्रेटरी को वो नहीं चाहते कि अब वो इस पद पे रहें, क्योंकि उनका ये कहना है कि बहुत सारे काम जो हैं दिल्ली सरकार के, केजरीवाल गवर्नमेंट के, इसी चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने रोके हुए हैं. इसकी वजह से ही सरकार बहुत से काम नहीं कर पा रही है, और साथ में करप्शन के एलिगेशन ही खुद सरकार ने अपनी चीफ सेक्रेटरी के ऊपर लगाए हुए हैं. तो जाहिर सी बात है, काम तो सरकार का नहीं हो सकता इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट का इस चीफ सेक्रेटरी के साथ में. तो ऐसे में जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केंद्र सरकार ने यह कहा है कि वो टेन्योर बढ़ा रहे हैं, तो आम आदमी पार्टी या दिल्ली सरकार के लिए समस्या तो है. लेकिन एक अच्छी बात दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट को इसमें यह नजर आ रही है, जो सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं, वो ये है कि पहली बात तो जो सवाल दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट ने उठाए उसको कहीं ना कहीं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी माना है कि आखिर क्यों ये टेन्योर बढ़ाया जा रहा है, क्या कोई और सीनियर अफसर केंद्र सरकार के पास नहीं है क्या? तो पहली बात तो ये है, जो सवाल उठाए उसको भी कोर्ट ने माना कि हाँ, ये सवाल पूछे हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी. दूसरा, जब अब सेंटर से ये पूछा गया है कि बताइए किस आधार पर आप बढ़ा रहे हैं ये टेन्योर, तो ये भी हमें समझना होगा कि इसका मतलब ये है कि अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसको देख रहा है, और बहुत ज़्यादा सेंटर जो है टेन्योर मौजूदा चीफ सेक्रेटरी का ना बढ़ा पाए, क्योंकि इससे पहले भी एक अधिकारी ईडी के डायरेक्टर हुआ करते थे, उनके टेन्योर को बढ़ाने को लेकर आपत्ति हुई थी और मामला सुप्रीम कोर्ट में गया था और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिर यह पाया था कि इतने टेन्योर बढ़ाना ठीक नहीं है। तो सवाल उठते हैं हर बार जब किसी का टेन्योर बढ़ता है, तो ठीक इसी तरह से इसमें भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सवाल पूछे हैं। तो दिल्ली सरकार के लिए जो है यही एक राहत की बात है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट देख रहा है, उसकी बात को समझ रहा है और अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट देख रहा है तो बहुत ज्यादा टेन्योर माना जा रहा है कि नरेश कुमार का, करंट चीफ सेक्रेटरी का, शायद ना बढ़े।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया शरद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। अरविंद, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग अस विद ऑल दोज डिटेल्स एट दिस मोमेंट. In fact, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, there is a setback as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned in Tamil Nadu, and it is being seen as a victory for the Stalin government. The Madras High Court today stated the summons issued by the Enforcement Directorate to 5 district collectors in Tamil Nadu in connection with the alleged illegal sand mining in the state. In court, the Tamil Nadu government argued that the Enforcement Directorate did not have the unbridled powers and they could only request collectors for assistance. The government said the ED was not acting in the spirit of federalism and the constitution. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate argued in the court that it has the power to summon anyone for investigation, and if the contentions of the Stalin government were to be accepted, all acts related to enforcing criminal provisions and civil law would be rendered. Now, the petition sought to invalidate probe agencies' summons, which mandated the collector's personal presence on various dates to furnish details about the sand mining operations within their respective jurisdiction. Going across now to my colleague Sam Daniel, who is joining us with more details on this. It's continuous, isn't it, Sam? The feud between the agencies, the government of Tamil Nadu with the governor. But at least in this time, it's around to the government of Tamil Nadu.
That's right. The tussle between the centre and the state in several forms, particularly in opposition ruled states, more in Tamil Nadu, continues, Ankit. And in this case, the Tamil Nadu government had asked the Madras High Court to stay both the summons issued by the Enforcement Directorate to 5 collectors over allegations of money laundering with proceeds of alleged illegal sand mining, and also to stay the entire investigation by the ED into alleged illegal sand mining across Tamil Nadu. And the court has granted one of its prayers, that is, it has stayed the summons issued to 5 collectors for 3 weeks, and the state government and the collectors who had moved the court ought to now respond in this 3-week period, responding to the queries or points raised by the Enforcement Directorate. And the argument is that Tamil Nadu government claims that the Enforcement Directorate does not have such unbridled powers to enter into the jurisdiction of a state, violating the principles of federalism. And even if they have proof or if they suspect allegations of money laundering, they can only instruct the state government to inquire, or they can seek information, but they cannot summon officials in the state's jurisdiction, treating them as criminals, witnesses, or as accused persons. And the Enforcement Directorate denies these theories, saying that it has powers to summon anyone. It's well within its rights, and this is the point that the court will have to now decide in 3 weeks' time, whether Enforcement Directorate can actually summon officials during its investigations without the consent of the state government, amid allegations by opposition ruled states that the centre is deploying these agencies to opposition ruled states only to target them, and if they join hands with them, ultimately they get whitewashed and declared as saints. That's the allegation by the opposition ruled states, something denied by the BJP. Ankit.
Sam, thank you for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side as well. Stay tuned.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar, Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy,
Welcome back. Now, less than 7 feet now stand between 41 workers, those who have been trapped in Uttarakhand Silkyara tunnel for the last 17 days, and their freedom from this underground prison. The operation may take the entire night at least. That is what a reality sort of a check that the NDMA member, Lieutenant General retired Syed Ata Hasnain, has said. In fact, there are preparations being made to receive the workers and then, of course, provide them medical aid. The infrastructure for that is ready. The rescue teams are clearing the final few meters of the debris thanks to the outlawed rat hole mining technique employed after high-tech machines failed. And these special workers have been brought in and they have worked through the night and are now the best hope, or are now extremely close to ensure that these workers are finally, after a wait for 17 days, remember their families anxiously waiting for the moment when they would be able to see the first glimpse of their loved ones coming out of that tunnel.
टीम्स जो हैं हमारे रैट माइनर्स एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं बड़ा मुश्किल काम जो कर रहे हैं, बड़ी एनक्लोज स्पेस में कर रहे हैं, और साथ में आर्मी इंजीनियर्स, ये सब मिलकर इन्होंने काम किया है. They have been able to take it to 58 meters, which is a phenomenal achievement, I would say. कि 10 मीटर मैनुअल 24 घंटे से कम में उन्होंने अचीव किया है. पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन, आखिर तक सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन जो है वो अपनाए जाएंगे. तो इसलिए पूरे सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन आपको याद दिला दूं, अंदर 41 हैं, बाहर बहुत लोग हैं जो इसमें जुटे हुए हैं इस काम में. उनकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी जो है उतना ही महत्व रखती है जितना अंदर वालों की है. इस 58 मीटर से 60 मीटर जो हम जा रहे हैं, पहले भी बहुत दफे हुआ है कि 22 से 24 और 24 से 26 के बीच में अड़चने आई हैं, एंड दैट इज डिलेड अस स्लाइटली. तो एज आई टोल्ड यू कि आवाजें आ रही हैं उस पार, ये ड्रिलिंग की आवाज आ रही है, खोदने की आवाज आ रही है, विच मीन्स वी आर वेरी वेरी क्लोज. from my technical knowledge, but I'll rely more on Vishal Chauhan Saab to confirm that. Once you have got through, जब through and through हो गया, रोशनी दिख रही है आपको एक दूसरी तरफ की, थोड़ा stabilization करना जरूरी है, ठीक है? और ये भी मैं आपको बता दूं कि ये through and through movement of 41 people is not a smooth movement. ये भी इसके अंदर भी अड़चन आएंगी.
Let me now bring in my colleague Kishore, who is joining us right from the spot where these workers, in fact, are, and he has been reporting on this continuously for the last 17 days. Kishore, सबसे पहले अभी क्या रियलिस्टिक एस्टिमेट है, क्योंकि दोपहर में जब मुख्यमंत्री आए थे और उन्होंने कह दिया कि टनलिंग, वो जो पाइप डालने का काम है पूरा हो गया, कभी भी बाहर आ सकते हैं, फिर बताया गया कि पूरी रात भी लग सकती है, तो अभी रियलिस्टिक एस्टिमेट क्या है, क्या सिचुएशन है अभी ज़मीन पर?
देखिए, सिचुएशन की अगर बात करें तो 58 मीटर तक पाइप जा चुका था, लेकिन ऊपर से थोड़ा सा लैंडस्लाइड होकर उसमें मलबा आ सकता था। यही वजह है कि एहतियात और सुरक्षा के कारणों के चलते उसको आगे बढ़ाया गया 4 मीटर। तकरीबन पूरी जो टनल है वो बन चुकी है, और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अब ऐसे में इंतज़ार किया जा रहा है वो लोग कब आएंगे। थोड़ा प्रोसीजर लंबा है और लगभग 1.25 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय लग सकता है अभी भी, लेकिन तैयारियां पूरी है। अंदर जो टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल बनाया गया उसमें इन लोगों को लाया जाएगा जब टनल से निकाला जाएगा, और अंदर ही टनल के अंदर ये हॉस्पिटल है, और जो पाइप से निकाला जाएगा, जो पाइप बनाया 800 डायमीटर का। इसके अलावा जो यहाँ पर अगर ऑफिशियल्स की बात करें तो सभी तैयारी पर है। दरअसल जो 800 mm का डायामीटर का जो पाइप है उसमें स्ट्रेचर के जरिए उस पर व्हील लगे हैं, उनसे उसको खींचा जाएगा, जो तकरीबन 3 से 5 मिनट का उनमें समय लग सकता है। इसके अलावा जो एम्बुलेंस है वो स्टैंड बाय पे है। मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी इस वक्त यहीं पर मौजूद है, टनल के जो ऑफिशियल्स की मीटिंग ले रहे हैं, और वहाँ पे वो इस एक चीज़ को जान रहे हैं कि और कितना समय लग सकता है, कैसे इनको बाहर निकालकर पूरी प्रक्रिया है। खुद मुख्यमंत्री लगभग 1.5 घंटे के समय मुख्यमंत्री अंदर रहे थे टनल के उधर, और सारी चीज़ें उन्होंने देखी है। तो लगभग अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत इंतज़ार करना होगा, लेकिन ये ऑपरेशन लगभग आज पूरा हो जाएगा, ये पूरी इनको संभावना है और इस पर विश्वास है, क्योंकि लगभग वो जो पाइप है वो उस मलबे के आर पार हो चुका है।
किशोर, मैं एक सवाल आपसे और पूछना चाहता हूं। जिस तरीके से आपने बताया कि अगर कल सुबह तक तो कम से कम ये काम पूरा हो ही जाएगा, लेकिन सैयद अता हसनैन बता रहे थे कि कुछ अड़चनें लोगों को निकालने में भी आ सकती हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि पाइप जाते ही एक के बाद एक 41 लोग एक बार में बाहर निकल जाएंगे। तो किस तरीके की परेशानियों का सामना करने की अभी तैयारी है, और जैसे ही वर्कर्स बाहर आएंगे तब की क्या तैयारी है?
देखिए, जो आपने अड़चनों की बात करी है, जो 800 mm का पाइप है, यानी एक लोहे की पाइप की सुरंग है, उसमें जब आएंगे तो हल्का सा वाइब्रेशन ज़रूर होगा, इसीलिए उस वाइब्रेशन से वो मलबा आगे पाइप के मुंह पर ना पहुंचे, दूसरी तरफ जहां से उनको लाना है। यही वजह है कि उसको 4 मीटर और बढ़ाया गया है ताकि वो सुरक्षित रहे। जब इनको लाया जाएगा, और ये ऑपरेशन से पहले एक्सरसाइज की थी कैसे इस पाइप से तेज़ी से, क्योंकि उसके जब अंदर एनडीआरएफ और एसडीआरएफ के लोग जाएंगे तो जाहिर सी बात है उनको भी बाहर लाना है। जब 41 के बाद वो भी लोग आएंगे तो बहुत तेज़ी से ऑपरेशन काम किया जाएगा, लेकिन संभल कर। दूसरी बात यह है कि बाहर इसके बाद क्या होगा। इसके बाद उनको जो टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल सिलक्यारा के टनल में बनाया गया वहाँ लाया जाएगा, कुछ देर रखा जाएगा, उनका हेल्थ चेकअप किया जाएगा, उनके जो बॉडी का टेम्परेचर है बाहर के टेम्परेचर से नॉर्मल होने के बाद ही उनको एम्बुलेंस में, और एम्बुलेंस बाहर नहीं, सिलक्यारा के टनल के अंदर ही एम्बुलेंस जाएंगे, वहाँ उनको एक एक करके बिठाया जाएगा, और यहाँ से सीधा जो चिलाली सौड़ में जो हॉस्पिटल बना है स्पेशल बेड का 41 बेड का, वहाँ इनको ले जाया जाएगा। जी,
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया किशोर हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, ये जानकारी इस वक्त हमें देने के लिए। बट आई जस्ट वांट टू वेरी क्विकली एट दिस मोमेंट, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, ऑल्सो प्ले आउट, बिकॉज रिमेंबर वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इट, ऑल ऑफ अस आर ग्लूड एंड वी आर होपिंग, praying that these 41 workers come out. But imagine the plight of those families from Diwali evening. In fact, to now, their family members have been trapped in this tunnel. There has been hopes, and then of course those hopes were dashed with one obstacle or the other. Today, what are the family members thinking? How are they reacting to this? In fact, the hope right at the end of the tunnel. Just listen in.
तो कैसा लग रहा है आपको? अब वो निकल रहे हैं बाहर तो
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
अच्छा
हाँ हंसी हंसी आएगा हंसी हंसी आएगा
अच्छा हंसी हंसी आ रही है आपको।
हाँ बहुत खुश हैं बहुत खुश हैं।
तो आप खाना वाना नहीं खा रही थी इतने दिन से, खाना वाना नहीं खा रही थी इतने दिन से, आप खाना खाएंगे ना ठीक से।
आज बहुत प्रेम से खा जाए।
क्या बनाएंगी बेटा बेटा के लिए जब आएगा तो?
आया तो कहा खिचड़ी भात दिए भाई, उतर पूरी दे आएगा तो क्या बनाओगे, क्या बने बेटा आएगा खीर पूरी बनाई भाई।
अच्छा खीर पूरी,
हाँ
ठीक है। और क्या बोलेंगी बेटा को आते ही? सबसे पहले सबसे पहले क्या बोलेंगी बेटा को आते ही?
पहले क्या बोलेंगे, भैया क्या बोल भाई बोले नहीं खुश हो गया आशीर्वाद दे बेटे के यहाँ। पहले आएंगे बेटा और आई जाए तो आशीर्वाद दिया भाई।
अच्छा
आशीर्वाद के आशीर्वाद
ठीक है। गाँव में सबको कैसा लग रहा है?
गाँव बढ़िया लग गया।
अच्छा
चहल पहल गाँव हो गया, सबका बहुत बढ़िया मन हुआ।
और इतना दिन से जो 17 दिन हो गया, 17 दिन से आज 17 दिन हो गया, तो उतना दिन के हमका सब कुछ देख रहा है, तो मतलब कि हम कुछ तो खुशहाली करेंगे ना। खाली हम बेसे के हमारा बेटा खाली निकल जाए वहाँ से, और हम बेटा के खाली मुंह देखो और साथ में घर आ जाए, बस बेटा जैसे आएगा तैसे हम खुश के खुबारी के हम लोग खिलाएंगे।
It's finally so relieving to hear at least there is that hope, that excitement, that smile on their faces. Their real Diwali is going to be when their loved ones are back home safely. Slipping into a very short break, news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have
All right, little relief for Delhiites. The GRAP, GRAP 3, in fact, status has been removed in the national capital as the air quality has improved slightly after 2 days of rain. In fact, last night and today also there have been showers at some places in the national capital. Now, this decision has been taken in view of decreasing levels of pollution. Now, this means that the ban on driving BS3 petrol and BS4 diesel vehicles will end. The ban on construction and demolition will also be lifted as far as Delhi is concerned. Going across to my colleague Sharad, who is joining us with All right, we'll go across and get more details from Sharad. I mean, at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, there has been some relief, but at least at this moment, the GRAP 3 level has been, the decision has been taken to revoke that. Remember, at the peak of pollution just last week, the GRAP 4 systems were put in place, that protocols were put in place, and now GRAP 4 and now coming down to GRAP 3. And with these two spells of rain yesterday and today, GRAP 3 is being implemented in the national capital. What this essentially means, if you are driving a BS3, Bharat Stage 3 petrol vehicle, or a BS4, Bharat Stage 4 diesel vehicle, now you can drive your vehicles back onto the road. The ban on construction and demolition will also be lifted. Let me go across to Sharad. Sharad, अभी भी pollution में सुधार जरूर है, किन कारणों की वजह से कितना ये डिसीजन लिया गया है शरद?
कि देखिए, कल शाम के बाद में दिल्ली में काफी मौसम बदला है और बरसात भी हुई है, जिसकी वजह से ये देखा गया कि 83 पॉइंट्स जो है, जो पोल्यूशन का लेवल है कल के मुकाबले, जो करीब 400 पहुंच रहा था, वो करीब 315 के आसपास में पहुंच गया है। तो इसके बाद में जो कमीशन फॉर एयर क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट है, उसने ये फैसला किया कि क्योंकि आगे भी जो फोरकास्ट है वो ये दिखा रहा है कि दिल्ली में जो पोल्यूशन का लेवल है वो वेरी पुअर की कैटेगरी में रहेगा, यानी कि 450 के आसपास सीजन कैटेगरी में नहीं जा रहा है, वेरी पुअर ही रहेगा। तो इसे देखते हुए जो फैसला लिया गया था, 2 नवंबर को फैसला लिया गया था कि ग्रैप 3 लगाया जाए, तो वो जो है ग्रैप 3 हटा दिया गया है। सबसे बड़ी राहत इसमें 2 तरह के लोगों को ही है। एक तो बहुत से लोग इसमें परेशान थे कि वो अपनी गाड़ी नहीं चला पा रहे थे, क्योंकि जो BS4 और इसके नीचे की जो डीजल कार था वो नहीं चल पा रही थी, BS3 पेट्रोल इसके नीचे जो वो नहीं चल पा रहे थे, कंस्ट्रक्शन वगैरह सारे बैन हो गए थे। तो ये 2 बड़ी राहत जो है पोल्यूशन कम होते ही, खासतौर से जो बरसात हुई है हल्की फुल्की, इसकी वजह से जो मौसम बना है, इसकी वजह से ये राहत मिली है। तो अब ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने ऑर्डर जारी कर दिया है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इस पर आदेश जारी करेगी और फिर लोगों को जो है ये जो राहत है जो इसे मिली है ये मिल जाएगी। लेकिन वैसे भी मान लें कि अगर CAQM ने कह दिया है तो फिर ये ग्रैप 3 जो लगाया गया था जी हटा दिया गया है मौसम में सुधार को देखते हुए।
शरद, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Let's move on to some international news now. Israel and Hamas truce is likely to be extended by 2 more days. The mediators, Qatar, has announced that the truce extension, in fact, the truce has been extended as more hostages are being released from, in fact, the Hamas, and in return, the Israeli prisons are also releasing Palestinian, those who have been, in fact, in their control.
People casually walking, families relishing food. The temporary Israel-Hamas ceasefire has brought much-awaited normalcy to the life of Gazans. With an extension of 2 days to the ceasefire, more hostages are expected to be released by Hamas. According to reports, Israel has identified 50 women who will be released as part of the ceasefire extension. The deal could be delayed if Hamas is unable to locate others who are being held hostage by either militant groups in Gaza, according to reports. Meanwhile, the United Nations has used the ceasefire extension to get desperately needed aid into Gaza. And the US, one of the mediators in the ceasefire deal, is seeking to extend the deal further.
We'd certainly like to see even that extension extended further until all the hostages are released. That's really the goal here, get all the hostages home with their families where they belong. And we, however long that could take.
Palestinian-American supermodel Gigi Hadid faced backlash after she said in an Instagram post that Israel is the only country that keeps children as prisoners of war. Israel responded to Hadid's post and said that condemning Hamas is not anti-Palestine.
The hostages taken from Israel, the only crime they had, at least the Jewish ones, is that they're Jewish and they live where they live. So they didn't do anything wrong. And this is a very big difference between a terrorist and a child playing at home. That's part of the problem of people of understanding.
With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV.
The COP28 begins in Dubai on Thursday, and the big question will be, will the rich nations finally pay up for the damage caused to the environment due to historic emissions? Now, COP28 Dubai is there to decide on the operationalizing the loss and the damage fund that India, along with other smaller island nations, had been pushing for. But will the Dubai summit be able to deliver like Egypt? My colleague Maha Siddiqui explains.
All eyes are keenly trained on COP28 in Dubai to see whether the loss and damage fund that was announced last year in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt in COP27 will be operationalized or not. The meetings in the run-up to COP28 summit suggest that some amount of progress has been made. But a statement in September by the COP28 President-designate Sultan Al-Jaber, who had suggested that innovative ways need to be found for the funding, suggests that this issue remains a vexed one. As to which richer country is going to pay how much to the loss and damage fund and which vulnerable country is going to receive how much of that funding. So what exactly is the loss and damage fund? It is a sort of a reparation package that the richer nations will provide to the vulnerable developing countries or the global south. This is because the richer nations, the developed world, has been a historical emitter of greenhouse gases, which have already resulted in climate damage. And the vulnerable nations are suffering even though their contribution to the greenhouse gases has been much lower in the past. This was only recognized in Paris in 2015. A demand that had been ongoing for several decades culminated with a recognition that loss and damage needs to be factored in. This formed the basis of the Loss and Damage Fund, but from there on, again, it took 7 years for this announcement to be made in Egypt last year. What is the COP now? The COP, or the Conference of Parties, is the highest decision-making body of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which I will refer to as UNFCCC. The decisions at the COP are made by consensus, which essentially mean that no country objects to the decision. There is no way of punishing any country if it does not comply to the commitments it has made. The only tools available to member nations is naming and peer review. COP is largely divided into two broad segments. It is made up of 197 countries, divided broadly into the Annex 1 parties and the non-Annex parties. The Annex 1 parties are the richer, developed countries, the industrialized nations, which are historically responsible for emissions, under which also lie the Annex 2 countries, which have a greater obligation of financial assistance to the vulnerable countries, being the richer of these nations. As far as the non-Annex parties are concerned, they are all the other nations, the developing world or the global south. So why has it taken for the Loss and Damage Fund to be announced only after so many decades? First of all, countries like India and other countries, or rather organizations, the Intergovernmental Organization, for instance, of smaller island nations, were moderately powerful voices pushing, along with many other NGOs that too were working in the environment sector, for the Loss and Damage Fund. However, the richer countries were resisting it, and among these, let me make a mention of the United States. Why so? Because after the Paris 2015 agreement, what was seen was, for a moment, for a period of about 4 years, a lull in the conversation around the Loss and Damage Fund. This is because at the helm of affairs was in the US, President Donald Trump, who was termed a climate change denier. It is only in 2020 when Joe Biden, who was pitted against Donald Trump, had made promises on climate action that the Loss and Damage Fund made its way back to the agenda of the UNFCCC. And finally, an announcement was made in Egypt last year. However, the fund is still to be operationalized, and all eyes therefore that is the reason keenly trained at Dubai COP28. The message at the moment is clear. It's already too late, and right now, the richer nations really need to put their money where their mouth is.
All right, that's an end as far as this bulletin is concerned, but news and updates will continue on NDTV. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, there are good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010, right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our two best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years, and ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile, without disclosing too much of its, but the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say,
this is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening. You're watching our continuous coverage here on NDTV of the rescue operations there in Uttarkashi, where there's a Himalayan effort which has been on for the past 17 days to bring out the 41 workers who had been trapped inside that tunnel when a portion of that tunnel caved in on 12th of November. What we have been told in swift developments which have taken place through the day today is that the team is very close to actually reaching the trapped workers. Around 2 meters of drilling is still left. that could be covered in around 4 to 5 hours. That is something that the NDMA officials said around 4 o'clock. So probably by late evening, we might see the workers, the operation of bringing the workers out commencing in a certain way. The NDMA officials made it very clear that they are going to follow all the safety protocols which are in place to ensure that the workers are brought out safely. But as we know that so many people who have been tracking the updates, not just the family members of the trapped workers, but the whole nation is now praying to see those workers being brought out from that tunnel at Uttarkashi. If we can just tell you the pictures on your screen there that you can see, there's a IAF chopper, the Chinook chopper, which is there also standing by near the mishap site in case the workers need to be airlifted. Whether or not that's going to happen tonight, that is something which remains to be seen. But the Indian Air Force had in fact deployed the Chinook chopper over there. The main plan A, of course, is to bring the workers out and transport them by road to their nearby hospital. There's also a makeshift hospital, which the pictures of which are on your screen right now, which has been created at the exit point of the tunnel. Doctors, nurses, beds for the workers to rest, all have been kept in place over there for immediate medical aid and also to check the workers, since they are, of course, going to be brought out after 17 days lodged inside the tunnel in those conditions. Let me go across to my colleagues Neeta Sharma and Saurabh Gupta, who are joining us in this broadcast to give us details, different aspects of this entire story that we're looking at. Coming first to you, Neeta, if you can give our viewers an understanding of where the rescue operation is at this stage. Why is it that there is still a further wait of a couple more hours, if not more, for the workers to be brought out?
For that, you need to understand the topography of the entire, the tunnel, Tanima. The escape tunnel which has been established, it's horizontal. So it's 60 meters deep inside the tunnel, but since the rubble has fallen from the top and has covered the area, for that you need to keep those pipes outside the rubble. So you need the entire stretch should be more than 62 meters. So that has been done. But since this escape tunnel has been made on the rubble, which is 8 meters in height, there a ramp is there. So when the workers are going to be rescued, they're going to walk up the ramp or a makeshift kind of a stairway. They're going to walk up, and then through that escape tunnel, which has a diameter of about 2 to 3 feet, NDRF has created special stretchers which has wheels. They're going to be wheeled out through that. For that, NDRF's senior officer first is going to go inside the tunnel, demonstrated to them that as to how you need to climb up and then roll down.
Neeta, just hold on. I'm so sorry to interrupt here, but I'm joined by my colleague Kishore, who's at the spot. So hold on to your thought. We'll come back to you to understand what are the intricacies involved. But let me go to my colleague Kishore, who is at the spot there at the base of the Silkyara tunnel. किशोर, अभी की जो लास्ट हमने बात की थी, उसके बाद जो अपडेट्स है थोड़ा बताएं पहले कि रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस में जैसे हमें बोला जा रहा था 2 मीटर और ड्रिलिंग बाकी था, उसमें कोई प्रोग्रेस आया है?
देखिए, जो 2 मीटर और ड्रिलिंग थी उसको पहले समझना जरूरी है। क्यों थी? क्योंकि 58 मीटर पूरा पाइप पुश होकर वहां तक पहुंच गया जहां पे वो लोग फंसे थे, लेकिन पाइप जहां पर मौजूद था उसके ऊपर लैंडस्लाइड का एरिया था और ये हो सकता था कि जिस तरीके से लोगों को निकाला जाएगा कुछ वाइब्रेशन होगा और लैंडस्लाइड आ सकता है और पाइप के अंदर उसका मलबा आ सकता है। यही वजह था कि उसके बाद उसको 2 मीटर और पुश किया गया, यानी उसको और बढ़ाया गया ताकि वो मलबा उस पाइप को ना दबाए। दूसरी बात यह है कि अब से ठीक 1 घंटे के बाद जो जानकारी मिल रही है, हालांकि अभी ये ऑफिशियल्स ने इसको पुष्टि अभी तक नहीं की, उन्होंने ब्रीफिंग करनी थी, लेकिन सब इस बात का इंतजार है कि जब वो लोग अंदर से, यानी उस पाइप से 800 mm का जो पाइप है, एक तरह से लोहे की सुरंग ही माना आसान शब्दों में, वहां से निकलते हुए आएंगे, तो जाहिर सी बात है कि अब ऐसे में जब वो आएंगे उसके बाद ही सारी चीज़ें आगे अपडेट हो पाएगी। लेकिन ये है कि 1 घंटे का समय अभी भी है उनको बाहर निकलने का, उस मलबे से जो 800 mm का जो पाइप का डायमीटर का जो पाइप की एक तरह से टनल बनाई है वहाँ से निकलने के लिए। फिलहाल अपडेट यही है और बाकी जो ऑफिशियल है, बाकी जो मेडिक्स टीम्स है, पैरामेडिक्स है, SDRF है, NDRF है, हॉस्पिटल है, वो सब हाई अलर्ट पे और इस बात का इंतजार है कि कब वो उस मलबे के जो पाइप टनल बनाए हैं उससे बाहर निकले।
जी किशोर, जैसे हमने देखा कि चीफ मिनिस्टर धामी वहाँ पे मौजूद थे काफ़ी देर तक, अभी वो शायद साइट से निकल गए हैं, बट किस तरह के प्रिपरेशंस हैं वहाँ पे, क्योंकि वहाँ पे एक बड़ी टीम ऑफ कोर्स मौजूद है रेस्क्यू ऑफिशियल्स की, जो लोग वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं बहुत दिनों से, family members of those people who are trapped inside. So what are some of the preparations on ground at the moment?
पहले तो मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी फिलहाल अभी टनल में नहीं है, लेकिन टनल में 1.5 घंटा रहने के बाद वो अभी टनल से 200 मीटर दूर जहाँ पे ये ऑफिस है, इनके टनल कंपनी का ऑफिस है, वहाँ पर मौजूद है और वो एक ही चीज़ की जानकारी ले रहे हैं कि अब तक कितना रेस्क्यू और तेज़ी से बढ़ सकता है, टाइमिंग कितना लग सकता है। इसके अलावा जो उनके परिवार के लोग हैं वो लगातार जब से ये घटना घटी है और जब से लोग ये फंसे हैं वो लगातार इस यहाँ पर मौजूद है। उनकी उनसे बातचीत भी कराई गई है, लेकिन दिन के बाद से करीबन जब दिन की ब्रीफिंग हुई थी उसके बाद से वो फिलहाल अपनी उनको यहीं पर आगे कैंप में रखा गया है, ताकि जैसी खबर निकलेगी कि वो बाहर निकल रहे हैं और वो बाहर निकल के जो टनल के अंदर, सिलक्यारा टनल के अंदर ही जो टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल वहाँ आ गए, तब उनको लाया जाएगा और जो जिसका परिचित होगा, जो इसका परिजन होगा, उसको उसके सामान के साथ एम्बुलेंस में ही सिलक्यारा से जो चिन्नैली सौड़ है वहाँ तक, जहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल बना है वहाँ तक ले जाया जाएगा। तैयारियाँ पूरी है, सिर्फ इंतज़ार इसका है कि वो 2 मीटर का पाइप कितना पुश हो गया है, उसको पुश होने के बाद उसमें से NDRF के लोग उन लोगों को लेकर जब बाहर निकालेंगे उनको, तो तब कंफर्म किया जाएगा कि वो उस मलबे से बाहर यहाँ पर जहाँ पे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है वहाँ पहुँच चुके हैं।
किशोर, वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन बिफोर आई लेट यू गो। जैसे हमने कहा कि अभी भी थोड़ी दूरी बाकी है बिफोर दे एक्चुअली रीच टू द वर्कर्स, तो पिछले कुछ घंटों में जिस तरह से काम प्रोसीड हो रही है, आपको क्या लगता है कि थिंग्स आर गोइंग एज पर एक्सपेक्टेशन या कोई डिफिकल्टीज रेस्क्यू टीम्स फेस कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, जो डिफ़िकल्टी थी वो शुरू से लेके लास्ट तक थी। अब ऐसे में जब पाइप आर पार हो गया है, थोड़ा लैंडस्लाइड का मलबा उस पाइप पे ज़रूर आगे आया है, लेकिन वो ज़्यादा बड़ी डिफ़िकल्टी नहीं है। उसे बाधा को भी पार कर लिया जाएगा, क्योंकि वो पाइप जो 800 mm का पाइप है उसे पुश करके आगे वेल्डिंग करके आगे 4 मीटर और बढ़ाया गया है, ये उसको एक तरह से सुरक्षित रखने के लिए। फ़िलहाल कोई अभी ऐसे बड़ा हडल नहीं आया है जिससे लगता है कि ये दिक्कत आएंगी। फिलहाल सब कुछ काम ठीक हो गया है, बस इस बात का इंतजार किया जा रहा है कि कब उनको NDRF और SDRF के जवान अंदर से उस पाइप के जरिए बाहर लेके आएंगे। फिलहाल अभी जो पाइप है 2 मीटर का एक्स्ट्रा, उसको पुश किया जा रहा है और हो सकता है कि लगभग 1 घंटे बाद उनको उस टनल से जो 1 by 1 उनको बाहर निकाल लिया जाए। जी,
Right. Thank you so much, Kishore, for bringing us those details from the ground there. Kishore is our reporter at Uttarkashi who's been bringing all the updates for us right from the beginning, since 12th of November, when the 41 workers were actually trapped there on the ground. And it has, of course, been an excruciating wait for the family members of those involved. Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who is at the house of one such person who's trapped there, Shobhik. Saurabh, if you have, of course, been speaking to Shobhik's family members there at Hooghly. Their hopes must have got a certain boost since this morning when they heard for the first time that there's only 5 meters of distance left to reach the trapped workers.
Absolutely, you know, their hopes have, of course, been sort of aroused again, given the fact that they've heard that the time is near, that when hopefully all these workers will be brought out. And just to give you a sense, these are rural areas. You know, we heard foxes howling a short while ago. And how do they keep track of the news? Now, of course, there is television, it's reached villages, there's electricity, but, you know, the good old radio is something that people watch on. And, of course, you know, waiting for the news on radio. Keeping track of all the developments that are taking place. And that, of course, is a sense of what the families here are facing. The families, of course, all very, very traumatized by what has happened. Many of them are still struggling to come to terms. But they are also hopeful that soon they will be, of course, brought out. and they will of course be they'll be brought out soon, and a lot of people from the village also here. আপনারা খবরটা ফলো করছেন কতদিন ধরে?
17 দিন।
কি করে খবর পাচ্ছেন ঠিকঠাক, মানে কি হচ্ছে?
মোবাইল থেকে যতখানি যা হচ্ছে, আর রেডিওতেও দেখছি আপনারা, মোবাইল থেকে যতখানি যা হচ্ছে, আর আমাদের পাশেই বাড়ি, ওনার কাছ থেকে কিছু খোঁজ খবর নিচ্ছি, পাচ্ছি।
আপনি সৌভিকের কে হন?
আমি সৌভিকের পাশের বাড়ির দাদাই বলতে পারি।
আচ্ছা, আজকের খবরটা কি খুব আপনাদের একটা মানে হোপ দিয়েছে?
হ্যাঁ, হোপ দিয়েছে, মানে আজকে একটা মনের আশা জেগেছে যে পাশের বাড়ির ভাইটা আমাদের অন্তত বেরোবে।
So that's of course what, I mean, people are of course watching it on mobiles also, but the fact is that they're also watching, hearing the news on radio. These are not very well-to-do homes. They are, people who need, the money that these young boys from these homes go out and earn in these places, and therefore for them, it's really a tough choice. I mean, they have to go out to work, but there are of course, when you work in places that are that involve a certain amount of risk, there are these challenges, but they've all now been saying that, look, it's not only about us, it's not only about this family, it's not only about the family down the road, but it's about all those who have been trapped inside. In fact, let me give you a glimpse of what's going on here. The lady, of course, in the sari is of course Shobik's mother, and all of them, they've been praying in the evening as well. These are homes where people also go to sleep early, so they're all waiting, hoping that before they turn in for the night, there will be some good news, and that they will get the news of Shobhik being rescued, and the others also being rescued from that tunnel.
Shobhik's picture there on your screens right now, the person that whose family members that Saurabh's been speaking to at Hooghly in Bengal for 17 days. 17 days long wait, and the families are all hoping that the wait ends soon. Today, Saurabh, stay with us. We'll come back to speak more about, discuss more about what the family members have been talking about how this entire tunnel rescue operation actually panned out. Going back to my colleague Neeta. Neeta, what? The whole day today, in fact, has seen a series of developments, because initially, till yesterday at least, most people were of the belief that probably by Thursday, which is when the vertical drilling operation would be complete in terms of reaching up to the workers, that's the timeline that most people thought by when we would see the workers being brought out. But suddenly, in the morning, we saw that the senior officials and tunnel experts who were there at the spot said a very short distance, a large amount of distance had in fact been covered overnight, and that they're very close to the workers. So take our viewers through the fast-paced developments that we have seen happening in the last 24 hours, which seem to have turned the entire course of events in a way.
See, last couple of days when the auger got stuck there, it was being manually taken out, it was being drilled out manually, or it was being taken out manually by the Madras sappers who were there. Army was called in, so they took out the entire debris manually. Slowly by slowly, the auger machine was also pushing the pipes. As Kishore was mentioning, 800 mm in simple words means 2 feet 0.7 inches. You can just imagine the diameter of the pipe. So that pipe was being pushed in. It was kind of a safety, kind of an escape tunnel which has been built for the workers to come out. So that was being pushed in, and as since when the work was going on, it had to go 60 meters deep. But since the debris was there, and if they would have just let it be at 60 meters, the parts of the debris or the rubble would have come inside. That is the reason why they say that it needed 4 meters to go ahead, so that it goes ahead, go ahead of the rubble which is just lying there. And from there, a ramp was supposed to be made. Workers were supposed to climb up the ramp and then get into that escape tunnel and then come out. So entire exercise obviously took more time as expected, but since the rat miners were doing it, the soil was very soft in the last 5 meters of excavation. But still, metal pieces and mesh pieces were coming in their way, which were being, cut by gas cutters or the laser cutters, which were provided by different states. So it took time, but now everything is over. Now these people are going to come out. They need to get acclimatized also. We need to remember that, Tanima, because the temperature inside is very different from even temperature outside in the tunnel itself. So they need to acclimatize also. Maybe they are getting acclimatized also, because we will only get to know once when the ambulances start rolling out of the tunnel. Ambulances have been set on high alert. They are on standby, as you were mentioning. Even a chopper service, even Chiknook has been, has landed there. Again, that helipad is in Chiliani Sort. So these workers have to be brought to Chiliani Sort. They would be getting first aid there at the district hospital, and if need be, one of them or maybe the entire lot would be flown to the Rishikesh AIIMS hospital for better health services. But obviously it was a very cumbersome exercise, because it was a mountain which just fell, and if you look at the cave of the mouth of the cave, from the mouth of the cave, just 200 meters inside the mouth, the tunnel fell. So the construction of the tunnel had started in 2018. So obviously since then it was just standing there in the form of D, but it just collapsed. So obviously questions started being asked about the safety of the tunnel also. But right now, when you speak to the authorities, they say the focus of work right now is rescue. These type of questions would be addressed later after the rescue is over. But right now, the focus is about 41 workers who are trapped inside, and also the safety of the people who are conducting this rescue. So those two things, when they are completed, then only questions about the safety audits and all are going to be answered.
Right. The paramount importance at the moment, of course, is the health condition of the workers and those of the rescue teams who are bringing out the trapped workers. Let me go. Stay with us, Neeta. Let me go back to my colleague Saurabh Gupta. Saurabh, you have been speaking to family members there of Shobhik, whose family resides in Hooghly in Bengal. Are they happy overall in terms of the effort that they have seen over the past 17 days or so? Because there have been ups and downs through this entire journey. There had in fact been an expectation that it would only take a few hours. Right in the beginning, senior officials were in fact telling us as well that it's a matter of time for the workers to come out. But then we saw the narrative changing to the words being used by the officials rather changing. Authorities started saying that there's no specific timeline that we can give at the moment because there are challenges involved. So are the family members happy with the way this entire operation spanned out?
Well, anxious for sure. Happy that there is hope at the end of Shobhik coming out this evening from the tunnel, being rescued. But anxious moments. In fact, just while I was waiting, somebody here came in and quietly asked me, basically asking for how long more. So it's been playing on the minds of everybody here, including the family members. And these are rural areas. People go to sleep early. By now, 7 o'clock, usually people are done with their dinner. But you see people are waiting outside, listening to the radio, watching, their mobile phones for news updates. Some people watching on TV in their homes. And there's, still a considerable amount of people waiting outside simply because they're hoping at the end of the day that tonight they go to bed with some good news. Anxious and perturbed for sure, but hoping for good news definitely.
What all of us are hoping for. Neeta, Saurabh, thank you so much to both of you for joining us with all the updates and also giving our viewers an understanding of the entire operation, how it panned out, and also the human angle of it. The family members who have been waiting for the news to emerge of the trapped workers finally being brought out. At this point in time, we'll slip into a very short break. More updates on the other side.
Brought to you by LIC हर पल आपके साथ. And we want you to feel great.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay, or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, "What is this? What have you done? This is fantastic," right? Now that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in,
Welcome back. We are, of course, keeping our focus straight on the location there at Uttarkashi Tunnel Mishap site. What we do know is that Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami, in fact, reached the location back once again just a few moments back. And we can, in fact, see the officials there. They have, of course, been at it for the past 17 days, but there's a bit of a build-up happening near the tunnel exit point at the Silkyara tunnel in Uttarkashi, and Chief Minister Dhami there on location along with the rescue teams who have in fact been working round the clock in order to bring out those 41 trapped workers inside that tunnel what the officials and authorities of the who are in fact conducting the operations there have told us, that there's a bit of a distance which is left. Around 5 p.m. Around 4 to 5 p.m. this evening, we were told around 2 meters of drilling work was still left for the rescue officials to reach the workers, the trapped workers, following which, of course, there's a very intricate process of bringing the workers out. Each worker would possibly take around 5 minutes or so to be brought out individually. So the entire operation could continue for a few more hours from now before we actually see all the workers emerge. At this point, time for us to slip into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, "Yaar, Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from?" And he said, "Look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access the file because everybody's coming at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, then I got to decide very quickly. I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. One Sunday I came into office and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up on my personal page on the office intranet, and 2 days later the IT infra guy came to me and said, why is all the internal traffic going to your page? and that's when the penny dropped, and I realized that aggregation of menu cards has got value.
Yeah.
And that is what gave him the idea for doing what he did. Now to me this is a big deal that he has built his fundamental value proposition on what we call a deep customer insight.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn.
Hello and welcome to the battle for the states. Well, campaigning has come to a close in Telangana, the last of the states to go to polls, and it's time for the noise to stop and the voters to reflect, think and decide who they want to vote on the 30th of November. That period of silence starts now. And we are going to focus on what are the potential X factors that could decide this election. Just with a top bunch of analysts who are joining us from Hyderabad. The first and the biggest X factor that we will focus on is the K. Chandrasekhar Rao persona itself. Remember, what we mean by this is that undisputed figure of Telangana, the regional satrap who has not been challenged since the formation of the state in that state. Is that up for its biggest challenge in these elections? That's the first factor we discussed. And joining us this evening is my colleague Uma Sudhir, political editor of The Hindu, Ravikant Reddy, political editor of the Deccan Chronicle, Balu Pulipaka, senior journalist Pula Rao, and amongst these journalists, the cephalogist on the panel, Sandeep Shastri as well. My first question to you, Uma, is this election about the sentiment and the emotion, or is it an election of development versus development claims, work done versus anti-incumbency and allegations of family rule? What is the defining feature of Telangana 2023?
As in every election, Veera, it's going to be a combination of factors, but I would think the topmost thing on everyone's mind is whether KCR needs to get a third term in office. As you mentioned, yes, he's been the tallest leader in Telangana, not only since 2014, but ever since perhaps the passing of Dr. Y.S. Rajshekhar Reddy in a chopper crash in September 2009. And ever since that happened, KCR has in fact emerged as that leader who is this champion of the Telangana cause, and he has positioned himself in that way. Even if the Congress claims credit for Telangana, Sonia Gandhi can claim credit for it, but he's the one who's managed to back the credit for it in 2014 and 2018 as well. And this time round, people are saying, should we look around and see if there is any other leadership available? And that's where I think Revant Reddy comes up, who seems to be much junior to KCR, almost a generation later. He's 20 years his junior in politics, and yet he's someone who's standing up there and challenging a KCR, and that's where I think people started taking notice and saying that can we now have an alternative to the BRS, the TRS that became a BRS, and we can give someone else a chance. 10 years we have given one party the chance. Can we give a chance to someone else who seems to be able to provide a viable alternative?
Right, Ravikant Reddy, today is Diksha Day, Diksha Divas, as it's been portrayed by the BRS in Telangana. Is the Telangana sentiment still a major issue, or is this election going to be on hard facts and a sense of whether work was done or anti-incumbency?
Well, I look at, I look this election as, a competition between KCR's image and his governance. It is, basically anti-incumbency. There's a huge challenge from Congress in the form of Mr. Revant Reddy, who is a very aggressive leader. But it's going to be people are going to finally vote on one basic thing, whether we want to give Mr. KCR a third chance or vote his party out. But the biggest challenger has come from in the form of Mr. Revant Reddy, who is actually 22 to 23 years junior to him in politics. Apart from, of course, he's junior in age, as well as very, very young compared to Mr. Chandrasekhar Rao. But Mr. Revant Reddy has made some kind of impact, which actually made this election more interesting. Ever since he was appointed the Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee, he has held several shows which actually, started denting into bastions of Mr. KCR, particularly the North Telangana districts. And apart from Mr. Reddy, I also think the BJP, the last-ditch effort with the BJP in the last 10 days, is going to make some impact somewhere. I think it's going to be basically an election where between KCR versus again KCR. So people, whether they want him to be the next chief minister or they want him to go out. And the only other alternative option available is in the form of very aggressive leader Revant Reddy. And in fact, the BJP had some kind of chance 6 months back, 8 months back, where they built up their emotions They built up the party in the form of very aggressive leader, Mr. Bandi Sanjay. But ever since he was changed and a very soft-spoken Mr. G. Kishan Reddy was brought in, I think the BJP lost the steam there. And Mr. Revant Reddy again picked up, the Congress picked up.
I'm sorry, Ravi. I'm sorry, Ravi. We will have to interrupt this conversation on Telangana. Unfortunately, I believe we have to go across to some live pictures that are coming out of that tunnel rescue in Uttarakhand. We'll come back to this conversation in just a bit. For the moment, a quick update from my colleague Tonima.
Right, Veera, thank you so much for that. And we can see these are the latest pictures coming in from Uttarkashi, where there, as you can see, there's a queue of workers over there. These are the NDRF and SDRF officials who are in fact inside the tunnel at the moment. These are pictures coming in from inside the tunnel, in fact. So the visuals are coming in. There's also reaction coming in from the ground. Let's listen in.
निकालने का वो लाइट बोल रहे लाइट लगा दो सब चीज लगा दो उसके बाद ये लोग निकालेगा वो हम लोग का काम खत्म हो गया हम लोग वापस किसके लिए काम करते हैं बलिंदर यादव कहाँ काम करती है हटो यार क्या देरी हुई
अच्छी बात है और सभी की है
एक साफ कीजिए
नौशाद अली
आपने कहा 4 लोग गए हैं अंदर एनडीआरएफ के
हाँ जी हाँ जी
4 लोगों को बाहर लेके आएंगे
हाँ 4 लोग को लाएंगे वो तो कंटिन्यू है बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
4 के राउंड में
4 के राउंड में आपको 2 घंटे में पूरा टीम बाहर आ जाएगा वो
कितना टाइम लगेगा ये 50 मीटर
ओनली 15 मिनट ओनली 15 नहीं 15 मिनट लगेगा
4 लोगों को 15 मिनट
4 लोगों को 15-20 मिनट लगेगा वहाँ से बाहर लाने के लिए
थोड़ा सा हम समझना चाह रहे हैं कि वो लाएंगे कैसे आप थोड़ा
स्ट्रेचर है जो जिसके ऊपर वो लिटा के लाएंगे जो एनडीआरएफ के पास होता है व्हील है उसके ऊपर ठीक है लेट जाएंगे एक करके वो जल्दी से आपको एक डेढ़ घंटे नहीं 2 घंटे में सारे आदमी बाहर आ जाएंगे ठीक है हाँ जी बाहर आ जाएंगे
ये एक बड़ी खबर जो है आप खुशखबरी दे रहे हैं
खुशखबरी है बहुत अच्छी खुशखबरी है और अभी जो है ना हमारा कंप्लीट हुआ है और वो एनडीआरएफ जो है ना अपना काम करना चालू कर दिया है
अच्छा आप तो कौन से टीम से हैं
हम जो है ओगर से हमारा ओगर से हमने पाइप
Right, we heard that important reaction coming in where one of the rescue team workers in fact just said that in 2 hours all those men who had been trapped inside for 17 days will be brought out. Let me go across to my colleague Kishore अभी हम देख सकते हैं in fact कि शायद जो रेस्क्यू एक स्टेज था ऑफ द रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्रूशियल स्टेज दैट सीम्स टू हैव बीन कंप्लीटेड. अभी वहां पे ग्राउंड स्थिति के बारे में बताइए.
देखिए अभी सबसे ताज़ा स्थिति मैं अभी दिखाना चाहूँगा. सामने टनल है, वहाँ पर कुछ भीड़ काफ़ी सारे एसडीआरएफ के जवान हैं. मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी दोबारा वापस टनल में गए हैं और जहाँ पर एसडीआरएफ के जवान जहाँ से और एनडीआरएफ के जवान जो उनको निकाल रहे हैं वहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं. और अभी वहाँ पर थोड़ी तस्वीरें अंदर दिख रही होगी, एक एम्बुलेंस खड़ी है, वहाँ पे बहुत सारे जवान मौजूद है. इसके अलावा मुख्यमंत्री अभी अंदर ही मौजूद है और वहाँ पर पुलिस के जवानों के साथ एनडीआरएफ के जवानों के साथ बातचीत कर रहे हैं. अभी जो ताज़ा खबर ये है कि अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जो लोगों को निकालने का काम कुछ ही देर में शुरू हो जाएगा और अभी पूरा एक्शन पे अंदर टीमें आ चुकी है. और जिस तरह के विजुअल्स में है कि एनडीआरएफ और एसडीआरएफ के जवान पूरा अपना इक्विपमेंट लेकर अंदर पहुंच गए, जहां से उनको टनल के जरिए उन्होंने अंदर जाना है. जो 800 mm का एक आयरन का टनल बनाया गया है लगभग 3 फीट का, उसके अंदर से जाएंगे. स्ट्रेचर ले गए हैं अपने साथ, तमाम जो उनके साथ रोप है, रस्सियां हैं वो ले गए हैं. और फिलहाल अभी मुख्यमंत्री अंदर ही मौजूद हैं. और जिस तरीके से मुख्यमंत्री पहले करीबन 1.5 घंटा अंदर थे और उसके बाद दोबारा वापस आए हैं. और एक इंडिकेशन है कि वो जो 4 मीटर का पाइप और एक्स्ट्रा अंदर भेजना था वो काम पूरा हो चुका है. और लगभग अभी फिलहाल एनडीआरएफ के जवान की तेजी से अंदर जाते हुए दिख रहे हैं. वहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे जवान हैं और मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी अभी भी अंदर ही मौजूद है. क्योंकि उनकी गाड़ी बाहर खड़ी और के पीछे एम्बुलेंस है और लगभग दूर तक यहाँ से जो चीज़ें दिख रही है उसमें एनडीआरएफ के जवान बड़ी तेज़ी से अंदर जा रहे हैं. और कभी भी वो ब्रेक थ्रू वाली जो कहा जाता है कि लंबे समय से जिसकी इंतज़ार किया जा रहा था कि वो लोग कब बाहर आएंगे, तो उन लोगों का निकलने का सिलसिला अभी कुछ देर में ही शुरू हो जाएगा. क्योंकि अंदर की जिस तरीके से जो एक्टिविटी है, जिस तरीके से मूवमेंट है, जिस तरीके से वो अपने साजो सामान के साथ अंदर जा रहे हैं, तो संभवतः ये ज़रूर है कि कुछ देर में जो अंदर लोग 41 लोग फंसे हैं वो उस 800 mm के जो पाइप लगा हो उससे धीरे धीरे बाहर आएंगे. जी
किशोर, अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों को थोड़ा बता पाए कि अभी क्या क्या एग्जैक्टली प्रोसीजर्स होगा, क्या प्रोटोकॉल फॉलो किया जाएगा। ये जो आप कह रहे हैं कि जो फाइनल पाइप जो लगाना था वो भी लग चुका है, अभी फॉर ऑल द वर्कर्स बिफोर वी एक्चुअली सी देम बीइंग ब्रॉट आउट, abhi in fact let us also tell our viewers that these are the latest pictures coming in from inside the tunnel, of course, there of VK Singh and Pushkar Dhami, the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, there from inside the tunnel that we can see. In fact, we are very close to the end for the workers to be actually brought out. Let me go back to my colleague Kishore. Kishore, जैसे मैं पूछ रही थी कि अभी क्या प्रोटोकॉल, क्या SOP फॉलो किया जाएगा before we actually see the workers being brought out?
देखिए, जो प्रोटोकॉल की बात है, जो SOP की बात है, उसमें सबसे पहले इन लोगों को एक एक करके बाहर निकाला जाएगा। पहले NDRF और SDRF के जवान जो अंदर जाएंगे उस टनल से जहां पे ये लोग फंसे हैं, वहां से इनको अंदर से बाहर निकाला जाएगा एक के बाद एक। और उसके बाद यहाँ पे जो एक वाइट कलर का जो कपड़ा देख रहे हैं वो टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल बनाया गया, वहाँ लाया जाएगा और उनका वहाँ पर हेल्थ चेकअप किया जाएगा। हेल्थ चेकअप करने के बाद देखा जाएगा कि किसकी हालत कैसी है। कुछ गर्म कपड़े भी रखे गए हैं, जिस तरीके से कंबल रखे गए हैं, क्योंकि बाहर का टेम्परेचर काफ़ी डाउन है, यहाँ पे काफ़ी ठंड पड़ रही है और अंदर थोड़ा मौसम यानी वेदर थोड़ा जो एटमॉस्फेयर है, वातावरण है, वो थोड़ा अलग है। तो इस वजह से वहाँ पे लाया जाएगा, कुछ देर इंतजार किया जाएगा। उसके बाद एक के बाद जो एम्बुलेंस, अभी एक एम्बुलेंस का मूवमेंट देखा होगा आपने कि देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों में एम्बुलेंस का मूवमेंट हुआ है, एम्बुलेंस वहाँ पे लगी है। ऐसे ही एम्बुलेंस में बिठाकर उनको यहाँ से चिन्याली सौड़ अस्पताल में ले जाया जाएगा और पूरी तरह से एक एक चीज़ उन पर ध्यान रखी जाएगी। पूरी तरह से जो ये जो एम्बुलेंस का काफिला चलेगा, हर एक को पुलिस पायलट करते हुए ले जाएगी, क्योंकि रात का समय होगा, इस वक्त ट्रैफिक भी नहीं होगा। तो लेकिन रात का समय पहाड़ों पर जिस तरीके से आने जाने में दिक्कत होती है, बड़ी सावधानी पूर्वक इनको ले जाया जाएगा। और फिलहाल अंदर एम्बुलेंस का मूवमेंट हुआ है, एम्बुलेंस पीछे बैक की तरफ जा रही है, जहाँ पर लोग जो है थोड़ा अगर क्योंकि मैं अपनी नज़रों से देख रहा हूँ और कैमरे की नज़र में थोड़ा फ़र्क है, कैमरा थोड़ा ज़्यादा दूर तक देख सकता है। लास्ट में जहाँ पर थोड़ा डाउन है वहाँ पर मूवमेंट काफ़ी तेज़ी से बढ़ा है। वहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे NDRF, SDRF, आर्मी, इसके अलावा और लोग हैं वो वहाँ पर मौजूद है। पैरामेडिक्स की टीम अंदर मौजूद है और अभी यहाँ पर एम्बुलेंस पीछे हुई, उसका दरवाज़ा खुला है पीछे का, बैक साइड का। और लगातार जो सबसे बड़ी सफलता यही है कि जो 17 दिनों का एक लंबा ऑपरेशन था वो कामयाबी हुई है। और जिस तरीके से अंदर NDRF और SDRF के विजुअल्स आ रहे हैं, वो अंदर जा रहे हैं पूरा साजो सामान के साथ, तो लगभग ये माना जा सकता है कि जो अंदर लोग फंसे हैं उनको कभी भी बाहर निकाला जा सकता है। और जिस तरीके से मूवमेंट है और जिस तरीके से वो लोग आ रहे हैं, तो हो सकता है कि लोगों को निकालना शुरू कर दिया होगा। जी
किशोर, जैसे आपने बताया कि सारे एम्बुलेंसेस स्टैंड बाय में है। इनफैक्ट देयर आर मल्टीपल एम्बुलेंसेस देयर ऑन स्टैंड बाय टू टेक द रेस्क्यूड वर्कर्स टू द नियर बाय हॉस्पिटल। और एक मेकशिफ्ट हॉस्पिटल तो उन्होंने टनल के एग्जिट एंट्री पॉइंट में ही बना के रखा है, जहां पे डॉक्टर्स एंड नर्सेज हैव आल्सो बीन डिप्लॉयड राइट सिंस द मॉर्निंग। किशोर, अगर आप हमें थोड़ा ये भी बता पाए कि जैसे आप बोल रहे थे कि देयर इज गोइंग टू आल्सो बी एन एफर्ट कि सारे वर्कर्स को अक्लाइमेटाइज किया जाए, बिकॉज we have to keep in mind that they have been trapped inside for 17 days. So what are some of the steps? किस तरह के steps और measures अभी वहाँ पे जो rescue officials हैं वो लेंगे in order to make sure कि the health conditions of the workers are you know, of course, are the first priority for everybody. And what are some of the measures that they will take in terms of that while they are bringing the workers or taking the workers to the hospitals?
बिल्कुल, जो उनकी हेल्थ की बात है, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण यही है कि वो जैसे ही वहाँ उस पाइप से बाहर आएंगे वहाँ पर उनकी हेल्थ देखी जाएगी। सबसे पहले उनको आकर गर्म कपड़े दिए जाएंगे। वहाँ से और हॉस्पिटल तक की दूरी अगर देखी जाए तो लगभग 150 मीटर की दूरी है। वहाँ से उनको लाया जाएगा और SDRF के जवान उनको लेके आएंगे और NDRF के जवान एक एक करके उनको लाया जाएगा। और इस हॉस्पिटल में डॉक्टर्स की टीम है, कुछ अंदर से एसडीआरएफ के जवान अंदर आते हुए देखे। एक गाड़ी गई अंदर काफ़ी दूर तक, जहाँ पे एक गाड़ी रखी गई है। संभवतः उस गाड़ी से उन लोगों को एक एक करके लाया जाएगा, उनको पैदल नहीं लाया जाएगा, क्योंकि बाहर का टेम्परेचर काफ़ी अलग है, यहाँ पे काफ़ी ठंड है। अंदर के धरती का जो टेम्परेचर होता है वो बाहर से अलग होता है, वहाँ इतना ठंडा नहीं है। तो दोनों में अंतर है। जैसे ही इंसान बाहर निकलेगा, 17 दिन के एक तरह से कैद ही मानेंगे, उस कैद से बाहर निकलेगा तो उसके शरीर की जो प्रतिक्रिया है वो काफ़ी अलग हो जाएगी। यही वजह है कि बिल्कुल टेम्परेचर का ध्यान रखा जाएगा। गाड़ी अंदर तक गई है, उस गाड़ी से ही जो भी लोग आएंगे उस गाड़ी में बिठाकर उनको इस टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल में ले आएगा, यहाँ इलाज होगा, यहाँ सब चीज़ें देखी जाएगी। इसके बाद एम्बुलेंस में बिठाया जाएगा, इनके परिवार वाले भी उनको साथ रखे जाएंगे और यहाँ से सीधा चलियालीसौर जो हॉस्पिटल है वहाँ पर ले जाया जाएगा। तो लगभग जो पूरी प्रक्रिया है उसमें थोड़ा भी समय लगेगा, यहाँ पर उनको थोड़े समय देना पड़ेगा यहाँ पर। और अंदर जो टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल बनाया गया है वहाँ पर कुछ बड़े रूम हीटर्स जिस तरीके से होते हैं ताकि वो इलाके उस जगह को गर्म रखें, उनको ठंड ना लगे, क्योंकि बाहर काफ़ी ठंडा है और उनका शरीर उस तरीके से एक तरह से उस वातावरण में ढल नहीं पाएगा, क्योंकि वो काफ़ी लंबे समय से अंदर है। तो ऐसी सूरत में उनको बिल्कुल सेफ रखा जाएगा। फिलहाल अगर देखें तो एक एम्बुलेंस और बैग हो रही है, 2 एम्बुलेंस अभी तक बैग हो चुकी है और बाकी जो दूसरी एम्बुलेंस है वो तैयार हो चुकी है। और लगभग एक तरह से इनको ये चीज़ का इंडिकेशन मिल गया है कि अंदर जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो लगभग कामयाबी की उसमें पहुंच चुका है। अंदर एक थोड़ी अंदर तक अगर देखा जाए जहां पे वो मलबा आ रखा था, लैंडस्लाइड आ रखा था, वहां पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं, उसमें एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ, सेना, इसके अलावा डॉक्टर्स, पैरामेडिक, पुलिस, काफ़ी सारे लोग हैं और उस जगह पे काफ़ी सारी लाइट भी है। फिलहाल उस जगह पर वेट किया जा रहा है कि कब ये वहाँ से यहाँ पर लाया जाए, लेकिन इस टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल तक लाने के लिए वहाँ पर एक गाड़ी रखी गई है, उस गाड़ी के थ्रू यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे। जी
किशोर, ये जो एम्बुलेंसेस की तस्वीरें हम देख रहे हैं, अभी शायद आपके लिए बोलना ये मुश्किल होगा, बट हैव द वर्कर्स, हैज द फर्स्ट वर्कर, जो पहला जो कोई व्यक्ति ऐसा है जो अभी तक उनको निकाला गया है वहाँ से, या ये जो एम्बुलेंस हम देख रहे हैं उसमें अभी किसी को अंदर डाला गया है? डू वी नो और हैव एनी आइडिया वेदर दैट हैज हैपेंड येट?
देखिए, अभी तक जो तस्वीरें सामने आ रही है, जो लगातार हमें खबर मिल रही है, अभी फिलहाल किसी जो वर्कर्स को नहीं डाला गया है। पहले उसको हॉस्पिटल, टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल में रखा जाएगा, वहाँ उसका हेल्थ चेकअप और उसके बाद ही उसको आगे निकाला जाएगा, क्योंकि दोनों एम्बुलेंस काफ़ी देर से अंदर है। मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी भी अभी अंदर ही मौजूद है और उनके साथ केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री वीके सिंह भी अंदर मौजूद है। तो लगभग अभी फिलहाल ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है कि उनको बाहर निकाला जाएगा, लेकिन अभी एम्बुलेंस अंदर को जा रही है। वहाँ पे कुछ हलचल ज़रूर दिख रही है थोड़ा, क्योंकि काफ़ी दूर है यहाँ से हमसे और लगभग 100 या 150 मीटर दूर है और उस तरफ अंधेरा, हमारी तरफ अंधेरा है, उस तरफ उजाला ज़रूर है, लेकिन काफ़ी दूर है। लेकिन वहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री भी है। वो अब जब ये एम्बुलेंस लेके उसके और पुलिस अगर इसको पायलट करती हुई ले जाती है तो संभवतः ये माना जाएगा कि पहले जो वर्कर्स को उसको ले जाया जा रहा है, हॉस्पिटल ले जा रहा है। लेकिन अभी तक इस तरीके की कोई जो चीज़ें नहीं दिखी है। फिलहाल अभी एम्बुलेंस खड़ी हो रखी है, पीछे के दरवाजे खोला जा रहा है और मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी हुई है। जिस तरीके से एम्बुलेंस का पीछे का जो बैक डोर है जहां से मरीज को अंदर ले जाया जाता है वो दोनों खुले हैं। ये जरूर हो सकता है कि वहां से जब मरीज को अंदर लाया जाए, जो माफ़ कीजिएगा, जो वर्कर्स को लेकर अंदर जाया जाए, उसको यहाँ पर थोड़ा इलाज करके सीधा इस एम्बुलेंस में निकाल दिया जाएगा। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी कुछ और लोग अंदर से आते हुए दिख रहे हैं। उसमें जिस तरीके से उनका ड्रेसअप है वो शायद यहाँ पे पुलिसकर्मी है, वो फिलहाल आ रहे हैं। अभी पैरामेडिक्स भी वहाँ पे है और दोनों एम्बुलेंस खड़ी है। वहाँ पर काफ़ी सारे लोग मौजूद हैं और मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी भी वहीं मौजूद हैं।
जी किशोर, हमसे जुड़े रहिए। लेट्स लिसन इनटू सम रिएक्शंस कमिंग इन।
कुछ नहीं, अभी काम हमारा खत्म हो गया। पाइप उस पार टनल के चला गया है। अभी आरडीएफ ये आर्मी वाले और ये है, इन लोगों ने स्ट्रक्चर डाल दिया। आदमी को सुलाएंगे और खींच के इस पार करेंगे।
आर पार अब दिख पा रहा है?
हाँ, आर पार दिख पा रहा है। हाँ, दिख पा रहा है। हम लोग अंदर से ही
एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ की टीम जा चुकी है?
हाँ, जा चुकी है।
पाइप में लाइट लगाई जा चुकी है?
हाँ, पाइप में सेफ्टी के लिए लाइट लगा चुकी है।
कितने मिनट बाद अब मजदूरों का रेस्क्यू शुरू हो जाएगा?
बस 20-25 मिनट के बाद मन निकाला जाएगा।
ये कई दिनों का श्रम, परिश्रम, मेहनत, अब लगता है वो थकान दूर होने वाला है और जल्द सभी लोग बाहर आएंगे।
हाँ, करेक्ट।
राइट, how we heard, in fact, one of the team members there talking about how it's just a matter of minutes now before the first worker is brought out from inside that tunnel. Let me go back to my colleague Kishore. Kishore, जैसे हमने ऑफ कोर्स देखा इतने दिनों से वहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग मौजूद हैं रेस्क्यू ऑफिशियल्स के अलावा भी वी हैव द फैमिली मेंबर्स ऑफ द वर्कर्स हु आर आल्सो ईगरली एंड एंग्शियसली वेटिंग लाइक ऑल ऑफ अस इन फैक्ट बट देयर ऑफ कोर्स दे हैव बीन कैंपिंग ऑन द ग्राउंड देयर फॉर मेनी डेज नाउ उन लोगों को भी क्या हर एक एम्बुलेंस में उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स को ऑलरेडी बिठाया गया है और हैव दे बीन केप्ट एट अ सेफ स्पॉट ताकि जो एग्जिट पॉइंट है वहाँ पे कोई भी ऐसा कोई हिंड्रेंस ना हो and they are quickly able to take the workers to the hospital?
बिल्कुल अभी उनके जो परिवार वाले आए थे जितने लोग हैं उनके परिवार वाले यहाँ पर पहुँचे थे उनको जब हमारी बातचीत हुई तो उनको ये कहा था कि आप इनके कपड़े जो है उनको पैकिंग कर दे अपना भी कपड़े पैक कर दे और इनको हॉस्पिटल ले जाया जाएगा तो आप भी वहाँ पर हॉस्पिटल जाएंगे तो लगभग वो भी अभी यहाँ पर मौजूद थे लेकिन जिस तरीके से थोड़ा सा ऑपरेशन और डिले हुआ है उनको वापस उनके रूम्स में भेजा गया है और संभवतः वो भी अभी आते होंगे या उनको हॉस्पिटल ले जाने के लिए प्रशासन ने पहले ही गाड़ियाँ प्रोवाइड कर दी होगी और उनको बता दिया होगा कि जल्द उनको हॉस्पिटल लेके आ रहे हैं तो फिलहाल अगर देखा जाए तो उनके परिवार वाले भी लंबे समय से यहाँ पर मौजूद थे और धीरे धीरे उनको भी उनके साथ हॉस्पिटल ले जाया जाएगा और जहाँ पर वो उसके बाद वो अपने जो भी उनके लोग हैं उनको अपने घर वापस ले जा सकेंगे.
Right. There must be a protocol in place, of course, for such situations. Kishore, stay with us. I will also read out this tweet which has been put out by the Chief Minister Dhami, who has said there's been great success in the ongoing rescue operations at the Silkyara tunnel. The work of pipe pushing has been done across the debris. Now preparations have started to evacuate the workers safely. In fact, the pictures also there that we saw a short while back where VK Singh as well as Chief Minister Dhami were in fact seen possibly talking to some of the trapped workers. This is really the last push being made to bring out all those 41 men who have been inside for over 2 weeks now. And the last leg, the last stretch of the rescue operations there currently underway on your screens. Ambulances close to the exit point of the tunnel ready to take the workers off to the nearby hospital which has of course been waiting for the workers for several days now, but finally we seem to be nearing the end of this Himalayan rescue operation, so to speak. Kishore, going back to you, अभी जैसे हमने सुना सारे रेस्क्यू ऑफिशियल्स जिन लोगों ने बाहर आके मीडिया से बात करी उन्होंने कहा कि 15 मिनट के अंदर सारे वर्कर्स निकलना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. पहला वर्कर जो होगा उसको पुल आउट किया जाएगा और शायद 2 घंटे में ओवरऑल सारे 41 men will be brought out. That is the timeline we are looking at. अभी next stages, एक बार वो लोग बाहर आ जाए और हॉस्पिटल में जाए, अगले कुछ दिनों तक उनको ऑब्जर्वेशन में रखा जाएगा. ऐसा जो कोई SOP है जिसके बारे में आप हमें बता सकते हैं?
अगले 24 घंटों तक इनको ऑब्जर्वेशन में लगा जाएगा. ये अभी CMO थे, उन्होंने इस बात की जानकारी काफ़ी पहले दी थी, लेकिन अब चूंकि उनकी सेहत देखी जाएगी, सेहत के हिसाब से ही उनको चेक किया जाएगा. लेकिन ये ज़रूर है कि वो आज अगर निकलते हैं तो रात भर वो अस्पताल में रहेंगे और सुबह के बाद उनके और उनके परिवार वालों के साथ उनको भेजा जाएगा. फ़िलहाल अगर अभी जो जानकारी मिल रही है उसमें अभी लगातार जो लोगों का आने का सिलसिला है वो कुछ लोग आ रहे हैं. थोड़ा सा मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन से कहूँगा कि वहाँ पर कुछ लोग अंदर आ रहे हैं, उनको जो फोकस करे कौन है, क्योंकि अगर उनको पहले टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल में रखना जाना बेहद ज़रूरी है. सारी एम्बुलेंस यहाँ पर अभी अगर देखेंगे तो सारी एम्बुलेंस की लाइट्स जल गई है, सब यहाँ पर अलर्ट पे हो गई है, तो अब माना जा सकता है कि वो जल्द ही इनको यहाँ से निकाला जाएगा.
Right, Kishore, thank you so much for bringing us all these updates from the ground there. It's just a matter of minutes now before we actually have the first worker being brought out from the tunnel. That's what all the rescue officials on ground have in fact come out and said on record. We've of course seen a lot of hurdles in this entire rescue operation, so we'll have to actually wait for it to happen before we can really say it. But nonetheless, they have in fact been going on record with it, saying that all the 41 men will in fact be back out in 2 hours or so. Let me go across to my colleague Neeta at the moment, who is joining us. Okay, we will go across to Neeta in a bit, but We have in fact seen this entire operation going on for 17 days now. All of us here have in fact been tracking it. Our colleague Kishore, of course, on ground. Let me bring in my colleague Gargi right now. Gargi, you have of course been following the entire what we have in fact seen initially on Diwali day, these workers being trapped inside that tunnel. Initially, we were thinking that it's just going to be a matter of days, couple of days before they are brought out. But now we are in fact seeing that it's stretched for over 2 weeks. But finally, there's light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak.
That's right. And finally, the workers are being brought out. We're just waiting for Kishore to confirm that news. You know, he was busy speaking to us and getting us the latest. So we just had to give him a break so he can actually go and find out exactly what is happening. But finally, today on day 17, the workers are being brought out of the place inside the tunnel where they've been trapped for 17 days now. The 41 men, many arrangements in place. Tanima, as you've been saying, all the, the makeshift medical unit that has been put up there inside the tunnel as the men are going to be brought out. We've seen these ambulances backing into the tunnel as well. There are 41 ambulances. There's a helicopter also that was brought in earlier this evening to just be there on standby. And the breaking news is the first of the worker has been taken out of the tunnel. And he's there. You can see an ambulance also. They're moving away. The Chief Minister, Pushkar Singh Dhami, has been at the site pretty much all day today. In fact, he earlier in the day announced that all right, let's just listen in to what is being said at the site.
बिल्कुल ठीक है
बिल्कुल ठीक है तो कहाँ से हैं वो मजदूर, क्या आप उनको जानते हैं?
नहीं जानता मेरे को।
अच्छा
मेरे को नहीं
तो
जानता।
क्या डॉक्टर्स वगैरह आप
सारा है, सारा सब है।
डॉक्टर्स उनकी सब मेडिकल चेकअप कर रहे हैं?
सब कर रहे हैं जी।
अच्छा, आप कौन सी कंपनी से हैं?
मैं धरनी जोडक इंजीनियर्स।
अच्छा, ठीक क्या नाम क्या है आपका?
सर नाम क्या है आपका?
दिव्यांशु है कहाँ यार? अच्छा, वो ले रहा था।
All right, so the first of the workers have been taken out. 2 workers have been taken out of that tunnel, this pipe that has been put into the debris, and that was the whole effort. Remember, the drilling was taking place in the debris and then a pipe was being inserted very, very slowly. Finally, the last couple of meters, it was actually the rat hole mining experts who were brought in, a team of 24 of them, who actually manually dug through those last couple of meters that was remaining, and that pipe was inserted. And now, after this entire process and the pipe being inserted into the tunnel that was drilled into the debris, now the workers are being brought through those pipes out to the other side. And what we did understand earlier was a member of the NDRF would go through first to the side where the workers were trapped, and he would demonstrate to them how they were to behave to be brought out. Their wheel stretchers, those demonstrations we've seen earlier, they had to lie on that and then be pulled out. And so perhaps that process has happened. Chief Minister Dhami is also inside the tunnel right now, as is Union Minister VK Singh, who's been there for the last couple of days. And now the first of the workers have been rescued. They have finally been brought out. It's been fairly interesting to see this entire process, Tanima, given that you had all these machines, these drills that have been working one after the other. And Neeta also joining us, our colleague Neeta, who in fact last couple of days was at the site of the Silkyara tunnel. And Neeta, now finally the workers are being brought out. So this nightmare is finally coming to an end for them. And soon, and in fact in the next 2 hours, we can expect all 41 men to be out.
Absolutely, Gargi. 2 of them have been brought out, 3 NDRF teams inside. So about 36 men are left inside who need to be rescued. So, one by one, the NDRF teams are going to go inside and they're going to roll them out. That's what we are learning. Each member who would be rolled out would be taking 5 to 7 minutes. That's what is the estimated time. So, in next 2 to 3 hours, all 41 men would be brought out. This is a very important part of information, that the contact was established, or you could see through that tunnel, escape tunnel on the other side at 7:05. That is when first contact was established. Right now it's 8 o'clock. So obviously, about 2 workers have been rolled out, and 3 NDRF teams, as we are speaking, are still inside. So this, one by one, they would be brought out, and more teams would be rushed in. Already, NDRF had conducted this kind of a mock drill, so they know what needs to be done. NDMA says that each worker would take 5 to 7 minutes. Health services are on standby. As you see, the ambulances are there. The ambulance would be, each ambulance would be taking them to the Chiliani Sword Hospital, where they would be given the first aid, and if need be, if somebody has some kind of a critical situation, then he would be flown to the Rishikesh AIMS. So all emergency services are on high alert as we speak. Gargi?
That's right, Neeta. So finally, you know, the workers are being brought out within the next 2 hours. We can expect, hopefully, all of them will be brought out. It's been quite a nightmare for these men to be stuck in this tunnel for the past 17 days. You know, it's been hugely challenging as well. We've seen, Neeta, how, you know, the NDRF, SDRF teams are there. We believe that one of them would have gone in to, you know, demonstrate, as you were telling us just now, because it's this very narrow pipe through which they have to be brought out, and this is the pipe which has been inserted into the, you know, narrow tunnel that was drilled by the machines, and then the final few meters by the rat hole miners.
Absolutely. This is about 800 broad pipe, which is about 2.5 feet wide. So that was drilled inside the debris, and it was pushed by the auger machine. It was 60 meters deep. The tunnel was 60 meters deep, where this work needed to be was done. But in order to get these workers safely, it had to be pushed 4 to 5 meters ahead. And then a ramp was created. The workers walked up, and then through the pipes they were you know, wheeled out outside. Special stretchers, we saw NDRF men taking stretchers, going inside, and then they were pulled out one by one. 2 workers were, when I spoke last to my sources, they said 2 workers are out and 3 NDRF teams are already inside, and each worker would be taking 5 to 7 minutes of time. So if by that calculation, next to 3 to 4 hours, all workers would be outside. And as you see inside the tunnel, ambulances are already waiting. You know, we were all you know, wondering that why is it taking so long for these people to come out. So they were getting acclimatized also, because the temperature inside and the temperature outside the tunnel also was quite different. So they were getting acclimatized also. Doctors that we spoke to, they said that most of them are fit and fine. Mentally also they are stable, and health-wise also they are stable. But still, not taking any chances, they would be taken to the Chiliani Sword Hospital. Now 3 of them have been rescued, Gargi, and one by one, each one would be coming out shortly, which is a big relief for not only the family but also the administration.
Absolutely. You know, we've seen various teams there, teams from the Prime Minister's office also at the site, and the army, and, you know, all this effort that has been underway over the last couple of days. We're also joined by Nukul, who joins us from near Uttarkashi. And Nukul, so that's the good news that's just coming in, that finally 3 workers have been extricated from inside the tunnel, the collapsed tunnel, where they've spent the last 17 days. And very soon we can expect the rest of them. The first of the ambulances have actually left the tunnel with the workers.
Absolutely, Gargi. It's a great news that is coming in, and what we have given to understand is that 3 workers have already been rescued and been pulled out of the tunnel. And what we are also gathering from our sources is that sloganeering is also being heard inside the tunnels to keep the spirit and motivation high of the trapped workers who have been stranded in the tunnel for last 17 years. It is very difficult, Gargi. Let me tell you, the temperatures have started dropping down, and we could only imagine how much they have gone through in that 17 days. But their spirits were high, and they were all backing each other. And now today, finally, the day has arrived where they are being rescued by the NDRF, and also all credits to all the multi-pronged agency which were carrying out this particular rescue. Now they have been pulled out through the stretchers, and they have been carried in the 41 ambulances which were there at the spot at the same time, what we are given to understand, Gargi, is that in those 41 ambulances, there are 7 ambulances which are also kept for ALS, which is Advanced Life Support System. In case if somebody is seriously ill, he would be carried in that particular ambulance to the Chiliani Sword Hospital, where all these arrangements are being done for these workers, where 41 beds are also being arranged for these for their treatment. Now, what we are also given to understand is that let me just also tell you that how this particular rescue operation was carried out by the Red Hole Mining, Gargi. At the same time, it is not difficult to carry out a manual excavation in such a narrow path that you were also mentioning.
All right, Nukul, sorry to interrupt you, Nukul, there. We're just going to go across to Kishore for the very latest.
कि जो लोगों को निकालने का टाइम था वो पूरा हो गया है। अब लोग धीरे धीरे बाहर आ रहे हैं और जो मजदूर थे इन्होंने जिस तरीके से कहा कि 3 लोग बाहर निकाल दिए गए और जनरल वीके सिंह इसके अलावा मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी अंदर निकाले हुए मजदूरों से बातचीत कर रहे हैं। उनसे लगातार उनको जो टेम्परेरी हॉस्पिटल बनाया गया है वहां पर उनसे बातचीत कर रहे हैं। तो ये जो मजदूर थे इन्होंने जिस तरीके से अभी कहा, और क्योंकि ये वो लोग थे जिन्होंने बहुत नजदीकी से इस पूरी खुदाई को किया, आखिरी क्षण में जब बहुत समय था यानी समय नहीं था और लोग निराश हो रहे थे, तो जाहिर सी बात है ऐसे में यही वो लोग सामने आए और जिस तरीके से वो अंदर से बाहर निकलते हुए दोनों हाथ ऊपर करते हुए जो जीत की पोजीशन होती है उस तरीके से विक्ट्री का साइन, थंबलिन का साइन बनाते हुए बाहर आ गए थे। तो ये बड़ी बात है और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ये लोगों का रेस्क्यू लगातार शुरू हो चुका है। अब
सर, दिस इज वेरी बिग सक्सेस सर। दिक्कत तो आती रहती है, लोहा सरिया जो भी आया सब कटा है और सब निकला है, सब कुछ सक्सेसफुल हो गया सर।
How can you explain your expression?
Hi, how are you?
Mr. Krish.
Come here often.
Please online. Mr. Krish. You can say something, sir.
So the first 3 people just started to come out, and it's going to go smoothly forward now. That's what I'm going to say. Okay.
How many laborers?
3 out so far.
Yes, sir.
सर, मेरा नाम वकील हसन है और मैं टीम लीडर हूँ इनका।
टीम लीडर हैं सर। फिलहाल क्या स्थिति है, कितने मजदूर बाहर आ गए हैं?
सब सेफली एक एक करके बाहर आ रहे हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बिल्कुल इजीली, अब कोई भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
कितने आ चुके हैं अभी तक?
अभी 2-3 आदमी बाहर आ गए हैं, 2-3 आ चुके हैं।
स्थिति कैसी है फिलहाल?
फर्स्ट क्लास है, बिल्कुल मस्त है, हम तुम जैसे ही है, कोई टेंशन नहीं है।
तो क्या डॉक्टर्स उनका मेडिकल चेकअप कर रहे हैं?
पूरा सेटअप सेट है, बेडिंग भी कर दिया, वहाँ पे डॉक्टर्स भी है, सभी चीज़ फैसिलिटी फुल है, नो प्रॉब्लम।
तो आपके हिसाब से कितना लगभग एक वर्कर को निकालने में समय लग रहा है?
सर मोस्टली 15 मिनट, मतलब 60 मीटर का डिस्टेंस है सर, उसे आने में कितना टाइम लग सकता है इतना है, बस ज़्यादा वो नहीं है उसके अंदर। ओके,
दैट्स द बेस्ट।
You can speak something.
अब एक सेकंड, आपका हो गया।
Right, so that is the big breaking news. A lot of jubilation, as you can see, among the people who are waiting there, the workers who've been involved in this rescue operation for the 41 men. Let's listen in.
सब बड़े, हाँ, स्वागत पूरा।
लेकिन आपका काम काफी सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल काम था, हाथों से आप लोगों ने सारा मलबा निकाला, इस पर क्या कहेंगे, कितना मुश्किल था काम?
देखो जी, मुश्किल था, फिर भी इतने आदमियों की जान तो बचानी है।
ये अपनी जान पे खेल।
हाँ,
आप क्या कहेंगे, अपना नाम बताइए, आप क्या कहेंगे?
मेरा रामदास सर, बोलिए, आप बोलिए।
ये बताइए कि आपको कैसा महसूस हो रहा है, आप लोगों ने काम किया, उसके बाद आज 41 मजदूर बाहर से।
सर 100% सब लोग काम किया, गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट, डीएम तरफ से सब लोग काम किया। मेन ये लोग भी काम किया।
आप सुपरवाइजर हैं इनके?
नहीं, हम नहीं है, हम कंपनी का एक्चुअली नवयुग हम कंपनी का। कंपनी में बहुत सपोर्ट किया इस चीज़ में, इतना मिशनरी मंगाया, आप लोग देख रहे कि नहीं, बाहर से इतना मिशनरी आया, सब ठीक है।
अच्छा, ये बताइए, जो लोग बाहर आए हैं,
आ जाएगा, 1-2 घंटे में आ जाएगा।
अच्छा, उनकी तबीयत कैसी है, आप लोगों से बोला?
तबीयत 100% फिट है, नो प्रॉब्लम, सबका फिट है,
सब फिट है,
फर्स्ट सब 100% फिट है। 1-2 घंटे में सब लोग आ जाएगा। ओके, और कुछ नहीं है ना?
All right, there you heard some of the rescue workers talking about this effort. There's jubilation, there's happiness. Finally, these workers have been brought out, 3 of them. We'll just share with you a picture as well that has just been put out of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, who's there. VK Singh is also there, and they were with the first of the workers who were pulled out of the tunnel. What we heard, one of the those involved in this rescue operation saying that the workers who've come out, 3 of them so far, are in good health. So that's a good news. There you can see that picture of the Chief Minister there with the first worker who has been pulled out of the tunnel. So those first workers pulled out, and the Chief Minister and VK Singh there with him. And now the first of the ambulances have also left from the tunnel site. Remember, there's a makeshift medical center that has been set up inside the tunnel. That was to, check the workers as soon as they're brought out to see what situation they're in, whether any of them are sick or require some extra help. And then in the ambulances, they're being taken to the hospital nearby, where a special ward has been created, has been set aside just for the workers. So now 10 workers have been pulled out of the tunnel. So it's fast work now that the tunnel, the final meters of debris was finally drilled through by the rat hole workers, and the pipes were laid. Finally, in the evening is when, around a little before 8 o'clock, when the first of the workers started being pulled out, and now 10 workers have been taken out of the tunnel. There you can see that visual of the Chief Minister and Union Minister posing with the first of the workers. And so good news, as we just heard those sound bites of those involved in the rescue operation, that the workers are in good health. So there you can see those first images. So it's been a huge task to pull these workers out, to really reach them. Remember, it's been 17 days. It was on Sunday morning on Diwali that this tunnel had collapsed, trapping these workers in a 2-kilometer area inside. And since then, the efforts have been on. The various machines were brought there to drill through the debris. Various challenges were faced, as there was, metal impediments, obstacles, and we also, saw that the auger machine, this huge drilling machine that was brought there, actually broke down in the end because of the various, metal items coming in the way. Metal mesh, I think, led to that machine breaking down. And then finally, just 15 meters of debris was left to be drilled through when a team of 24 rat mine workers were brought there. These are workers who are very proficient in mining in these narrow places. Rat hole mining is something that is now illegal. It was declared illegal as it's very dangerous. However, this ability, or this, the fact that they could do this is what really helped in the end. After the auger machine broke down, just manually then these rat hole miners worked through those last couple of meters, digging through it and, cutting through the obstacles, metal obstacles that came in the way. And finally, the pipes were inserted earlier today. That was the last thing, remember, because even as this tunnel is being drilled through the debris, there was a pipe that had to be inserted. It was actually being welded together on the spot there, and over the last couple of days, it slowly it had been inserted into the row that was drilled in. And there you can see visuals of celebrations outside the tunnel. And finally, today was when those last couple of meters, the rat hole miners arrived only yesterday, and they did tell NDTV then, Kishore Rawat, who's been reporting from the spot, that we are going to get through this last remaining meters in 24 hours. And in fact, it took them less than 24 hours. They finally managed to manually drill through that last remaining debris. And finally, the metal pipe had to be inserted. And there you can see doctors are clapping, running towards the ambulances. Ambulances are leaving now with the workers who have been pulled out of the tunnel area where they were trapped. So really celebrations, as you can see. And the good news is, it seems they're all in good health so far. at least what we know, that those who've been pulled out are in good health. So that is very good news. There is a chopper that is on standby in case anyone requires some urgent, medical attention. But so far, what those involved in the rescue effort have been telling us is that the workers who have come out are all in good health, and their families obviously must be ecstatic with the news. It's been a very harrowing time for them, very worrying, as they were hoping for good news sooner rather than later. Various efforts were being made. Remember, on Sunday, in fact, drilling had begun from on top of the hill beneath which there is the Silkyara tunnel, because it wasn't, at that time officials thought it's better to try all efforts, simultaneous efforts, as the horizontal drilling was not taking place then, as the auger machine had broken down. Let's go back to Neeta, my colleague, who in fact spent several days there. Neeta, you've seen the hospital as well, where these workers are going to be taken. But first, fantastic news now coming in. We were waiting for this news. We thought we'd get it earlier in the day, but now finally the workers have been taken out. Now 10 of them have been taken out of the tunnel, and what officials are saying is that they are healthy, and we can see the first of their pictures as well.
Absolutely. It's a big relief for both the administration also and the family members also. Last time when I checked with the officials, they said 10 of them are out. Each worker would be needing 5 to 7 minutes Gargi to be rolled out. More teams of NDRF have been asked to go inside. It's a synchronized exercise. They had conducted mock drills about it, that how these people are going to be pulled out and how they are going to be sent to the hospitals. A green corridor is expected to be given to all these ambulances. When talking about their health, when we used to speak to doctors or even senior officers, they used to tell us they're hale and hearty. They in fact were doing some kind of recreation activities also inside, because we have to remember, Gagi, the area where they were stuck, it was about 2 kilometers long and about 8.5 meters high. So that was a huge area. So obviously they were doing different kind of activities there. So when they are coming out, as you see in the pictures, all of them look quite healthy. More so, they were given warm food, fruits also, and they were also, a morale booster was they were speaking to their families regularly. If and whenever they wanted to speak to their families, arrangements were being done. Most of the family members were camping in Silkyara itself. Most of them had rented, homestays also, and they were staying there. So each worker now is going to be accompanied by one family member in the ambulance when they would be taken to Silkyara, when they would be taken to Chiliani Sword District Hospital, where a 41-bedded, a special ward has been created where these men would be taken, and if need be, a Chiknook Hospital again, which is again in Chiliani Sword, because the helipad is there, they would be taken there, and if needed be, they would be flown to AIMS Rishikesh. But it's a big news, and you see the faces, the kind of sweets these people are distributing. Prayers were there, mantras were chanted, at the doorstep of the cave, at the mouth of the cave, one small mandir was also established. Very interestingly, all these foreign people who had come, these foreigners who had come to assist our agencies and men for the rescue operation, even when they used to go inside, because I used to reach there by 7:30, they used to take one small flower and keep before the mandir which was established there, and then do namaste and then go inside. So each and every person who walked inside the tunnel used to do namaste or used to bow down before the deity and then used to go inside. So obviously, prayers have been answered. The entire Dev Bhumi was praying for these men as to when they are going to be rescued. Talk to anyone. They wanted the update. What's happening? So now we are getting to know more than 10 people have been rescued from the tunnel.
Right, and we can see laddus are being distributed there outside the tunnel, and being offered to all, even the media, all the people there. As you said, locals also have been really a part of this, and everybody's been so anxious for this good news. So the workers being brought out. Neeta, when you were there was the auger machine that was doing the drilling, and this pipe was being inserted into that passage that was being drilled, but it finally broke down, and it was this group of rat hole miners who came just yesterday and who managed to actually actually, dig through manually and, drill through manually the last couple of meters. So they really are the ones who managed to, ensure that it just happened within a day. Well, let's just listen into what is being said.
सकुशल बाहर आए हैं बाबा बौखनाथ की कृपा से, और आज हम पुनः दिवाली मना रहे हैं उनकी खुशी में, जो है उनके बाहर आने की खुशी में। स्थानीय लोग हैं, मैं बड़कोट से हूँ, नगर पालिका बड़कोट से, और हम लोग जो है आज पुनः उनकी खुशी में जो आज दिवाली मना रहे हैं।
दिवाली वाले दिन से locals are there also celebrating, bringing laddus and distributing it there. You can see the chief minister with one of the first workers who has been brought out of that tunnel. So Neeta, really it is these rat hole miners who managed to, drill through that last remaining debris.
Army was called in 2 days back, and it's the army which, they said they would be digging out manually because they had that kind of an experience. These rat miners, this Madras sappers, a team was flown in, especially from Chennai, and then in a couple of hours they managed to do so, because it was a 5-meter deep wall which was separating the workers and the rescuers, but they managed to dig into it. We were also told that this wall was soft, the soil was very soft as compared to the earlier debris which was being cleared by the auger machine. The pipe was being pushed by the auger machine because it was kind of a safety tunnel which was being built, because otherwise how would you come through the debris? Now, as you see, Gargi, on your screens also, these workers who have come out, they seem hale and hearty. Most of them are young boys. They're smiling because they were being provided food and any kind of facility they wanted. Even one of the officials told me that even a nail cutter was provided to these men. When they asked, one of them was provided with a thermometer. So any kind of thing that they were asking, they were being provided. So all of them are very happy. Mr. VK Singh, Pushkar Singh Dhami, all of them are very happy. But still, these people would be taken to the district hospital because basic parameters needed to be checked and a kind of record needs to be maintained. So they would be taken to a hospital. But if their family members feel, because the minute you come out, you want to bond with your family first. So that is why their families were also asked to come and stay there. Most of them are going to be accompanied by their family members if and when they are going to be taken to the hospital. Gargi?
Right, so that's the big breaking news. 15 workers are now out, and you can see, one of the workers meeting with the chief minister. Also, those who, did the final manual digging through the debris being appreciated as well. You can see jubilation, clapping outside the tunnel. Laddus were being distributed. Ambulances have left with some of those workers. So it's happening very fast, Neeta. But, now since we have this, that, they're being rescued, it's all going well. 41 workers will all be taken out. Post this also, there's a committee that has been set up to look into the reasons for this tunnel collapse. A lot of questions about the entire Char Dham project as well. But what was disturbing to know is that it is the beginning of the tunnel where this collapse took place. So that is disturbing, as this tunnel has been in place for the last year or 2 years or so. But let's just listen into some family reactions coming in.
आज ये 24 तारीख की सुने हम लोग के 2-3 घंटा के अंदर में हम लोग निकल जाएंगे। आज ये 28 तारीख हो गया। आज भी सुन रहे हैं कि 1-1.5 घंटा के अंदर में आपके बच्चे निकल जाएंगे, लेकिन जब निकलेंगे और हमसे वो परिजनों को जो हम भेजे हैं उनसे अगर सही सलामत हमसे बात हो जाए तब तो हम जानेंगे कि मेरा लड़का निकल चुका है सुरंग से, तब न मेरा यकीन होगा। यही हम आप लोग से भी प्रार्थना, भगवान से भी प्रार्थना है कि जल्द से जल्द निकाला जाए। इतना ही बोल सकते हैं, और क्या बोल सकते हैं।
आधे घंटे में 5-6 लोग निकल गए।
अब निकल गए हैं, उसको हमारा पूरा रिपोर्ट नहीं, अब वो निकले पूरा जो मेरा परिजन जो गए हैं वो जब तक हमको फोन करके नहीं बताएंगे तो हमको कैसे यकीन होगा कि निकल गए हैं। मान लीजिए मीडिया वाला तो आज तब लड्डू फड्डू बांट रहे थे 5 बजे कि निकल गए लोग, और अभी तक वो लोग सुरंग में है ही हैं, तो कैसे माने, किसको बात माने, और किसका वैल्यूएट दें कि
वो हमारे सच्चे दोस्त हैं, सच्चे हमको बोलते हैं कि वो हमरा पूरा यकीन के साथ.
All right, so you can hear one of the family members disbelieving the news because he claims that, you know, they'd been told all these days it's going to happen soon, He says today afternoon also the news came that the work has been complete and they're going to be pulled out. But till I speak to him on the phone, I will not believe it. But that is the great news now and relief for many of the family members. And there you can see the rat hole mining experts being appreciated. They're the ones who really, you know, pushed through that last couple of meters, 15 meters or so of debris that was left. They worked in very constricted space, manually drilling and digging. This is after the auger machine broke down on the weekend. Parts of it had to be pulled out, and then finally it is these rat hole mining experts who had to be brought in. They were flown in yesterday. They told NDTV then that we're going to do it in 24 hours. It didn't seem possible, but they did it in even less time. And then after they dug through and dug through that, or drilled through rather, that last remaining debris, then the pipe had to be inserted. Remember, a pipe was being inserted throughout into the hole that was being drilled into the debris, and that it's through that the workers were finally brought out. A member of the NDRF would have gone in and shown them how they would be pulled out on the, you know, wheel stretchers. We've seen visuals of those earlier as well. And finally, each of the workers being pulled out. It's happening at a fast pace. 18 of them have been brought out already now. It's been a very difficult time, as you can imagine, for these workers. A lot of effort was put in to ensure that their morale remained high. They were told, they were constantly being told about the rescue efforts. There were a lot of disappointments as well along the way after, you know, machine after machine broke down. New machines had to be brought in. And then the final 15 meters then manually dug through by these rat hole mining experts, who are also really the, you know, hero of the day. There you can see Chief Minister Dhami with the first of the workers who was brought out. What we do know is that they are healthy, at least the ones who have been brought out so far. We know that while these workers were together in that space, there was one of them, I think one of the most senior ones, who had experienced something like this before, and he really rallied them, ensured that they, you know, their morale remained high. They did not get too depressed or pessimistic. Food was being provided to them these last few days. BSNL managed to provide them some sort of, you know, connection, so they could actually speak to family members from there. So and of course the food, medicines were all being given. Anti-depression medicines were also being given, is what was being reported at the time. But the big news now, 18 of the workers have finally been brought out. The weather also has held up. That's been a huge relief. It was just yesterday that it did start lightly raining, but the falling temperatures were also something of a worry. But finally the workers have been brought out. Now they'll be taken through in the ambulances to the hospital, where a ward has been set aside for them, where they will all be treated. And 41 ambulances have been waiting there at the site for the last couple of days. And this morning as well, we were, you know, seeing those visuals of this entire lineup of ambulances that were waiting there. Relief for the family members. The workers are from various parts of the country, from Bengal, from Jharkhand. Earlier today, Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, also said she was sending a team from her state to help the workers, who were from Bengal, and ensure that, they were taken care of as they have been pulled out of the tunnel. They were first checked at this makeshift hospital, this makeshift medical center that was set up inside the tunnel, and then they were taken in ambulances. One family member was being allowed to accompany them, and they are being taken now to the hospital. So it's been a massive effort. It's been an effort involving several agencies. Roads have had to be built right there and then so that these machines could be brought. The Home Ministry also had to help out so that, trains could be used to bring certain machines. Certain machines had to be airlifted. It's been a mammoth exercise and effort. There was simultaneous efforts going on. With yesterday there was digging. In fact, on Sunday is when the vertical digging began from on top of the the tunnel. So that was also a big effort. And then the horizontal drilling, which anyway was taking place, the auger machine breaking down, and then this team of experts who knew how to, mine in these narrow spaces, rat hole mining experts were brought in. And they are the ones really who managed to dig through, drill through those last remaining meters of debris, cutting through any metal obstacles that came on the way and getting through to the men on the other side. Then the metal pipe had to be inserted there, and it's a very delicate process. It took time. That's why earlier today the news came that the drilling was over, that they'd managed to reach the other side, but then the pipe also had to be inserted. Let's just listen into what's being said.
आर्मी का बड़ा योगदान रहा है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन खुशी है, बहुत खुशी है, बढ़िया मौका मिला, बहुत खुशी है। थैंक यू।
All right, so there you're seeing some of those reactions coming in. The ambulances are leaving. 18 workers have been brought out. On your screens you can see one of the first workers who was brought out being greeted by Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, who has been there. He was every day he's been visiting the area. He's in fact was staying nearby. So that's the big breaking news, the great news coming in after 17 days of these workers being trapped inside the Silkyara tunnel, which is a part of the Char Dham project. Finally, the breakthrough, the workers are being brought out, 18 brought out so far, all 41 will be brought out shortly. And there you can see the ambulances at the site that are taking the workers to the hospital where a special ward has been set up. There's a helicopter also on standby if anyone needs to be airlifted. So that's the big breaking news. We'll continue to track. And the good news now, my colleague Maria joining us, 33 workers are now out of the tunnel. Maria.
Yes, that's right. And that certainly is good news, Gargi. After 400 hours, an evacuation operation which has been going on for days now, 17 days in all. Workers who were trapped there have been rescued, and the process of rescuing is still on. The workers are being taken to the temporary hospital which has been put up inside the tunnel for medical checkup and acclimatization. And besides the temporary hospital, elaborate preparations have been made for the rescue. In fact, an Air Force Chinook chopper is also on standby for emergencies, and a green corridor has been created to transfer the workers to a hospital. Those are the visuals coming in of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami and Union Minister General VK Singh, who were there. In fact, they are present at the spot even as we speak. Rat miners, who are essentially laborers used to drilling narrow shafts as part of a primitive and currently illegal method of coal extraction, had to manually dig the rocks over a 12-meter last stretch that proved too tough, certainly, for an American auger drill and several other devices. Naresh Bansal, Member of Parliament of the BJP, and also Santosh Kumar is joining us, who is Senior Advisor, Head of NIDM, which is Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India in New Delhi. Professor Kumar, we are looking at those very, very heartwarming visuals. Finally, it is about that victory that India has had. This will be seen as a massive rescue effort, India's biggest rescue effort ever. And finally, we have succeeded in ensuring that the workers are safe and they are out.
Yes, this is very interesting, as the wholehearted effort which have gone into the rescue operation since day one, and the estimation was made, the teams were sent, highest level of monitoring by the Honorable Prime Minister, and then the constant monitoring by the state government, the local government, multidisciplinary team. They were working, coordination amongst the different stakeholders, they were there. So this is a kind of a very choreographed kind of a rescue operation, although it has taken time. But in the other part of the world, you can see that the Chile, yeah, that's right. In the Chile also, it was a kind of big rescue operation, went on for long, and and they were rescued after many, many days. So finally, the best part of this is that all have been taken out as a kind of a life. This is a great moment for the country and everyone to be congratulated.
Absolutely.
From the Prime Minister to the down to the line of the workers.
Yes, those are the
who have gone
visuals.
final.
Just
Yes.
a quick update for our viewers. Another ambulance has arrived at that site in Uttarkashi. All the workers are now being taken to the nearby hospital for a health checkup to ensure that they are safe. They have been rescued safely as well. Naresh Bansal, Member of Parliament of Rajya Sabha of the BJP, someone who belongs to the state of Uttarakhand. Bansal ji, क्या बोल सकते हैं, क्या-क्या खबर है आपके पास अभी?
देखिए, खबर जो आपके पास है वही है कि लगभग पूरे 33 मजदूरों को निकाला जा चुका है और जिस प्रकार से सारे समन्वय के साथ सारी केंद्र की और प्रदेश की एजेंसियों ने, वैज्ञानिकों ने, टेक्नीशियंस ने, मजदूरों ने, सबने परंपरागत तकनीक, मॉडर्न टेक्निक सबको इस्तेमाल करते हुए जिस प्रकार साहस का परिचय दिया है और उसमें 41 में से 33 मजदूर बाहर आ गए हैं। मुझे लगता है कि और 15 मिनट में 8 मजदूर भी आ जाएंगे और ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन पूरा होगा, जिसको डे 1 से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ग्राउंड जीरो पर जाकर के पूरी उसकी मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे थे। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी बराबर मनोबल भी बढ़ा रहे थे और एक पल पल की खबर ले रहे थे। हमारे गृह मंत्री जी मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे थे। एनडीआरएफ, एसडीआरएफ सबने इसमें बड़ा योगदान दिया है और मैं समझता हूं कि ये लंबे समय तक याद रखने वाला रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है, जिसमें 17 दिन तक अंदर फंसे हुए मजदूरों का मनोबल बनाए रखा गया, उनको गुणवत्ता युक्त भोजन और पानी, दवाइयां, सब चीज उनको।
On November 12th, a quick wrap for our viewers. This has been a long rescue operation. Professor C.S. Dubey, senior geologist, is also live with us. Professor Dubey, it begins on November 12th at 4 a.m. when a 1200-kilometer area of tunnel on the Brahmakal Yamutri National Highway had collapsed, which had led to these 41 workers being trapped in what was a buffer zone. And then there were multiple efforts, multiple tunnels were created, and finally it was man versus machine, in which the men who were the rat miners, they went inside and found the way out.
Yeah, look, I don't call them rat miners. I call them mine excavator heroes, because they are the first one who have done wonders. They have done hard work manually to go deep inside that pipe and try to dig out the things and bring those people out. So I congratulate all the mine excavator heroes as well as the one who are trapped in, have shown their courage to be there and to have maintain their strength, and that's a wonderful thing which has happened. The second thing is, I congratulate all the team. We don't want to, at this moment, we don't want to complicate things by saying anything else other than that everybody did their work progressively. Everybody was trying to make his mind up. There may be 4 or 5 ways they tried, but ultimately, yes, you are right. The men is always, up and above the machines. Men has mind. They know how to go forward, and machines don't have mind. So I think this is the best way we have done it. The future will be, there will be audits for this. There will be a lot of, it's a SOP. So we can make a lot of SOPs with that, standard operating procedures, by learning these things, that what safety measures we should have before and after the collapses.
महाराज सिंह, गब्बर सिंह नेगी इनके भाई हैं और वो उन 41 मजदूरों में थे। हम देख सकते हैं महाराज सिंह जी, क्या खबर आई है? गब्बर सिंह जी बाहर निकल चुके हैं?
अभी नहीं निकले, अभी तो 2-3 घंटे हो लगेंगे।
तो परिवार वालों से बात हो रही है?
हाँ, मैंने कल की थी बात है, मेरे परिवार वालों से बात हुई थी, मेरे बच्चों से, मेरी बीबी से, मेरे मैडम से सब बात हुई थी साहब तक। लेकिन मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि जो बाबूनाग मंदिर है वहाँ पर नाग देवता का, उसका स्थापना होना चाहिए और वो ये अच्छा काम करे और अच्छा के लिए करे। लोग जो मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि इतना हिसाब था ये हुआ पर, लेकिन इसमें किसी ने सीरियसली काम नहीं लिया मतलब। इसमें ऐसा था मतलब कि पहले हम लोग हम देवभूमि वाले हैं और हमको देवता का पूजन, भजन, कीर्तन और प्रसाद पाना बहुत जरूरी होता है मतलब। इसीलिए ये मतलब कि जो कंपनी है, कंपनी ने बिल्कुल गलत काम किया है। उन्होंने किसी की नहीं सुनी, किसी की अपनी अपनी चलाई है और उनको मतलब कि थोड़ा हिसाब किताब होने से उनको भी सजा मिलनी चाहिए मतलब।
और महाराज सिंह जी, परिवार में कौन कौन है वहां पर उत्तरकाशी में अभी इस समय?
मेरे भाई साहब है वहाँ, बड़े भाई साहब मेरे तब से लड़के हैं। ये थानेदार साहब वहाँ पर श्री जमल सिंह नेगी जी, और उनके ऊपर हम सारे जमादार।
जी, Maharaj Singh there, Gabbar Singh Negi's brother, who was telling us that he certainly is relieved, but he wants punishment for the company which was actually involved in it. CP Rajendran, Indian geologist, also with us. You know, the rubble many saw as very, very frustrating, I would say, because there were multiple agencies, drilling activities which went on for over 2 weeks, and finally we saw this entire planning succeed. When you look at these visuals, certainly a huge relief for their families, but also multiple agencies involved in this entire rescue effort. What does it say about India's overall achievement in ensuring that our workers are safe?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I'm very glad, I mean, very relieved, in fact, to see all the workers who have been trapped there come out safely, and, they're able to meet their loved ones. I mean, it is a great relief for the entire country. There's no doubt about that. And people who have been working, 24/7 for the last 2 weeks have been, they should be congratulated and should be compensated for whatever they have done. So that's a great thing. I mean, absolutely no doubt about that. I mean, I must congratulate everybody on, from top to bottom. But the point here is, I mean, the question is, whether, there has to be a proper inquiry into who should be held accountable for this. Because, I mean, there has been a series of mishaps related to this project. And, I hope the authorities would be looking at into this very seriously. And, those who are, have done, have not been following the proper procedures in tunneling or road building has to be held accountable for it. So that is my request here.
Ji. Let's listen in to my colleague Kishore, who has spoken to one of the mine evacuator heroes, as Professor Santosh Kumar and Professor C.S. Dubey are rightly calling them. These will be seen as superheroes, Professor Santosh Kumar, who played the most crucial and important role when all the machines got stuck, when the machines were broken. It was their efforts which must be lauded towards the end.
Interesting kind of a learning for all of us in terms of one is that disaster happens, this kind of a thing, and then what are the challenges which we may face in future, and also that what are the strategies which worked and which did not work. So the idea is to draw lessons from here, that how the machine and also that manual, the importance of manual gradually was it has declined over the years in terms of bigger rescue like this. But today what we see, what we are seeing is that it's not that only the technology can bring the hope, but also that manual work which can also play a very, very significant role in such kind of a rescue operations. So this is a combination of both that high machine and also that technology, and plus that manual and understanding of that. So idea is to that combination should work in future. So that what does the case of the future. But today, when we see that how people who have survived in the trapped area, and where the communication was established from the very second day of the whole of the of the operation. So that is the most important thing which had happened, that the communication between the victims and the rescuers got established. So that played a significant role in terms of motivating them inside and always having hope that yes, they would be rescued. This was a very important thing. So what I'm saying is that technology is one, the manual work is one, but also the psychosocial intervention in such kind of keeping contact, and even today, they are coming out. A lot of kind of a mental trauma must have been there, but the idea is to have that kind of also be addressed. Other than that, what is the physical healthcare system?
Yeah.
So I'm sure there must be, this is a very good learning for everyone.
Professor Kumar, just hold on to your thoughts. Let's listen in to one of the mine evacuator heroes as he's speaking to
तुम्हारी भी ठीक लग रही है और बिल्कुल तंदुरुस्त
ऐसे ही वो हैं सर,
ऐसे ही है,
ऐसे ही हैं बोलो।
अच्छा, क्या खुशी थी उनके बेचारे में जैसी आपको देखा?
बिल्कुल बहुत ज्यादा खुशी थे, बहुत ज्यादा।
अच्छा, आप क्या कहेंगे? आप भी अंदर काम कर रहे थे?
हाँ, ये भी अंदर।
चलिए, कोई बात नहीं। आपका नाम क्या है?
देवेंद्र।
देवेंद्र कहाँ से आए?
जिला बुलंदशहर से हैं।
अच्छा, कितना मुश्किल था और इस काम को करके कितनी खुशी? आप पे बहुत नजरें थी कि आखिरी वो क्षण थे जिसको करना आपने था।
बढ़िया करा था हमने, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई हमें, बढ़िया तरीका से उनके दौरे पहुंचे हैं। उन्हें पहुंचते ही उन्होंने ना बहुत खुशी मनाई, हमारे से गले मिले बहुत, उन्होंने बादाम भी खिलाए हैं।
अच्छा, बादाम भी खिलाया है। आप हीरो बन चुके हो, आप ही की वजह से वो लोग आए हैं। बहुत सबने मेहनत करी है, लेकिन जो आखिरी क्षण थे वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे। कैसा लग रहा है और किस तरीके से लग रहा है? कठिन कितना था वहाँ पे?
कटिंग 1500 15 मीटर।
15 मीटर?
हाँ जी।
ज्यादा था?
नहीं, ज्यादा नहीं था।
अच्छा, अंदर जो मिले जो लोग थे वो 41 लोग, वो आप लोगों को देखकर आपकी जो टीम है पूरी, कैसा लगा और किस तरीके?
हम भी उन्होंने को देख के खुश हो गए थे सर, वो हमें देख के खुश हुए थे, हम उन्होंने को देख के खुश हो गए थे।
आपने पता है कि बहुत बड़ा काम किया, आपको लग रहा है?
जी,
पूरा देश आपके लिए वो कर रहा है कि आपने बहुत बड़ा काम किया।
जी 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 सर।
आपका सर नाम?
सर मेरा नाम वकील हसन है।
आप इनके
और मैं टीम लीडर हूँ सर इनका।
अच्छा, टीम लीडर है।
यस सर।
ये लोग कहाँ से आए? और क्योंकि आज पूरा देश इनको देख रहा है और ये वो लोग थे जो आखिरी 20% कठिन था, जो उम्मीदें टांगे, इन्होंने पूरा किया।
जी बिल्कुल सर, इन्होंने इतनी ज़्यादा मेहनत करी है कि सरिया काट के, पाइप काट के, जिस तरीके से ये लोग आगे गए हैं उन्हें निकालने के लिए। लेकिन एक चीज़ बहुत कमाल किया, हमारे अंदर भी तो जज्बा ऐसा था कि उन्हें निकाल के लेकर आना ही है। ये हमारे लिए एक तरीके अपॉर्चुनिटी क्या, ये लाइफ में एक चांस था हमारे लिए, और ये किसी को मिल पाता।
मैंने जब इनसे शुरू में बात करी थी तो उन्होंने वादा किया था कि अब हम आ गए, जब हम तभी बाहर निकलेंगे जब उनको लेके आएंगे।
बिल्कुल सर, हमने है ना ये कर लिया था प्रण कि 24 घंटे हमें नॉन स्टॉप काम करना है और उन्हें लेके बाहर आना है, और ये 24 घंटे काम किया हम।
अच्छा, इनको देख के लग नहीं रहा है कि ये थके हैं, ये इनको लग रहा है कि अभी शायद और खुदाई भी कर दे कहीं।
हाँ जी, हमने प्लानिंग से किया ना सर, 4 लड़के एक साथ
बराबर रहे हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
ये वो लोग हैं जिनके भरोसे पूरा देश था कि कम से कम वो जो आखिरी 20% रह गया उन पर ये आएंगे और खुदाई करके लाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने वो काम कर दिया जिसपे सभी को लग रहा था कि वो 24 घंटे में होगा, लेकिन 24 घंटे से पहले काम कर दिया है। और ये अंदर पहुंचे, उनका रिएक्शन अलग था क्योंकि उन्होंने 17 दिन बाद कोई इंसान अंदर देखा है उन 41 के अलावा। फिलहाल वो मजदूर लगातार बाहर निकल रहे हैं और
विशेष रूप से पीएमओ के मार्गदर्शन में भारत सरकार की सब एजेंसीज, उत्तराखंड सरकार और वहां की स्थानिक जनता और सब लोगों ने रात दिन मेहनत की, परिश्रम किए, अलग अलग पर्यायों पर काम किया और उसके बाद ये सफलता मिली है। ये बहुत गहरा संकट था, पहली बार इस प्रकार का अनुभव आया। इन लोगों की जान बची, उन लोगों को मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं। और इसमें जान बचाने में जिन जिन भारत सरकार की एजेंसियों ने और राज्य सरकार की एजेंसियों ने और सभी हमारे इंजीनियर्स थे, रात दिन अपने जोखिम लेकर जो काम किया है, उन सबको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनके आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ये घटना ने भी हमको सीखने के लिए बहुत कुछ मिला है। अब हम लोग इसके बारे में टनल का सेफ्टी ऑडिट भी करने वाले हैं और टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ कैसे हम लोग ज्यादा से अच्छे टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर सके, ये भी कोशिश करेंगे। हिमालय का स्टार्टा बहुत ही फ्राजिल है और पर इसके ऊपर हमको उपाय ढूंढना होगा। हम निश्चित रूप से उपाय ढूंढेंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ फिर से एक बार जिन जिन लोगों ने सहयोग किया उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और विशेष रूप से जो मजदूर है उनके परिवारों को भी मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, क्योंकि वो बेचारे वापस आए हैं। हमारे लिए, सबके लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। उनके उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Let me go back to the guest, Professor C.S. Dubey. You heard from those mine excavator heroes, as you're calling them, and you know the last mile push that came from them is something that they would be lauded for. You know, that yes, they were being the workers were being provided with all that they needed in terms of the food and other necessities, which included water and medical supplies. But it was getting increasingly frustrated towards the end when all the machines were failing.
Yes, because you know this area, if we really look into the whole Himalaya, especially this area, the lesser Himalaya to middle Himalayan portions, you know, the landslides in these areas are too many, and old landslides are in Uttarkashi. We have mapped the old landslides. There are too many old landslides. And what happens in the old landslide, that the earth becomes compact, the soil becomes compact, and it looks like that it is very hard and compact. But just slightly rain or slightly movement below the, you know, mountains, if you do
the house of one of the rescued workers, संतोष जी की वाइफ हमारे साथ जुड़ रही हैं, अनारकली, वहां पर आपकी संतोष जी से बात हो गई?
जी मैम,
आपकी बात हुई? मुझे उन्होंने क्या बताया कि कब आ रहे हैं घर वापस? वो
उन्होंने तो अभी नहीं बताए हैं, कुछ नहीं, मतलब कॉल किए थे तो थोड़ी देर, मतलब 4-5 मिनट बात हुआ, कह रही थी कि हम लोग निकल गए हैं, अभी बाद में कॉल करेंगे, और बात ही नहीं हुआ।
अनारकली जी, जरा सा कैमरा दिखाइए, वहां पर क्या हो रहा है, आपके परिवार में वाले लोग अभी क्या कर रहे हैं, जरा दिखाइए। आप अपनी तस्वीर भी दिखाते रहे जी, जरा जरूर दिखाइए। वो दिवाली हो रही है?
जी मैम, दीपावली मना रहे हैं।
आप लोग दिवाली अभी मना रही हैं। घर परिवार में और कौन कौन है?
सासू माँ है और ननद और एक मेरे भांजी और दादी अम्मा और मतलब बड़ी मम्मी, सासू मम्मी, और कोई नहीं
जी। और
मेरे जो ससुर है वो
दिए जलाए जा रहे हैं। आज तो बहुत ही अहम दिन है। संतोष जी सही सलामत वापस आ गए हैं 17 दिनों के बाद। उन्होंने क्या क्या बात बताया आपको 5 मिनट में जो आपकी बात हुई?
जी मैम, अभी तो कुछ नहीं बताए हैं वो लोग।
जी, 5 मिनट आपकी जो बात हुई उसमें क्या क्या बात हुई? वो
क्या है?
उनकी तबीयत ठीक है?
हाँ मैम, उनकी तबीयत ठीक है, कह रहे थे कि ठीक है हम लोग।
ठीक है, अच्छा। और परिवार से वहाँ पर कौन है उत्तरकाशी में?
परिवार से मेरा देवर गए हैं वहाँ पे, जब ये हादसा हुआ था।
जी जी जी। So that was Anarkali, wife of one of the rescued workers now, Santosh. It's celebration time in the families. You can see those diyas being lit up. It's Diwali, though delayed Diwali, but Diwali which is happening in multiple homes of those 41 workers. Those are the visuals also coming in of Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami. Anarkali, अगर आप हमारी आवाज सुन सकती हैं? जी अनारकली जी, घर में दिए जल रहे हैं, पटाखे भी हैं, मिठाई और लड्डू भी खाया आप लोगों ने?
जी मैम।
तो ये जो 17 दिन थे आप लोग बहुत परेशान थे, क्या किससे बात होती थी वहाँ?
ओकी टोकी द्वारा मतलब हो रही थी, 2 बार हुआ था और उसके बाद तो कॉल मतलब की बात नहीं हो पाई
जी। उन्होंने क्या बताया? खाना समय पर मिल रहा था?
खाना तो समय से, मतलब वो कह रहे थे, कल बात हुआ था
जी,
तब वो कह रहे थे कि समय से अभी नहीं मिला है, अभी मिलेगा मतलब 9 बजे।
जी जी। तो वो उनकी तबीयत 17 दिन में सही रही और अब वो बाहर आ गए हैं, तो वो आप लोग के घर वापस कब आ रहे हैं?
ये तो अभी नहीं बताए हैं मैम, क्या बता दें,
चलिए
बताइए
जी। तो those are the visuals coming in of the house of one of the rescued workers, Santosh. His family is celebrating Diwali, those diyas being lit up. They have reasons to celebrate, though delayed Diwali, but yes, why not? when it is about those 17 hours of 17 days and 400 hours of trauma, complete mayhem. And finally, there is that light at the end of a dark tunnel, and the light is coming through those diyas which are lit up now at Santosh's home. Santosh is among those 41 workers who were trapped inside that Silkyara tunnel. All of them have been rescued, and it's about smiles and celebrations in the families that have reasons to celebrate now. News and updates will continue on the other side. My colleague Vishnu Som is here in the studio as well. We are taking a short break, but this remains our top focus. We are leaving you with those visuals of workers being rescued.
Co-presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
माँ भी हमेशा पी-मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence at Ashoka.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, there are good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in because we believe entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010, right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our two best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years. And ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good.
Good evening. You're watching Left, Right and Centre. All 41 men trapped underground in a tunnel in Uttarakhand, Silkyara, were rescued late Tuesday, beginning the home stretch of a frantic 17-day multi-agency op that relied in the final stretch on the banned manual rat hole mining technique employed after high-tech machines or augers failed to drill through the nearly 60 meters of rock that had threatened to bury the workers. The extraction process took some time to allow each worker to re-acclimatize to surface conditions where the temperature is around 14 degrees Celsius at this time. The workers were brought out on specially modified stretchers. These were lowered manually down a 2-meter wide pipe inserted into holes drilled into the hillside. The images that you see are part of what has been a dramatic set of events over the last 1.5 hours. The great news over here is that after 17 days, more than 2 weeks, all 41 workers inside that mine in Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand are out. I'm now joined by my colleague Neeta, who's got the very latest with us. Neeta, what is the condition of the men who've been rescued?
Vishnu, as we could all see, all of them seemed very fine. They are hale and hearty. When we were speaking to the doctors also, when I was there outside Silkyara tunnel, who was speaking to them constantly, they used to tell us that they are fine because even the psychiatrist was speaking to them and regular doctors were also keeping a check on their health parameters. So when they were rolled out, the vitals were checked, but now they are being shifted to this Chiliani Sword District Hospital, all 41 of them. Each one is accompanied by a family member and also a nodal officer. So they would be taken to the Silkyara tunnel where again basic things, basic parameters would be checked, and if need be they would be airlifted to AIIMS Rishikesh, and if not they would let go, they would be asked to go to their homes. The family members are obviously relieved. Out of these 41, you know, most of them were in their 20s and in their 30s. Interestingly, Vishnu, one of the workers who was trapped this time also was a worker who has been trapped 3 times. So this was his 3rd time and he was one of the the boys who was acting as a ringleader. He was keeping the group together, trying to motivate the entire group. And the biggest thing, the help which actually helped all the people was the BSNL line which was established by the administration. The trapped workers regularly spoke to their families, spoke to them as to what they ate, what they did the entire day, how was everyone at home. So obviously mentally they were very sound, and even health wise their parameters were okay. Vishnu?
ये वो लोग हमारे साथ मौजूद है जिन्होंने वादा किया था कि 24 घंटे से पहले उनको निकाल के लाएंगे, और ये रेड माइनर्स और ये जो हाथों से खुदाई करके अंदर पहुंचे हैं, सबसे पहले किस तरह का रिएक्शन था जैसे आप अंदर पहुंचे?
जैसे हम अंदर पहुंचे वो लोग देखते के साथ ही हमें खुश हो गए, और उनसे ज्यादा हम खुश हो गए।
आप कहां से आए हैं?
दिल्ली से।
नाम क्या है?
फिरोज कुरैशी।
अच्छा फिरोज, कितना टफ था अंदर काम करना, और अब उनकी हालत कैसी है?
हालत तो एकदम फिट है, वो एकदम बेहतरीन, किसी को कुछ भी नहीं है, खाना पीना एकदम उनके पास स्टॉक रखा था। अभी
सेहत तो तुम्हारी भी ठीक लग रही है और बिल्कुल तंदुरुस्त।
ऐसे ही वो हैं सर,
ऐसे ही है,
ऐसे ही है।
अच्छा, क्या खुशी थी उनके बेचारे में जैसी आपको देखा?
बिल्कुल, बहुत ज्यादा खुशी थे, बहुत ज्यादा।
आपका नाम क्या है?
देवेंद्र।
देवेंद्र, कहाँ से आए?
जिला बुलंदशहर से हैं।
अच्छा, कितना मुश्किल था और इस काम को कर कितनी खुशी आप पे बहुत नजरे थी कि आखिरी वो क्षण थे जिसको करना आपने था?
बढ़िया करा था हमने, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई हमें, बढ़िया तरीका से उनके दौरे पहुंचे हैं। उन्हें पहुंचते ही उन्होंने ना बहुत खुशी मनाई, हमारे से गले मिले बहुत, उन्होंने बादाम भी खिलाए हैं।
अच्छा, बादाम भी खिलाया है। आप हीरो बन चुके हो, आप ही की वजह से वो लोग आए, बहुत सबने मेहनत करी है, लेकिन जो आखिरी क्षण थे वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे। कैसा लग रहा है और किस तरीके से लग रहा है? कठिन कितना था वहाँ पे?
कटिंग 1500 15 मीटर।
15 मीटर?
हाँ जी।
ज्यादा था?
नहीं, ज्यादा नहीं था।
अच्छा, अंदर जो मिले जो लोग थे वो 41 लोग, वो आप लोगों को देखकर आपकी जो टीम है पूरी, कैसा लगा और किस तरीके?
हम भी उन्होंने को देख के खुश हो गए थे सर, वो हमें देख के खुश हुए थे, हम उन्होंने को देख के खुश हुए थे।
आपने पता है कि बहुत बड़ा काम किया, आपको लग रहा है?
जी,
पूरा देश आपके लिए वो कर रहा है कि आपने बहुत बड़ा काम किया।
जी 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 सर।
आपका सर नाम?
सर मेरा नाम वकील हसन है।
आप इनके?
और मैं टीम लीडर हूँ सर इनका।
अच्छा, टीम लीडर है।
यस सर।
ये लोग कहाँ से आए? और क्योंकि आज पूरा देश इनको देख रहा है, और ये वो लोग थे जो आखिरी 20% कठिन था, जो उम्मीदें टांगे, इन्होंने पूरा किया।
जी बिल्कुल सर, इन्होंने इतनी ज़्यादा मेहनत करी है कि सरिया काट के, पाइप काट के, जिस तरीके से ये लोग आगे गए हैं उन्हें निकालने के लिए। लेकिन एक चीज़ बहुत कमाल किया, हमारे अंदर भी तो जज्बा ऐसा था कि उन्हें निकाल के लेकर आना ही है। ये हमारे लिए एक तरीके अपॉर्चुनिटी क्या, ये लाइफ में एक चांस था हमारे लिए, और ये किसी को मिल पाता।
मैंने जब इनसे शुरू में बात करी थी तो उन्होंने वादा किया था कि अब हम आ गए, जब हम तभी बाहर निकलेंगे जब उनको लेके आएंगे।
बिल्कुल सर, हमने है ना ये कर लिया था प्रण कि 24 घंटे हमें नॉन स्टॉप काम करना है और उन्हें लेके बाहर आना है, और ये
All right, Nukul Jasoria, my colleague, joins us now as we see these ambulances. Let's go ahead. Nukul, tell us what's happening behind you.
You are seeing right now in the visuals right now in our screen at NDTV, you can see here, these are the ambulances which are taking in batches. So there are 6 ambulances which you have just seen in these visuals, and these ambulances, they are going towards Chiliani Sword, and we come to you from Uttarkashi. And we are standing between the tunnel site and Chiliani Sword Hospital. These are the ambulances which have just arrived. They've crossed here from after being rescued, and the workers are being taken towards Chiliani Sword Hospital. And these are the visuals that you have seen from from our camera. We are standing here, and in the middle from Chiliani Sword Hospital and from the tunnel site where the workers have been rescued. Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami continues to be there at the tunnel site, and what we are gathering so far is that the ambulances which are also being sent in batches from the tunnel site, and they are going towards the Chiliani Sword Hospital.
All right, could you just give us an idea of the final few moments before these workers were pulled out? It was the rat miners who actually were able to get through to them. Tell us what exactly was happening. Nukul, can you hear me? All right, we've lost that line with Nukul Jasoria. We'll come back to him in a moment. Let me just describe these pictures which came in a little while back. The Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Mr. Dhami, also General V.K. Singh, the Senior Minister. They were in and out of the tunnel complex over the last couple of hours. Finally, there was word that came in that in about 15 to 20 minutes, they would be rescued. I'm now joined by a member of the National Disaster Management Authority, General Atta Hasnain. General, thanks very much for being with us. The last push, sir, to get these men out, we don't really know what happened, the circumstances. Tell us as we bring these pictures to our viewers.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for inviting me for this program. Since yesterday, when we gave out the reports that we had gone to 47 meters with the help of the auger, and the auger machine was stuck. Of course, all the extrication of the broken parts of the auger machine was carried out by yesterday afternoon, and thereafter the manual effort started with the help of the so-called rat miners, who are tremendous people, absolutely. They, the army engineers, and the people from the NHDICL themselves, all of them were there. They started this effort, and actually they beat my expectations. I was thinking that this would progress at the rate of about 2 to 3 meters in about 18-20 hours. But they managed to do 10 meters in a period less than 18 hours. And there were impediments in the way. They came across metal parts. They did come across some concrete blocks, etc. But they managed to cut through them and carry on forward. All this, the challenging part is done under conditions of very, very cramped working conditions inside those pipes. And they finally managed to get through. The final effort, additional 2 meters virtually had to be pushed of the pipe, had to be pushed across, so that the mouth of the tunnel would then appear sufficiently on the other end. That happened in the late part of the evening. And then, of course, once that had been done and the stability had been achieved, then the NDRF personnel, the paramedics, etc., went in, and they enabled this movement, outward movement, which has taken place faster than what was estimated. We had estimated about 3 to 5 minutes per individual to come out, but they beat that record virtually as like a record and brought out all 41 in almost a little less than an hour and a half. So there we are. It's a huge monumental effort which has gone into this by the Government of India, all its agencies under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister.
General, what is the condition of the men who've been rescued?
Sorry, I couldn't get you there.
The condition of the men who've been rescued.
Oh, yeah. First of all, I'm not fully aware of whether anyone is medically challenged at the moment, but there is enough infrastructure there to ensure that they go through a full medical process. I will just remind you that initially it was the tunneling which was going on, the manual effort which was going on. For the next 2 hours, it is the NDRF which had taken over the complete responsibility of the pull-out of the men. And now it is the medical authorities, the Uttarakhand State Health Department, which has got all these facilities laid out there. Infrastructure in the sense 80 meters away from the pile-up of the debris.
All right, General, I'm just interrupting you for half a second. Stay on with us. We've got the Uttarakhand Chief Minister and General V.K. Singh addressing the media. Let's listen in.
मैं सबसे पहले तो बाबा भौकनाथ जी को नमन करता हूँ कि उनकी कृपा से ये आज एक बहुत चुनौतीपूर्ण काम जिसमें हमारे श्रमिक भाई 16 दिनों से भी लगातार अंदर संघर्ष कर रहे थे और पूरा देश उनके लिए बाहर संघर्ष कर रहा था। इस पूरे अभियान में लगे हुए सभी कर्मचारियों को, सभी कार्मिकों को, सभी विशेषज्ञों को, सभी हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, सभी भारत सरकार की संस्थाओं को और एक एक व्यक्ति जो मीडिया से भी थे उन समेत मैं सबका धन्यवाद करता हूं कि इस बहुत ही कठिन और चुनौतीपूर्ण काम को सभी लोगों ने अपना सहयोग प्रदान किया और बहुत चुनौतीपूर्ण काम होते हुए भी प्रातःकाल और शाम दोनों टाइम हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी लगातार इस रेस्क्यू अभियान की हमसे सभी लोगों से लगातार जानकारी करते थे, लगातार अपना जो सहयोग देना था, जो उनका एक संबल था और उनका जो एक सहयोग और हम लोगों को जो भरोसा था और जो उन्होंने, मैं कहूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से उन्होंने मुझे एक काम भी दिया हुआ था, ये ड्यूटी दी थी कि किसी भी तरीके से इन सबका समन्वय करते हुए बाहर निकालना है। तो उनका अगर संबल न होता, उनका इतना जिस प्रकार से आज भारत सरकार की सारी हमारी एजेंसियां इस काम में लगी, तो निश्चित रूप से जो कठिन काम भी हमारे लिए आसान हो गया। मैं उनका भी धन्यवाद करता हूं कि और अभी भी उन्होंने, जैसे ही हमारे सभी श्रमिक भाई बाहर आए, उनका अभी दूरभाष पर फोन आया था और उन्होंने कहा कि सभी को मेडिकल उनका चेकअप ठीक से करना है, उनके परिजनों की सबकी कुशल क्षेम जानी, उनकी चिंता करनी है, उनके घरों तक ले जाने की उनकी व्यवस्था करनी है। सभी प्रकार से उन्होंने संपूर्ण चिंता करने का काम किया है। हमारे और भी सभी लोग इस काम में लगे हुए थे और विशेषकर से उत्तराखंड के हमारे सभी देवी देवताओं का भी मैं उनको भी नमन करता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत काम किया। हमारे राष्ट्रीय जो सड़क परिवहन मंत्रालय है उसमें आदरणीय गडकरी जी बीच में आए, उन्होंने भी यहाँ पर हर तरीके से इसको देखा और हमारे जनरल बीके सिंह जी, इनका मैं विशेष रूप से सबकी तरफ से और उत्तराखंड वासियों की तरफ से इनका मैं धन्यवाद इसलिए करता हूं कि एक कैंप बनाकर लगातार यहाँ पर रहे और एक दिन भी इन्होंने यहाँ से कभी ये नहीं सोचा कि मैं यहाँ से कहीं बाहर जाऊं, और इस कठिन काम को लोगों को लगातार संबल प्रदान करने का काम, उनको प्रोत्साहन करने का काम, और पूरा हमारा जहाँ सभी एजेंसियां लगी हुई थी वहीं पीएमओ के भी सभी अधिकारी अपने अपने तरीके से इस पूरे अभियान को अपना सहयोग प्रदान कर रहे थे, योगदान प्रदान कर रहे थे। आगे आने वाले समय में हम ये जो जितने भी हमारे इस प्रकार के टनल उत्तराखंड के अंदर चल रहे हैं उन सभी की समीक्षा भी करेंगे, और वैसे तो भारत सरकार ने इसमें सेफ्टी ऑडिट कर दिया है जिससे आगे निकट भविष्य में हमको इस प्रकार की किसी परेशानियों का सामना न करना पड़े। मैं सभी श्रमिक भाइयों को उनके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, उज्जवल जीवन के लिए मैं उनको सबको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, उनके परिजनों को भी उनको भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और लगातार इतना कठिन चुनौतीपूर्ण काम जिसमें आपने देखा कि ऑगर मशीन मंगाई गई और पहले इंदौर से मंगाई गई, हैदराबाद से मंगाई गई, और जिस प्रकार से मशीन बार बार अंदर टूट जा रही थी, जिस प्रकार से फंस जा रही थी, वहां पर गडर आ जा रहे थे, तमाम हार्ड रॉक आ जा रही थी, उसके कारण से वो बार बार रुक रही थी। लेकिन जो हमारे दिल्ली जल बोर्ड के और गोरखपुर से जो नीचे जाकर मैनुअल माइनिंग करने वाले थे, उन सभी का भी मैं अपनी ओर से धन्यवाद भी करता हूं, उनका मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। मैं सभी से एक से अभी मिला हूं और उन मजदूर भाइयों से भी मिला हूं जो बाहर निकल कर आए हैं। सभी लोगों ने कहा कि हमको हर संभव कभी अंदर किसी प्रकार की परेशानी नहीं हुई। निश्चित रूप से ये हम लोगों के लिए एक बहुत सुकून वाली बात है कि इतना बड़ा एक आपदा आने के बाद भी सारे लोग जो है सकुशल बाहर निकल पाए। देखिए अलग अलग थे, जैसे कि अंदर विशेष रूप से जो हमारी शुरू से बात हो रही थी उसमें सबा अहमद, गब्बर सिंह और अखिलेश, तीन इनके जो टीम लीडर थे उनसे लगातार हमारी बात हो रही थी। उसके बाद आने वाले सभी लोगों से लगातार बात हुई है। सभी पूरे देश भर के जितने भी मजदूर भाई उसके अंदर थे सभी ने स्वयं ही आकर, चूंकि उनके लिए बहुत ही भावुक क्षण था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने कहा कि हमको किसी परेशानी का कोई सामना नहीं। देखिए उनको मैं बता रहा हूँ, उन्होंने ये कहा कि मैंने कहा आप लोगों को अंदर किसी प्रकार की कुछ चिंता तो नहीं हो रही थी। उन्होंने कहा नहीं, शुरू के दिनों में जरूर हमको चिंता हुई, लेकिन उसके बाद से जब आपसे बात हो गई, अन्य सभी लोगों से लगातार कम्युनिकेशन होने लगा, तो हमको पूरा भरोसा हो गया था कि आप लोग हमारी चिंता कर रहे हैं और हम अंदर नहीं रहेंगे, हम बाहर निकलेंगे।
एक मिनट सर, सवाल ये है कि क्या अब जो रेस्क्यू करने गए हैं
नहीं, वो अच्छा प्रश्न पूछा, मैं बता रहा हूँ। एक मिनट इन्होंने जो पूछा मैं बताता हूँ। देखिए ऐसा है, नहीं अरे पहले एक मिनट, अरे इन्होंने जो पूछा मैं बता रहा हूँ। देखिए ऐसा है, ये सब लोगों ने बैठ के तय किया था कि जो सबसे छोटे होंगे उनको सबसे पहले निकाला जाएगा और जो टीम लीडर हैं वो 5 लोग वो सबसे अंत में निकले हैं।
तो ये सबसे क्रूशियल मोमेंट कौन सा था?
हाँ, एज में और जो भी क्राइटेरिया बनाया गया था।
सर सबको निकाल लिया गया है, सबको निकाल नहीं,
जिस दिन देखिए ये 16 तारीख को जिस दिन ये अभियान तेजी से चल रहा था और लगभग 24 मीटर के आसपास पहुंच गया था, अचानक वाइब्रेशन तेज होने लगा और मशीन भी अंदर जाकर फंस गई। वो मोमेंट बहुत ही कठिन था और चूंकि उस दिन मैं एक कार्यक्रम के बाद मैं जैसे ही भोजन करने को जाने वाला था 3-3:30 बजे और मुझे जैसे सूचना मिली तो वो मुझे एकदम से बहुत बड़ा मुझे एक झटका जैसा लगा, लेकिन मेरा ईश्वर पर और बाबा बौखनाथ पर पूरा भरोसा था कि वो निश्चित रूप से सबका जीवन बचाएंगे, सबको सुरक्षित बाहर निकालेंगे और उनका आशीर्वाद
आगे की प्रक्रिया क्या होगी?
देखिए अभी
उनको अस्पताल भेजा जाएगा, 24 घंटे के ऑब्जर्वेशन में रखा जाएगा, उनको घर भेजा जाएगा।
देखिए ऐसा है कि अभी वो सारे के सारे एक लंबी चूंकि हवा पानी और एक अलग वातावरण से बाहर आए हैं, तो अभी जो डॉक्टरों की सलाह होगी उसके आधार पर ही हम लोग काम करेंगे, उसके आधार पर उसके बाद उनको घर भेजना होगा या जो भी करना।
All right, General Hasnain, let me just come back to you at this stage. You know, it's been a very, very difficult time for everybody actually monitoring this entire process as well. There was so much initial momentum and then that momentum came to a halt when that auger machine broke. Could you tell us now something which you've not told us before, the tension, the stress at the very highest levels when you all realized that, oh no, this is now going to be taking much more time and we need a backup plan as well?
Well, I can share this with you, Vishnu, that right from the beginning, the approach adopted was that, or the concept adopted was that we will have a multilateral approach, which meant that we were having 5 options before us. We were trying to enable the resources for that. Some of the resources have not even reached till today, right? But we had 5 options. We added a 6th option to it. And all of them were workable options, but in grades, they were one more difficult than the other. For example, even at the moment we are talking, the 46 meters of the top-down drilling was achieved by this evening. And we had put a stop to it only to resume in case we failed again here. So there was always alternatives, options, plan Bs were always available right through. But not to say that disappointment was not there. By the time when the auger machine started to break down, I was very hopeful that it will get repaired again. We should have had the capability to repair it, but then I realized that it had overworked itself, it had overheated, there were parts which were broken. That was the time when I think the presence of having General V.K. Singh on the spot made such a difference, where he could speak, get resources going, the magna cutters, the laser cutters, the plasma cutters from different parts of the country, identify them, get the NDMA to get the resources of the Indian Air Force to immediately come in, speak to the Prime Minister's office, bring the Principal Secretary into it, who immediately gave orders to open up all the resources. It made a huge difference. Everyone was in his position at all times. Everyone was on his mobile phone. Of course, mobile technology makes such a difference. And WhatsApp groups, there were lots of WhatsApp groups functioning from the tunnel. There were WhatsApp groups within Delhi. The important thing was there was one perception on the ground there, and there was another perception standing back from the ground. We all took a larger view of it here and made sure that we did not get disappointed at any stage. You could make out that on the spot there, the disappointment and the sentiments were very evident. And that happens when you are on the ground with operations. But if you are standing back, the larger decision making must be taken absolutely shorn of any sentiments.
Generally, you know, there were multiple agencies that were involved in the rescue operation. There were also foreign experts who came in and you know, who had some very sound technical advice for you, and these were world-class experts. Before we talk about the others, what was their role?
You see, there's no doubt about it that from the day one, when you realize the intensity of the challenges which we were facing, we realized that it can't be a standalone effort. There was experience around the world which existed, and people who were experts in this, who probably had done multiple such operations in different other parts of the world. Here in India, we could find experts who may have perhaps constructed a tunnel or perhaps carried out one rescue, but that was not sufficient. That was the reason why immediately an access was made online to all these resources, and they're enabling them to fly in. Some of them didn't even have flights available anywhere nearby. They took all roundabout routes to reach Delhi and were taken by the fastest means. They were taken up to Uttarkashi. So their role has been immense, and you see, they were the people to whom one could go back in the face of disappointments. You saw this many times. Mr. Dix himself being interviewed and stating very clearly that he is appreciating the kind of all-of-government approach, he's appreciating the efforts to save people, save lives, make sure that least risk is taken. But at the same time, he was promising that this rescue will succeed ultimately. I think that approach and attitude helped us all.
General, at the end of the day, it was the rat miners, and we banned rat mining in India for various reasons, but it's that scale of people literally scrambling with spades in their hands and tools and implements and getting at the debris and pulling it all out that saved the day. Could you tell us a little bit about the final set of rescuers?
Well, it was the last 10 meters, as I said earlier, which was left to them. And frankly saying, I did not expect this to go through so fast. I had no idea. I could not appreciate the capability of the rat miners, the manner in which they can go ahead. The confidence which was being exuded by them. Yesterday on television, some of them were speaking, showing absolutely a nonchalant kind of an attitude, as if this hardly mattered. They were just willing to go in with anything. No special tools as such. They took in the basic cutters, etc. The ability to work under those conditions in heat, without light of course artificial light was being provided, but cramped conditions to do this kind of work. It is their experience of years which came in handy. You see, soldiers can do it, lots of other people can do it, but the speed with which these people can work, I think is absolutely something exemplary completely. So they are the ones who really made the difference in the end.
General Hasnain, where did you find these miners?
I'm sorry, I couldn't get you there.
Where did you find these rat miners?
Oh,
did you fly them in?
I am told that an access, you see, the search for talent was being made all over. And everyone was putting it out. There were people, there was an open line, as I said, completely for anyone to ring in. A lot of people called. I don't know who offered their services, who offered the kind of suggestions, etc. I couldn't record it myself. But obviously someone suggested this and someone took it very seriously. And obviously that led to bringing these people. Some of them are from Delhi, I am aware, and the work in urban areas here making a lot of difference to the local sanitation and things like that. They are the ones who really are the heroes of this whole episode.
Without a doubt. General, one or two questions. We were discussing this 2 days back as well. We are here talking, and we're all relieved. It has to do a lot with that water pipeline which was there. It has a lot to do with electricity being present inside the tunnel and your ability to get in food. Again, how were these key steps without which we would not be having this conversation today?
I think it was a God-given thing which happened, very divine, and in the mountains, and as you know, I'm from the Garhwal Rifles. My men we always believe in this divine intervention. I think when this whole thing came down crashing, the one thing which survived was this pipeline, which was actually a compressor pipeline to drive some of the equipment on compressed air. Now that is the pipeline which became the lifeline for the first few days. Thereafter, of course, a deliberate effort to probe. A 6-inch pipeline effort was made to create a 6-inch pipeline through. When that 6-inch was achieved, redundancy was not there. We had the 4-inch, we had the 6-inch. An attempt was being made to make a vertical lifeline also. But this 6-inch pipeline proved to be ultimately the savior. Because it's through this that the food, the clothing, the communication line which went in, all this made a huge difference.
Yeah.
Vishnu, I'll have to withdraw
No, thanks,
because I've
General. I
got
was
calls
about to
coming
thank
from
you.
everywhere.
I was about to thank you. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Stressful times for all of us, indeed. Thanks very much, sir. General V.K. Singh has been speaking. We'll try and get his reaction in a moment. I'm joined by Dr. Sudhir Krishna, former Secretary, Ministry of Urban Development, Brigadier Vinod Datta, former senior consultant at the National Institute of Disaster Management, Atul Sati, an activist and convener at the Joshimath Bachao Sangharsh Samiti, Ravi Kant, the executive director or the ex-director of AIMS Rishikesh, to look at the health concerns, and Dr. Jagdish Sahu, the government committee to frame guidelines for tunnels. Dr. Sahu, let me come to you first. What has the learning experience here been?
It was a huge effort. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you for inviting. It was a huge effort, and complete government machinery came started working as a cohesive unit, which is great actually. But the main learning from this is that such accidents should not happen again in the future, and for that, we need to have the proper safety mechanism. While doing the construction, we should also do the proper site investigation, find out which kind of ground we have. And third thing is, while excavating the tunnel, you should have a feedback mechanism that where you have got the weak rock, then you should give the feedback to the designer, and he can tell you that support which has been already designed should be modified. So these are some of the things which I think need to be improved from the point of view of tunnel construction.
Atul Sati, the Himalayas are a young range. Construction in the Himalayas is often very, very difficult, particularly in Uttarakhand, road construction, tunnel construction, and yet we have demands. How do we balance the requirements to actually improve infrastructure with what nature tells us that there is only so much that you can do in these areas?
धन्यवाद। ये खुशी इस बात की है कि ये लोग सुरक्षित बाहर आ गए हैं
जी,
लेकिन इस पूरे एपिसोड से, इस पूरे ऑपरेशन से जो सबक हमको लेने चाहिए वो तो यही है कि हमने पहले भी एक्सपीरियंसेस हुए हैं। 2021 की आपदा, 2013 की आपदा, इससे पहले अभी हिमाचल में आपदा, उससे पहले सिक्किम में अभी अक्टूबर के महीने में। तो ये लगातार हिमालय में जो विकास के कार्य हो रहे हैं, जो मेगा प्रोजेक्ट्स चल रहे हैं, ये जो है ये इस तरह की आपदाएं हमारे लिए जो है अब रोजमर्रा की चीज हो जाएंगी। तो क्या हम उनसे सीख रहे हैं, क्या सबक ले रहे हैं? अभी मुख्यमंत्री जी कह रहे थे कि बिल्कुल जो है हमने एक कमेटी गठित की है और ये सब कुछ किया है, लेकिन जो है हम लगातार, हमारा जो अनुभव है, हम देख रहे हैं कि कोई सबक इससे नहीं लिए जा रहे हैं, कोई सबक नहीं सीखे जा रहे हैं। और जो इतना समय इसमें लग गया, 17 दिन नहीं लगने चाहिए थे। हमारे पास डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की पूरी इकाई जो है जिला लेवल तक यहाँ है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल तक सब चीजें हैं। उसके बावजूद जो है शुरू के 2-3 दिन देखेंगे आप तो जो है कोई कोऑर्डिनेशन उसमें नहीं दिखाई देता है। और शुरू में ही जो है जो ये अप्रोच ले लिया गया कि इस टनल को कोई नुकसान नहीं होना चाहिए, बगैर टनल को नुकसान किए हुए हमको लोगों को निकालना है, तो उसने जो है इतना समय इसमें ले लिया। अगर हमने पहले ही ये अप्रोच अगर रखते कि भाई टनल रहे न रहे, लोग बचाए जाने चाहिए, तो शायद है कि इतना समय नहीं लगता। दूसरा जो आपका सवाल है, सवाल बिल्कुल आपका वाजिब है कि हिमालय का जो पूरा इलाका है, पूरा जो टेरेन है, ये बहुत कमजोर है, लगातार बन रहा है। यहाँ जो है इस तरह के मेगा प्रोजेक्ट्स भविष्य के लिए खतरनाक संकेत हैं। और अभी तो एक छोटी सी टनल है 4 किलोमीटर, 4.5 किलोमीटर की। रेलवे का जो प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है जिसमें 8-8, 9-9 किलोमीटर की टनल बनने वाली है, और ये केवल एक टनल नहीं है। हम तो जहां जल विद्युत परियोजनाओं की सुरंगें हैं, टनल्स हैं, उनमें भी लगातार ऐसी दुर्घटनाएं होती रही हैं और हो रही हैं। तपोवन विष्णु घाट परियोजना जो एनटीपीसी बना रही है जोशीमठ में, उस परियोजना में सन 2009 में दिसंबर महीने में बोल्डर आया, टीबीएम मशीन फंस गई, और आज 12 साल हो गए हैं वो टीबीएम मशीन हिली नहीं है, वहीं है, और लगातार वहां से पानी का रिसाव हो रहा है। कोई उसका जो है समाधान नहीं ढूंढा जा सका है। तो इसलिए ये कोई पहला एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है। ऐसे लगातार सुरंगों में ऐसी घटनाएं हो रही हैं। जहां ये रेलवे की सुरंगें बन रही हैं, वहां अभी सुरंगें पूरी हुई नहीं है। कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ काम, लेकिन उससे पहले ही वहां जो है शिकायतें आने लगी है, जमीनें धंसने लगी है, लोगों के मकानों में दरारें आने लगी है, पानी का रिसाव हो गया है शुरू। तो इसलिए अगर ये सुरंग कंप्लीट हो जाती, जहां ये 41 लोग फंसे थे, तो कंप्लीट हो जाती और वहां ट्रैफिक चल रहा होता, तो उस समय क्या स्थिति बनती अगर 100-150 गाड़ियां उसके अंदर हो और ऐसा मलबा गिर जाए, तब क्या हो? हजारों लोग जब उसके अंदर फंसे हो।
Atul ji, one second, let me just go across to Dr. Sudhir Krishna. Dr. Krishna, isn't the big concern over here the bypassing of environmental safeguards? The fact that this project was broken into several smaller parts to ensure that on a piece of paper they could be cleared, as opposed to a holistic look at what this could happen. Isn't that the real problem over here?
Most appropriately you have put it, and I think this whole approach to developmental activities and processes being pursued in the Himalayan region now needs to be revisited. And it is not that we have no background of this as far as thinking is concerned. Knowledge and information is there, as previous speakers have mentioned, that there have been series of incidents of landslide, land subsidence, earth tremors, earthquakes, and other tectonic activities. But there is a framework called National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecology. It was designed way back in 2010 and revisited in 2014, 2017, 2021. But all these revisits have remained like only marginal. And there have been no serious effort to push that agenda of sustaining the Himalayan ecology. What is being pushed are the projects. And the projects are small bits and pieces here and there. They have a tendency to overlook the larger picture, because Himalayas, they are an entity by itself holistically. It is not just for this project there is a Himalaya, or that project it is another Himalaya. It is a range only, and the range has to be understood by an authority. And that range cuts across all the horizontals of states, all the verticals of central government, state government, local government. It cuts across everything. So there has to be a large authority. That is one point. And the second important lesson is that the processes we are following for designing and approval of the projects needs a serious revisit. For example, in this project, like other projects, they have got environmental impact assessment and environmental clearance. What kind of clearance was given when the tunnel, while under construction, collapsed? So which means that there was no serious understanding of how the Himalayan ecology is before giving the clearances. And last point I would say for the while is that the agencies have also to improve their capacities to handle these tasks. An agency which did not understand the tunnel geology of the tunnel, which did not understand then when it was going to collapse, and once it collapsed, it did not know how to handle the collapse, which means there are serious issues of capacity development for the agencies that are involved in construction, particularly in the Himalayan region.
Ravikant, ex-director of AIMS, Rishikesh, what are some of the immediate health concerns that we should be aware of for these 41 workers? Physically, they may be all right, but the fact that they've been trapped in a relatively confined space for 17 days, what should doctors look out for?
Thank you very much, Vishnuji. And let me first start with congratulating the central government, the state government, the machinist, the manual miners, and everyone in the leadership for doing a good job. As far as a medical situation comes, the first thing which comes to our mind, two. One is a hypothermia, and second is analysis by ATLS protocol. ATLS protocol is an advanced trauma life support system, which is the evaluation system all over the world that we do the primary survey and the secondary survey. In a very simple word, I would say we look for S for spine, A for airway, B for breathing, C for circulation, and then any fracture or anything. And apart from that, we look for lung edema or any oxygen or nutrition or infection element. And then some may require even a positive pressure oxygen therapy. All these things are available and situated thanks to central government under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister in AIMS Rishikesh and at many other places as well. So the facilities do exist. I'm sure whatever is required will be done. AIMS Rishikesh is also endowed with a landing for helicopter, which was started way back in 2016. And So we can transport at a short notice of 10 minutes, and we can give the best services as will be available either in Switzerland or USA or Europe.
Right.
So same facilities were just there.
Brigadier Datta, in terms of how this entire rescue operation was handled, all's well that ends well, but looking back at the last several days, is there anything that you would have wanted to have been done differently, or is this the way that, it should have been handled?
Well, Vishnu, I think you summed it up well, that all is well that ends well. But, having, been associated with disaster management for a couple of decades, and I've been a secretary of Defense Crisis Management Group when I was in service, there are a large number of issues which need to be addressed. First of all, the capabilities, like what Dr. Krishna has also highlighted. You see, whenever we are awarding, such contracts and all, the capabilities of such companies should be, checked. Their credentials should be checked. Their, there's logistic stamina, their standard operating procedures. Like what happened in Morbi Bridge when it collapsed. That was a company which was making watches, and the contract was given. So what happens is that unless we carry out a work audit, unless we carry out the capability audit of these companies, they should not be awarded the contracts. Secondly, you see, we are always, reactive. Why are we not proactive? Where are those regulatory authorities? What kind of checks were done? What kind of, safety measures were taken? Where were the SOPs? Were they followed or not? Now, you see, everything, it's a great achievement on part of our nation that, all 41 people have come out and they are hale and hearty. And all the agencies fired well, and that's why they could hit the target. But you see, still there are guidelines, there are advisories, but the problem is execution. The problem is whenever there is a crisis, then we start digging the well. You have seen Tapovan crisis. Yes. There was a crisis, a similar crisis in Himachal, of course, on a very, very lower scale, where 5 Mazdoors were trapped in. So we, instead of learning the lessons, after action reports will be made, everything will be done. But what we must do is, how have we applied these lessons? So people should
I
know
agree. These lessons really must be applied, Brigadier. I couldn't agree more. Before I take a short break, I just wanted to go back to Atul Sati once. अतुल जी, क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में हम बातचीत करते रहते हैं. हिमाचल प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड में भी काफ़ी बारिश के कारण लैंडस्लाइड्स होते रहे, फ्लड्स होते रहे हैं. द हिमालयस एज इट इज़ आर एन एक्सट्रीमली अर्थक्वेक प्रोन रीजन. ये एक और पोटेंशली डिजास्टरस सिचुएशन है, और इसमें हम कंस्ट्रक्शन करना चाहते हैं. In terms of research and analysis, to expand infrastructure development in Uttarakhand, has enough been done?
जो आप कह रहे हैं कि अभी जो है 2 दिन पहले ही यहाँ देहरादून में वाडिया इंस्टीट्यूट में एक सेमिनार में बोलते हुए जियोलॉजिस्ट ने कहा कि हिमालय में पिछले 100 साल में कोई बड़ा भूकंप नहीं आया है. रिक्टर स्केल पे 8 तक का भूकंप नहीं आया है, और जमीन के नीचे बहुत सारी एनर्जी इकट्ठा हो गई है. और किसी भी समय, आने वाले समय में, आने वाले 10, 20, 25 सालों में इतने बड़े पैमाने का रिक्टर स्केल पे जो 7 और 8 का भूकंप आ सकता है. अब जब वो भूकंप आएगा, और पहले ही हमने हिमालय को इतने सारी टनल्स के जरिए खोखला कर दिया है, तब जो है कितने बड़े विनाश को हम न्योता दे रहे हैं उसकी कल्पना ही की जा सकती है. तो इसलिए यहाँ जो है, जैसे अभी पूर्व वक्ता ने भी कहा कि दोबारा से रीथिंक की जरूरत है, किस तरह का डेवलपमेंटल वर्क यहाँ होना चाहिए. हम तो देख रहे हैं कि वो जो जोन है उत्तरकाशी वाला, सेम यहाँ बद्रीनाथ में, केदारनाथ में, बद्रीनाथ में जिस तरह का निर्माण कार्य अभी चल रहा है, वही सीमेंट कंक्रीट का जंगल आप यहाँ बनाना चाहते हैं, वही केदारनाथ में, वही बाकी जगह, तो वो नहीं चलेगा. हिमालय बिल्कुल एक अलग वो है. यहाँ जो है पहले ही प्रकृति सुंदर है, यहाँ इसको और ज्यादा बिगाड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, ना यहाँ बहुत ज्यादा चौड़ी सड़कों की जरूरत है. यहाँ तो जो कठिनाई है वही सौंदर्य है. वो जो कठिन रास्ता है उसी का यहाँ आनंद है. उसको आप वैसा ही, जैसा मैदान में है वैसा बनाना चाहते हैं, तो वो यहाँ टिकेगा नहीं. वो जो है यहाँ हिमालय के लिए, इसके सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए, यहाँ की बायोडाइवर्सिटी के लिए, यहाँ की इकोलॉजी के लिए खतरनाक साबित होगा। इससे सबक लेने की ज़रूरत है। इसके अलावा क्या कहा जा सकता है?
Well, I'd like to thank all of you gentlemen very much for being with us and sharing your thoughts. I wish we had many of these thoughts, in advance of something like this actually taking place. But hopefully, the learning, will seep through. What I'd like to do now is actually go back to images from that site and just remind our viewers of what's happened in the last couple of hours. Finally, a breakthrough. Finally, success. The Chief Minister of Uttarakhand over there, Pushkar Singh Dhami, meeting the rescuers. The men on your screen over there are rescuers, and this was just and General VK Singh as well. And just after this, you will see images of the rescued workers coming out. All 41 of them have been rescued after 17 days. It has been an absolutely harrowing 17 days. There you can see some of the rescuers over there. These were the people involved in that rat mining, which actually broke through that final few meters. Let's just go across now to NDTV's Saurabh Gupta, who's joined by one of the families of those who've made it out alive. Fortunately, all of them have made it out alive. Saurabh, across to you.
Well, the families, of course, are in a celebratory mood. And in fact, I've seen smiles on the faces of the parents after many days. In fact, they've offered puja at the local temple of Lord Shiva in the village. And before they retire for the night, we'll just get in a quick word with Shobhik Pakira's mother and father. She was the one who spoke to him on the phone after he came out. আপনার মুখে অনেক দিন পরে আপনি হাসি আর শোভিক কি বললো আপনাকে ফোনে?
শোভিক ফোন করে বললো মা চিন্তা করবে না, আমি ভালোই আছি। সে আমার হাসছে যে আমি 17 দিন ভেতরে ছিলাম বলে বোঝাই যায়নি, আমার কিছুই প্রবলেম নেই শরীরে। ডাক্তারবাবু ওখানে দেখেছেন, তবু হাসপাতালে সব নিয়ে যাবে বললো, তারপর আমাদেরকে ছাড়বে।
আপনারা বেরোনোর পরেই পুজো দিতে গেলেন, সেটার ব্যাপারে একটু বলুন।
পুজো দিতে গেলাম, ভোলে বাবা, গ্রামবাসী সব তো ভোলে বাবার জয়, ভোলে বাবাই তো তাকে উদ্ধার করেছি। সেখানে যে টানেলে যে ধস লেগেছিল, সেই ধসের উপরে জলের আকৃতিতে ভোলে বাবা নিজে স্বয়ং দেখা দিয়েছে, তার ছবি সবসময় তার মাথা দিয়ে জল পড়ছে ভোলে বাবা। সেখানে প্রচুর লোক দর্শন নিচ্ছে ঠাকুরের, সেই টানেলের সামনের যে মুখে। তাহলে বাবা তো নিজেই আছে। তারপর আমার ছোট ছেলে তারকেশ্বর যাচ্ছিল, একটা শিবের ত্রিশূল সামনে পড়ে যায়, সেই ত্রিশূলকে ওই যে কুড়িয়ে এনেছে আমার ছেলে, আর আমার ছেলেরাই ওই ভোলে বাবাকে তারকেশ্বর থেকে এনেছিল।
That was Shobhik Pakira's mother, and of course essentially narrating how faith in times of trouble takes center stage. And it's of course faith that also these families have lived with, that their son will finally be rescued. His father also with me again. খুব তাড়াতাড়ি এতদিন পরে একটা ভালো খবর, পুরো গ্রাম এই খবরটাকে সেইভাবেই অ্যাকসেপ্ট করেছে। আপনারাও নিশ্চয়ই আজকে অনেক দিন পরে রাত্রিরে একটা শান্তভাবে শুতে পারবেন।
আমরা খবর পেয়ে 41 জন বাইরে বেরিয়েছে, সবাই খুশিতে আছে। আমাদের গ্রামের লোকও সবাই খুশি হয়েছে যে অনেক দিনের পর সবাই চিন্তায় ছিলেন যে কিভাবে বার হবে, এতগুলো ছেলে আটকে পড়েছে। সরকার অনেক সহযোগিতা করেছেন, অনেক জায়গা থেকে মেশিনপত্র নিয়ে এসে ভালোভাবে ছেলেদের সুরক্ষিতভাবেই বার করা হয়েছে। সে নিয়ে হসপিটালে চিকিৎসার জন্য গেছে।
This is not how a village looks like at this time of the night. It's 9:45. Usually everyone's retired for the evening in bed, but again you can see villagers thronging the home of Shobhik Pakira. And what the family is essentially saying is, A, they are relieved that everyone has been brought out safely. They've offered prayers, and I think what perhaps also takes center stage is the mention of faith, and how everyone essentially praying and hoping for a rescue, and that coming true, and therefore offering prayers at the local village temple after this news of the rescue came in, and after his mother was able to speak to him on the phone, where of course she narrated that he told him everything's fine, we've been taken care of, and finally they're out of the tunnel. But again, there will now, of course, now that the rescue is over, now that these men are out, there will be questions on how to perhaps avoid such situations in the future.
All right, thank you, Saurabh, very much for joining us. So welcome scenes over there for that family, and you can imagine the scene in so many other families across India. All 41 of the miners who've been trapped for 17 days have been rescued. The last 24 hours have been absolutely fantastic. Miners manually digging through the remaining stretch made remarkable progress, and the breakthrough took place a couple of hours back. These are the rescuers there on your screen. We will be broadcasting images later on of those who've been rescued as well. They are all well, and this is a situation which has come to a fortunate end with no lives being lost. We'll take a short break up after that. We've got more reactions of what's happened in Uttarkashi in the last couple of hours. Stay tuned.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say BTech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, "What is this? What have you done? This is fantastic," right? Now that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times?
Welcome back. Fantastic day for us. All 41 workers inside the tunnel in Silkyara and Uttarkashi in Uttarakhand have been rescued. They are all okay, is what we believe. Now, we did speak to the miners once they got out. My colleague Kishore has been there for 17 days, covering this entire situation. This is the report that he sent us.
ये वो लोग हमारे साथ मौजूद है जिन्होंने वादा किया था कि 24 घंटे से पहले उनको निकाल के लाएंगे, और ये रेड माइनर्स और ये जो हाथों से खुदाई करके अंदर पहुंचे हैं, सबसे पहले किस तरह का रिएक्शन था जैसे आप अंदर पहुंचे?
जैसे हम अंदर पहुंचे वो लोग देखते के साथ ही हमें खुश हो गए और उनसे ज्यादा हम खुश हो गए।
आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
दिल्ली से।
नाम क्या है?
फिरोज कुरैशी।
अच्छा फिरोज, कितना टफ था अंदर काम करना और अब उनकी हालत कैसी है?
हालत तो एकदम फिट है, वो एकदम बेहतरीन, किसी को कुछ भी नहीं है, खाना पीना एकदम उनके पास स्टॉक रखा था। अभी
सेहत तो तुम्हारी भी ठीक लग रही है और बिल्कुल तंदुरुस्त।
ऐसे ही वो हैं सर,
ऐसे ही है,
ऐसे ही है।
अच्छा, क्या खुशी थी उनके बेचारे में जैसे आपको देखा?
बिल्कुल, बहुत ज्यादा खुशी थे, बहुत ज्यादा।
आपका नाम क्या है?
देवेंद्र।
देवेंद्र, कहाँ से आए?
जिला बुलंदशहर से हैं।
अच्छा, कितना मुश्किल था और इस काम को कर कितनी खुशी आप पे बहुत नजरें थी कि आखिरी वो क्षण थे जिसको करना आपने था?
बढ़िया करा था हमने, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई हमें, बढ़िया तरीका से उनके दौरे पहुंचे हैं। उन्हें पहुंचते ही उन्होंने ना बहुत खुशी मनाई, हमारे से गले मिले बहुत, उन्होंने बादाम भी खिलाए हैं।
अच्छा, बादाम भी खिलाया है। आप हीरो बन चुके हो, आप ही की वजह से वो लोग आए, बहुत सबने मेहनत करी है, लेकिन जो आखिरी क्षण थे वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे। कैसा लग रहा है और किस तरीके से लग रहा है? कठिन कितना था वहाँ पे?
कटिंग 1500 15 मीटर।
15 मीटर?
हाँ जी।
ज्यादा था?
नहीं, ज्यादा नहीं था।
अच्छा, अंदर जो मिले जो लोग थे वो 41 लोग, वो आप लोगों को देखकर आपकी जो टीम है पूरी, कैसा लगा और किस तरीके?
हम भी उन्होंने को देख के खुश हो गए थे सर, वो हमें देख के खुश हुए थे, हम उन्होंने को देख के खुश हो गए थे।
आपने पता कि बहुत बड़ा काम किया, आपको लग रहा है?
जी,
पूरा देश आपके लिए वो कर रहा है कि आपने बहुत बड़ा काम किया।
जी 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 सर।
आपका सर नाम?
सर मेरा नाम वकील हसन है।
आप इनके?
और मैं टीम लीडर हूँ सर इनका।
अच्छा, टीम लीडर है।
यस सर।
ये लोग कहाँ से आए? और क्योंकि आज पूरा देश इनको देख रहा है और ये वो लोग थे जो आखिरी 20% कठिन था, जो उम्मीदें टांगे, इन्होंने पूरा किया।
जी बिल्कुल सर, इन्होंने इतनी ज़्यादा मेहनत करी है कि सरिया काट के, पाइप काट के, जिस तरीके से ये लोग आगे गए हैं उन्हें निकालने के लिए। लेकिन एक चीज़ बहुत कमाल किया, हमारे अंदर भी तो जज्बा ऐसा था कि उन्हें निकाल के लेकर आना ही है। ये हमारे लिए एक तरीके अपॉर्चुनिटी क्या, ये लाइफ में एक चांस था हमारे लिए, और ये किसी को मिल पाता।
मैंने जब इनसे शुरू में बात करी थी तो उन्होंने वादा किया था कि अब हम आ गए, जब हम तभी बाहर निकलेंगे जब उनको लेके आएंगे।
बिल्कुल सर, हमने है ना ये कर लिया था प्रण कि 24 घंटे हमें नॉन स्टॉप काम करना है और उन्हें लेके बाहर आना है, और ये 24 घंटे काम किया हम।
अच्छा, इनको देख के लग नहीं रहा है कि ये थके हैं, ये इनको लग रहा है कि अभी शायद और खुदाई भी कर दे कहीं।
हाँ जी, हमने प्लानिंग से किया ना सर, 4 लड़के
बराबर रहे हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
ये वो लोग हैं जिनके भरोसे पूरा देश था कि कम से कम वो जो आखिरी 20% रह गया उन पर ये आएंगे और खुदाई करके लाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने वो काम कर दिया जिसपे सभी को लग रहा था क्या वो 24 घंटे में होगा, लेकिन 24 घंटे से पहले काम कर दिया है। और ये अंदर पहुंचे, उनका रिएक्शन अलग था क्योंकि उन्होंने 17 दिन बाद कोई इंसान अंदर देखा है उन 41 के अलावा। फिलहाल वो मजदूर लगातार बाहर निकल रहे हैं और लगातार उनको हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाया जा रहा है।
Co-presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. In association with
LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1930.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Dipinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar, Dipinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Dipinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access some file because everybody's come at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, then I got to decide very quickly, I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. One Sunday I came into office and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up on my personal page on the office internet, and 2 days later the IT infra guy came to me and said, why is all the internal traffic going to your page? and that's when the penny dropped, and I realized that aggregation of menu cards has got value.
Yeah.
And that is what gave him the idea for doing what he did. Now, to me, this is a big deal that he has built his fundamental value proposition on what we call a deep customer insight.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening. We have, of course, seen the 41 workers who were trapped inside a tunnel in Uttarkashi for 17 days finally being brought out amid celebrations and smiles of family members who had been camping outside the tunnel for days now. Everyone lauding the rescue effort, where multiple methods were used by the government to reach the trapped workers, and finally the ordeal ended earlier this evening. We'll get you all the updates on that and all the highlights as well. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. The nightmare ends for trapped tunnel workers after a 17-day ordeal. All 41 workers safely rescued from the Uttarkashi tunnel. The rescued workers to be kept under medical observation for a few hours now. Relieved family members breathe a sigh of relief, celebrate the return of their loved ones. India's toughest rescue operation ends in success. Prime Minister Modi, CM Dhami, among others, laud rescue efforts. Right, those are, of course, the top headlines that we are following in terms of the Uttarkashi rescue efforts. But also, let's take a look at what else is making headlines today. Campaigning for Telangana ends with hectic campaigning by top leaders of the BRS, Congress and BJP. Now voting to take place on Thursday.
Setback for the Enforcement Directorate. The Madras High Court stays summons issued by the ED to 5 district collectors in Tamil Nadu in connection with alleged illegal sand mining in the state. The Stalin government had argued that summons can't be issued directly. And temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas entered its 5th day today after a 48-hour extension was agreed upon. 3 Palestinian prisoners being released in exchange for everyone for the Israel hostages being held in Gaza. Our top focus. After a 17-day ordeal, trapped rescue workers are finally out. Just shortly after 7:30 p.m. this evening, the rescue workers those trapped were slowly being pulled out one by one. Individually, they were pulled out from that tunnel, and within an hour, all 41 trapped workers were brought out. CM Dhami and Union Minister VK Singh were at the tunnel to welcome those who had been rescued. Remember, a portion of the tunnel, which is part of the Char Dham project, had collapsed, trapping 41 laborers inside. This took place on 12th of November. There were multiple methods used by the government to retrieve the workers, from using big international drilling machines to vertical drilling. All avenues were explored. But the last stretch of the rescue, however, was done via manual digging, where workers went in, a team of workers went in, dug through the final few meters of the tunnel and managed to bring out all 41 men safely. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Kishore Rawat, who is in fact located at the site, who has in fact been tracking all the entire effort which has been going on for 17 days now, and my colleague Nukul also, both of them in Uttarkashi. Kishore, coming to you first. आप 17 दिन से आपने पूरी चीज देखी, किस तरह से मल्टीपल मेथड्स वर बीइंग यूज्ड एंड फाइनली आज कामयाबी मिली और उन 41 वर्कर्स को फाइनली निकाला गया. आप अगर आज की बात करें, क्योंकि आज ही जो एक सडन बूस्ट और एक सडन स्पर्ट ऑफ होप मिला सुबह, जब उनको पता चला कि ओवरनाइट रेस्क्यू एफर्ट्स चल रहे थे, वो काफ़ी सक्सेसफुल रहा, जिसके लिए एक फ्रेश इम्पीटस मिला, एक फ्रेश बूस्ट मिला उन लोगों को सुबह, कि सिर्फ एक छोटा सा डिस्टेंस ही बाकी रहा और शाम तक वो डिस्टेंस और भी कम होके 2 meters ऑफ ड्रिलिंग वर फाइनली लेफ्ट. तो अगर आप हमारे व्यूअर्स के लिए आज जो पिछले 24 घंटे की बात अगर आप कर पाए कि किस तरह से रेस्क्यू एफर्ट्स फाइनली लेड टू दिस सिचुएशन, क्योंकि पहले हम सोच रहे थे शायद थर्सडे तक निकाले जाएंगे.
बिल्कुल, जिस तरीके से शनिवार और रविवार को यानी सैटरडे और संडे को जो लगातार पीसी हुई थी, उसमें उन्होंने ऑपरेशन के बारे में बताया कि जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन चल रहा है उसमें बहुत सारी दिक्कतें आ रही है. जो वर्टिकल ऑपरेशन है उसमें 5 दिन लग सकते हैं. इसके अलावा जो हॉरिजॉन्टल ऑपरेशन जो साइड से टनल से किया जा रहा था उसमें 15 दिन लग सकते हैं. सभी को लग रहा था कि ऑपरेशन लंबल जाएगा, लेकिन जो पिछले 24 घंटों में गुजरा उसने इस पूरे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की तस्वीरें बदल दी. और जो लोग आए थे राइट माइनर्स, उन्होंने एक उम्मीद जगाई कि हम जो आखिरी 20% रह गया है उसमें हम तेजी से काम करेंगे, और उन्होंने बहुत तेजी से काम किया. लगातार इस ऑपरेशन में उतार चढ़ाव देखे गए, लगातार इस ऑपरेशन में उम्मीदें भी जगी और उम्मीदें भी टूटी. 9वें दिन में इस ऑपरेशन में सबसे बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू हासिल किया और उसके बाद लगातार इस ऑपरेशन में सफलता हासिल करी. लेकिन इस बीच में जैसे ही कई चीज़ें परेशानी का सबब बनी और लोगों की उम्मीद चले, 36 घंटे तक काम नहीं हो पाया. ऐसे में जो परिजन है और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन वाला, उनकी हिम्मत ज़रूर जवाब दे रही थी, लेकिन उम्मीद उन्होंने नहीं छोड़ी थी. उम्मीद इस बात की थी कि इनको हम जल्द बाहर निकाल देंगे. 24 घंटे के पिछले 24 घंटे और अभी का समय की बात करें, सब कुछ बदल चुका है. जो लोग 41 अंदर फंसे थे वो बाहर सुरक्षित निकलकर हॉस्पिटल पहुंच चुके हैं. उनके परिवार वालों से उनकी मुलाकात हो गई, उनके साथ गए हैं. इस पूरे ऑपरेशन में लगातार जो सिलक्यारा टनल है, यहाँ पर अब उस तरीके की टेंशन, उस तरीके की उम्मीद नहीं दिख रही है. अब एक खुशी है, पटाखे फोड़े गए यहाँ पर लोगों ने खुशियाँ मनाई, मिठाइयाँ बांटी. तो पिछले 24 घंटे से जो गुजरा है, और अगर 17 दिन से, डे फर्स्ट की बात करूं मैं, पहले दिन से लेके लास्ट यानी कल रात की बात करें, उम्मीद धीरे धीरे कम हो रही थी कि लंबा ऑपरेशन जाएगा. लेकिन अचानक से जिस तरीके से सुबह 6 बजे के करीब ये खबर ब्रेक करी थी कि 5 मीटर रह गया, तो वो ऑपरेशन तेजी से और आगे बढ़ा। लगातार वो स्टेप बाय स्टेप, एक एक इंच, एक एक फीट हल्का हल्का आगे बढ़ रहे थे। इस बार वो कोई भी ऐसी गलती नहीं करना चाहते थे और ऐसी चीज़ें नहीं छोड़ना चाहते थे कि जिससे लगे कि ऑपरेशन को और लंबा खींच सकता है। जिस तरीके से उम्मीद की जा रही थी कि ऑपरेशन थोड़ा और लंबा खींचेगा, लेकिन मंगलवार के दिन ये पूरा ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हुआ और अब जो तस्वीरें हैं, अब सबके चेहरे पे खुशी है। जो ऑपरेशन में शामिल थे, अधिकारी शामिल थे, वर्कर शामिल थे, यहाँ पर तो टीमें शामिल थी, उन सबके चेहरे पे खुशी है। खास उनकी खुशी है जो अंदर फंसे थे, उनके चेहरे पे खुशी है, और उससे बड़ी खुशी उनके परिजनों पर है जो इस बात का इंतजार कर रहे थे और अभी तक मौजूद थे। फिलहाल अभी शांति है, लेकिन हर चेहरे पे खुशी है कि वो 41 लोग सुरक्षित बाहर निकल गए और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कामयाब रहा।
Right, a sense of relief, and of course the families have already started celebrating. But first, Nukul, Kishore, stay with us. Let me go across to my colleague Nukul. Nukul, what is the status of the workers at the moment? I believe they've all been taken to a hospital and they'll be kept under observation for some hours.
Well, Tanima, absolutely. After this massive rescue, all the workers who were trapped inside the tunnels, they have been shifted to the hospital. Chinyari Sod is the place where this hospital is located. What we are given to understand is that it was a COVID facility which was made during the time of COVID, as this is a remote area in Uttarkashi. So this particular hospital is being made for those workers who were trapped inside the tunnel, and now they are finally being shifted to this hospital. We have been reporting from the Green Corridor since for the safety reasons we were not allowed to go towards the Chinyari Sod hospital yet. But what we saw is that in batches these ambulances were being sent from the tunnel site, and they have finally managed to reach to the Chinyari Sod hospital. And it was a heave of sigh, to be honest, when Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami, he spoke in the press conference stating that the condition of these workers who are being rescued are fine and they are in healthy conditions. So it was indeed the rescue operation which was carried out, but at the same time what ensued in these 24 hours is the fact that this rat hole mining workers, they have continuously made efforts and with grit and determination and reached to the end of the tunnel, and they dig roughly about 15 meters to reach to the workers to rescue them. And it was indeed an effort which was not just by the rat hole mining workers, but a multi-pronged effort by the army engineers and the technicians who were also accompanying them. At the end, it was the NDRF who rescued these workers and brought them out in stretchers. There was sloganeering as well in the which could be heard. And their morals were high at the same time. Indeed, it is a great moment for the entire country, Tanima.
Right, Nukul, stay with us. Let me go back to Kishore. Kishore, अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों के लिए बता पाए कि जो exactly last कुछ घंटे थे, was it tense? Was there a sense that आज ही निकाले जाएंगे safely? Because जैसे हमने देखा है पिछले 17 दिनों में there have been a lot of uncertainties. कि पहले ही बोला गया था शायद जल्दी से निकाले जाएंगे, but बाद में बहुत सारे challenges सामने आए. तो आज के शाम की माहौल अगर आप थोड़ा बता पाए कि किस तरह से the last couple of hours, what did you observe?
बिल्कुल, सुबह 6 बजे से और अब तक की घटनाओं की बात करें तो बहुत उतार चढ़ाव आए, क्योंकि 5 मीटर रह गया था और 5 मीटर का जो फासला था वो बहुत ही नाजुक फासला था, क्योंकि बहुत संभल कर चलना था। और पहले जिस तरीके से बीच में एक ब्रीफिंग होती है उसमें कहा जाता है कि 55.3 मीटर तक हम पहुंच चुके हैं और अब थोड़ा ही रहा है, लेकिन उसके बाद ये माना गया कि बहुत जल्द यहाँ पर ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। यहाँ पर मूवमेंट बहुत तेज हो गया, चाहे वो एम्बुलेंस का मूवमेंट था, NDRF SDRF का मूवमेंट था, आर्मी का मूवमेंट था। इसके अलावा मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी खुद यहाँ पर लगातार पहुँच गए थे और उनकी जो सक्रियता था लगभग यहाँ पर वो 5 से 6 घंटे रहे। ये पूरा एक मूवमेंट था जिसमें ये लग रहा था कि बहुत तेजी से आएंगे, लेकिन फिर डिले हुआ। डिले की वजह ये थी कि जो मलबा था वो पाइप तक गिर सकता था, क्योंकि पाइप उसको और बढ़ाया गया ताकि वो सुरक्षित निकले। तो ये थोड़ा समय जरूर गया, लेकिन उम्मीद ये थी और विश्वास पक्का था, जो ऑफिशियल्स आके अंदर कह रहे थे, जो लगातार काम कर रहे थे, उनका ये कहना था कि आज शाम रात तक इन लोगों को बाहर निकाल लिया जाएगा।
Right. Kishore and Nukul there giving us an update on the situation as it has in fact unfolded through the day today. Finally, a lot of relief and of course this is being called the toughest rescue operation which has in fact taken place in the country, and all 41 men have been brought out safely. Kishore and Nukul, thank you so much for joining us. We'll slip into a short break at this point, but more updates related to the Uttarkashi Tunnel Rescue coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Would you invest in startups right now?
We are currently investing in startups, and we have been doing so continuously for the last 7, 8, 10 years, maybe 15 years, with some breaks in the middle, but not a break currently, simply because we are seeing good opportunities, we are seeing good companies, good founders, good ideas, good new emerging technologies, and we believe over a 7, 8, 10 year perspective, this is actually a good time to get in, because we believe entry price, entry valuation matters a lot. So we invested in Zomato in 2010, right in the middle of the global financial crisis. We invested in Policy Bazaar in 2008, just before Lehman collapse. And those have turned out thus far to be our two best investments. ICICI Venture invested in Info Edge, our first round, in April 2000, just when the dot-com bubble burst. And we built Naukri through the crisis profitably after a couple of years, and ICICI Venture got a 28.5x return in 6 years. So I think some of the best and most profitable investments are made when the market is down.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but the kind.
Welcome back. We're keeping our focus on the Uttarkashi Tunnel Rescue, where all 41 men who were trapped inside that tunnel for 17 days were successfully brought out. Let's take a look at some reactions coming in of both the rescue team as well as the relieved family members.
ये ऑल ऑफ पीएम मोदी साहब लगातार मॉनिटर कर रहे थे और पूरी गवर्नमेंट का हर एक डिपार्टमेंट का इसमें सहयोग हुआ है, ऊपर तक पीएमओ तक की इसमें प्लानिंग हुई है, एनडीएमए की प्लानिंग हुई है, एमओआरटीएच की प्लानिंग हुई है, सेक्रेटरी एमओआरटीएच यहाँ थे, मिनिस्टर जो अपने स्टेट मिनिस्टर हैं जनरल वीके सिंह साहब वो यहाँ थे, चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब यहाँ थे। तो हर एक डिपार्टमेंट चाहे वो आरबीएनएल है या ओएनजीसी है, नवयुगा कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जो यहाँ लगे हुए हैं, सबने इसमें बीआरओ ने मदद करी।
At Shobik Pakira's village, who's been rescued from that tunnel in Uttarkashi, there are prayers being offered at the local temple. Now this of course is where Shobhik Pakira's mother has also come to offer prayers after a rescue after 17 days. And for everyone who's involved in this rescue operation, it's also been a challenge. But for these families, it's been a moment of trepidation and fear. And of course, here right now, Shobhik Pakira's mother has offered prayers in a sort of thanksgiving after this rescue at the Uttarkashi tunnel. Now, this, of course, taking place in this village in Hooghly district of West Bengal. Thankfully for these families, they didn't have to spend another night in uncertainty, and the parents of Shobhik Pakira smiling for the first time. They're offering prayers here. This is, of course, Shobhik Pakira's mother, who's just offered prayers at the temple, and of course, taking solace in the fact that her son, of course, has finally been rescued from that temple. একটা জিনিস জাস্ট আপনার কাছে জানতে চাইবো, এতদিন পরে আপনার মুখে একটা হাসি দেখলাম, আপনি বলছিলেন সবাইকে বার করে রাখা উচিত, খুব এখন নিশ্চয়ই শান্তি হয়েছে?
শান্তি হয়েছে, এখন ভালোই লাগছে যে আমার ছেলে ফোন করে বলছে আমরা 41 জনই ভালো আছি। আমরা যে 17 দিন ভেতরে ছিলাম আমাদেরকে দেখলে বোঝা যাবে না, আমরা খুব ভালোই আছি, শরীর মন সব ভালোই আছে। আর
আজকে আপনি পুজো দিলেন, আপনি বলছিলেন সবাইকে বার করে, আপনি আগের দিন প্রথম দিন আমায় বলছেন
প্রথম থেকেই আমি 41 জনের জন্যই ঠাকুরের কাছে ডেকেছি, শুধু আমার ছেলের জন্য নয়। আমি সব সময় জানতাম যে 41 জনই আমার সুরক্ষিত থাকে। এখনো আমি ঠাকুরের কাছে রাখছি আমার গ্রামবাসীগণ সকলেই যেন ভোলে বাবার যায়, সব কিছু যেন তার নামে নামধাম করতে পারি। এখানে ঠাকুরই আছে, আমার ভোলে বাবার যায়, ওই আমার পথ দেখিয়েছে।
That's of course an elated family smiling after months or actually days, given that they have finally been able to speak to Shobhik, and of course offering prayers at the local temple here after Shobhik Pakira's rescue in Uttarkashi from that tunnel after spending 17 days inside that tunnel. For the villagers too, it's a moment of joy as they finally get the good news and they don't have to spend another night in uncertainty. With camera person Aniruddha Tripathi at the Horinakhali village in Purshura in Hooghly district of West Bengal, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
इतना कठिन चुनौतीपूर्ण काम जिसमें आपने देखा कि ऑगर मशीन मंगाई गई और पहले इंदौर से मंगाई गई, हैदराबाद से मंगाई गई, और जिस प्रकार से मशीन बार बार अंदर टूट जा रही थी, जिस प्रकार से फंस जा रही थी, वहाँ पर गडर आ जा रहे थे, तमाम हार्ड रॉक आ जा रही थी, उसके कारण से वो बार बार रुक रही थी। लेकिन जो हमारे दिल्ली जल बोर्ड के और गोरखपुर से जो नीचे जाकर मैनुअल माइनिंग करने वाले थे, उन सभी का भी मैं अपनी ओर से धन्यवाद भी करता हूं, उनका मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। मैं सभी से एक एक से अभी मिला हूं और उन मजदूर भाइयों से भी मिला हूं जो बाहर निकल कर आए हैं। सभी लोगों ने कहा कि हमको हर संभव कभी भी अंदर किसी प्रकार की परेशानी नहीं हुई। निश्चित रूप से ये हम लोगों के लिए एक बहुत सुकून वाली बात है।
सिल्कियारा टनल के हादसे के कारण जो 41 मजदूर फंसे हुए थे वो बाहर निकले और उनकी जान बची है। सभी एजेंसियों ने विशेष रूप से पीएमओ के मार्गदर्शन में भारत सरकार की सब एजेंसीज, उत्तराखंड सरकार और वहाँ की स्थानिक जनता और सब लोगों ने रात दिन मेहनत की, परिश्रम किए, अलग अलग पर्यायों पर काम किया और उसके बाद ये सफलता मिली है। ये बहुत गहरा संकट था, पहली बार इस प्रकार का अनुभव आया। इन लोगों की जान बची, उन लोगों को मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, शुभेच्छाएं देता हूँ। और इसमें जान बचाने में जिन जिन भारत सरकार की एजेंसियों ने और राज्य सरकार के एजेंसियों ने और सभी हमारे इंजीनियर्स थे, रात दिन अपनी जोखिम लेकर जो काम किया है, उन सबको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनके आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ।
Surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai. Technical Guruji. Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello namaste and salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now it'll probably be classified as AI, okay, or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm.
Welcome back. And we also, of course, must talk about the men behind this Herculean Himalayan rescue effort. When machines failed, when machines gave up, it was these men, this team of miners, who actually went in and managed to get those trapped workers out. Take a look at this chat with the miners who were part of the last stretch of rescue that my colleague Kishore has brought us.
ये वो लोग हमारे साथ मौजूद है जिन्होंने वादा किया था कि 24 घंटे से पहले उनको निकाल के लाएंगे, और ये रेड माइनर्स और ये जो हाथों से खुदाई करके अंदर पहुंचे, सबसे पहले किस तरह का रिएक्शन था जैसे आप अंदर पहुंचे?
जैसे हम अंदर पहुंचे, वो लोग देखते के साथ ही हमें खुश हो गए और उनसे ज्यादा हम खुश हो गए।
आप कहां से आए हैं?
दिल्ली से।
नाम क्या है?
फिरोज कुरैशी।
अच्छा फिरोज, कितना टफ था अंदर काम करना, और अब उनकी हालत कैसी है?
हालत तो एकदम फिट है, वो एकदम बेहतरीन, किसी को कुछ भी नहीं है, खाना पीना एकदम उनके पास स्टॉक रखा था। अभी
सेहत तो तुम्हारी भी ठीक लग रही है और बिल्कुल तंदुरुस्त।
ऐसे ही वो है सर,
ऐसे ही है,
ऐसे ही है वो लोग।
अच्छा, क्या खुशी थी उनके बेचारे में जैसी आपको देखा?
बिल्कुल, बहुत ज्यादा खुशी थे, बहुत ज्यादा।
आपका नाम क्या है?
देवेंद्र।
देवेंद्र, कहाँ से आए?
जिला बुलंदशहर से हैं।
अच्छा, कितना मुश्किल था और इस काम को करके कितनी खुशी आप पे बहुत नजरे थी कि आखिरी वो क्षण थे जिसको करना आपने था?
बढ़िया करा था हमने, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई हमें, बढ़िया तरीका से उनके दौरे पहुंचे हैं। उन्हें पहुंचते ही उन्होंने ना बहुत खुशी मनाई, हमारे से गले मिले बहुत, उन्होंने बादाम भी खिलाए हैं।
अच्छा, बादाम भी खिलाया। आप हीरो बन चुके हो, आप ही की वजह से वो लोग आए, बहुत सबने मेहनत करी है, लेकिन जो आखिरी क्षण थे वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे। कैसा लग रहा है और किस तरीके से? कठिन कितना था वहाँ पे?
कटिंग 1500, 15 मीटर।
15 मीटर?
हाँ जी।
ज्यादा था?
नहीं, ज्यादा नहीं था।
अच्छा, अंदर जो मिले जो लोग थे वो 41 लोग, वो आप लोगों को देखकर आपकी जो टीम है पूरी, कैसा लगा और किस तरीके?
हम भी उन्होंने को देख के खुश हो गए थे सर, वो हमें देख के खुश हुए थे, हम उन्होंने को देख के खुश हुए थे।
आपने पता है कि बहुत बड़ा काम किया, आपको लग रहा है?
जी,
पूरा देश आपके लिए वो कर रहा है कि आपने बहुत बड़ा काम किया।
जी 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 सर।
आपका सर नाम?
सर मेरा नाम वकील हसन है।
आप इनके?
और मैं टीम लीडर हूँ सर इनका।
अच्छा, टीम लीडर है।
यस सर।
ये लोग कहाँ से आए? और क्योंकि आज पूरा देश इनको देख रहा है, और ये वो लोग थे जो आखिरी प्रतिशत कठिन था, जो उम्मीदें टांगे, इन्होंने पूरा किया।
जी बिल्कुल सर, इन्होंने इतनी ज़्यादा मेहनत करी है कि सरिया काट के, पाइप काट के, जिस तरीके से ये लोग आगे गए हैं उन्हें निकालने के लिए। लेकिन एक चीज़ बहुत कमाल किया, हमारे अंदर भी तो जज्बा ऐसा था कि उन्हें निकाल के लेकर आना ही है। ये हमारे लिए एक तरीके अपॉर्चुनिटी क्या, ये लाइफ में एक चांस था हमारे लिए, और ये किसी को मिल पाता।
मैंने जब इनसे शुरू में बात करी थी तो उन्होंने वादा किया था कि अब हम आ गए, जब हम तभी बाहर निकलेंगे जब उनको लेके आएंगे।
बिल्कुल सर, हमने है ना ये कर लिया था प्रण कि 24 घंटे हमें नॉन स्टॉप काम करना है और उन्हें लेके बाहर आना है, और ये 24 घंटे काम किया हम।
अच्छा, इनको देख के लग नहीं रहा है कि ये थके हैं, ये इनको लग रहा है कि अभी शायद और खुदाई भी कर दे कहीं।
हाँ जी, हमने प्लानिंग से किया ना सर, 4 लड़के
बराबर रहे हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
ये वो लोग हैं जिनके भरोसे पूरा देश था कि कम से कम वो जो आखिरी 20% रह गया उन पर ये आएंगे और खुदाई करके लाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने वो काम कर दिया है जिसपे सभी को लग रहा था कि वो 24 घंटे में होगा, लेकिन 24 घंटे से पहले काम कर दिया है। और ये अंदर पहुंचे, उनका रिएक्शन अलग था, क्योंकि उन्होंने 17 दिन बाद कोई इंसान अंदर देखा है उन 41 के अलावा। फिलहाल वो मजदूर लगातार बाहर निकल रहे हैं और लगातार उनको हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाया जा रहा है।
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, you know, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes. But stuff where you have been taking money out of the company, taking kickbacks,
I mean, that's
on an integrity issue. So really, when you're talking governance lapses, the big ones are where there's an integrity issue. Right? If there's a process lapse here or a process lapse there, you know, you'll say, okay, fix it. Make sure it doesn't happen again.
Or just not scaling up checks and balances to match the, you know, the growth. I mean, that's also a type of governance lapse.
That is a governance lapse, but that is not an integrity lapse.
Right.
You've got to distinguish between integrity lapses and other lapses.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Good evening. We have, of course, seen the 41 workers who were trapped inside a tunnel in Uttarkashi for 17 days finally being brought out amid celebrations and smiles of family members who had been camping outside the tunnel for days now. Everyone lauding the rescue effort, where multiple methods were used by the government to reach the trapped workers, and finally the ordeal ended earlier this evening. We'll get you all the updates on that and all the highlights as well. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. The nightmare ends for trapped tunnel workers after a 17-day ordeal. All 41 workers safely rescued from the Uttarkashi tunnel. The rescued workers to be kept under medical observation for a few hours now. Relieved family members breathe a sigh of relief, celebrate the return of their loved ones. India's toughest rescue operation ends in success. Prime Minister Modi, CM Dhami, among others, laud rescue efforts. Right, those are, of course, the top headlines that we are following in terms of the Uttarkashi rescue efforts. But also, let's take a look at what else is making headlines today. Campaigning for Telangana ends with hectic campaigning by top leaders of the BRS, Congress and BJP. Now voting to take place on Thursday. Setback for the Enforcement Directorate. The Madras High Court stays summons issued by the ED to 5 district collectors in Tamil Nadu in connection with alleged illegal sand mining in the state. The Stalin government had argued that summons can't be issued directly. And temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas entered its 5th day today after a 48-hour extension was agreed upon. 3 Palestinian prisoners being released in exchange for everyone for the Israel hostages being held in Gaza. Our top focus. After a 17-day ordeal, trapped rescue workers are finally out. Just shortly after 7:30 p.m. this evening, the rescue workers those trapped were slowly being pulled out one by one. Individually, they were pulled out from that tunnel, and within an hour, all 41 trapped workers were brought out. CM Dhami and Union Minister VK Singh were at the tunnel to welcome those who had been rescued. Remember, a portion of the tunnel, which is part of the Char Dham project, had collapsed, trapping 41 laborers inside. This took place on 12th of November. There were multiple methods used by the government to retrieve the workers, from using big international drilling machines to vertical drilling. All avenues were explored. But the last stretch of the rescue, however, was done via manual digging, where workers went in, a team of workers went in, dug through the final few meters of the tunnel and managed to bring out all 41 men safely. For more on this, I'm joined by my colleague Kishore Rawat, who is in fact located at the site, who has in fact been tracking all the entire effort which has been going on for 17 days now, and my colleague Nukul also, both of them in Uttarkashi. Kishore, coming to you first. आप 17 दिन से आपने पूरी चीज देखी, किस तरह से मल्टीपल मेथड्स वर बीइंग यूज्ड एंड फाइनली आज कामयाबी मिली और उन 41 वर्कर्स को फाइनली निकाला गया. आप अगर आज की बात करें, क्योंकि आज ही जो एक सडन बूस्ट और एक सडन स्पर्ट ऑफ होप मिला सुबह, जब उनको पता चला कि ओवरनाइट रेस्क्यू एफर्ट्स चल रहे थे, वो काफ़ी सक्सेसफुल रहा, जिसके लिए एक फ्रेश इम्पीटस मिला, एक फ्रेश बूस्ट मिला उन लोगों को सुबह, कि सिर्फ एक छोटा सा डिस्टेंस ही बाकी रहा और शाम तक वो डिस्टेंस और भी कम होके 2 meters ऑफ ड्रिलिंग वर फाइनली लेफ्ट. तो अगर आप हमारे व्यूअर्स के लिए आज जो पिछले 24 घंटे की बात अगर आप कर पाए कि किस तरह से रेस्क्यू एफर्ट्स फाइनली लेड टू दिस सिचुएशन, क्योंकि पहले हम सोच रहे थे शायद थर्सडे तक निकाले जाएंगे.
बिल्कुल, जिस तरीके से शनिवार और रविवार को यानी सैटरडे और संडे को जो लगातार पीसी हुई थी, उसमें उन्होंने ऑपरेशन के बारे में बताया कि जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन चल रहा है उसमें बहुत सारी दिक्कतें आ रही है. जो वर्टिकल ऑपरेशन है उसमें 5 दिन लग सकते हैं. इसके अलावा जो हॉरिजॉन्टल ऑपरेशन जो साइड से टनल से किया जा रहा था उसमें 15 दिन लग सकते हैं. सभी को लग रहा था कि ऑपरेशन लंबल जाएगा, लेकिन जो पिछले 24 घंटों में गुजरा उसने इस पूरे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की तस्वीरें बदल दी. और जो लोग आए थे राइट माइनर्स, उन्होंने एक उम्मीद जगाई कि हम जो आखिरी 20% रह गया है उसमें हम तेजी से काम करेंगे, और उन्होंने बहुत तेजी से काम किया. लगातार इस ऑपरेशन में उतार चढ़ाव देखे गए, लगातार इस ऑपरेशन में उम्मीदें भी जगी और उम्मीदें भी टूटी. 9वें दिन में इस ऑपरेशन में सबसे बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू हासिल किया और उसके बाद लगातार इस ऑपरेशन में सफलता हासिल करी. लेकिन इस बीच में जैसे ही कई चीज़ें परेशानी का सबब बनी और लोगों की उम्मीद चले, 36 घंटे तक काम नहीं हो पाया. ऐसे में जो परिजन है और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन वाला, उनकी हिम्मत ज़रूर जवाब दे रही थी, लेकिन उम्मीद उन्होंने नहीं छोड़ी थी. उम्मीद इस बात की थी कि इनको हम जल्द बाहर निकाल देंगे. 24 घंटे की पिछले 24 घंटे और अभी का समय की बात करें, सब कुछ बदल चुका है। जो लोग 41 अंदर फंसे थे वो बाहर सुरक्षित निकलकर हॉस्पिटल पहुंच चुके हैं। उनके परिवार वालों से उनकी मुलाकात हो गई, उनके साथ गए हैं। इस पूरे ऑपरेशन में लगातार जो सिलक्यारा टनल है यहाँ पर अब उस तरीके की टेंशन, उस तरीके की उम्मीद नहीं दिख रही है। अब एक खुशी है, पटाखे फोड़े गए यहाँ पर लोगों ने खुशियाँ मनाई, मिठाइयाँ बांटी। तो पिछले 24 घंटे से जो गुजरा है और अगर 17 दिन से डे फर्स्ट की बात करूं मैं, पहले दिन से लेके लास्ट यानी कल रात की बात करें, उम्मीद धीरे धीरे कम हो रही थी कि लंबा ऑपरेशन जाएगा। लेकिन अचानक से जिस तरीके से सुबह 6 बजे के करीब ये खबर ब्रेक करी थी कि 5 मीटर रह गया, तो वो ऑपरेशन तेज़ी से और आगे बढ़ा। लगातार वो स्टेप बाय स्टेप, एक एक इंच, एक एक फिट हल्का हल्का आगे बढ़ रहे थे। इस बार वो कोई भी ऐसी गलती नहीं करना चाहते थे और ऐसी चीज़ें नहीं छोड़ना चाहते थे कि जिससे लगे कि ऑपरेशन को और लंबा खींच सकता है। जिस तरीके से उम्मीद की जा रही थी कि ऑपरेशन थोड़ा और लंबा खींचेगा, लेकिन मंगलवार के दिन ये पूरा ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हुआ और अब जो तस्वीरें हैं, अब सबके चेहरे पे खुशी है। जो ऑपरेशन में शामिल थे, अधिकारी शामिल थे, वर्कर शामिल थे, यहाँ पर तो टीमें शामिल थी, उन सबके चेहरे पे खुशी है। खास उनकी खुशी है जो अंदर फंसे थे, उनके चेहरे पे खुशी है। और उससे बड़ी खुशी उनके परिजनों पर है जो इस बात का इंतजार कर रहे थे और अभी तक मौजूद थे। फिलहाल अभी शांति है, लेकिन हर चेहरे पे खुशी है कि वो 41 लोग सुरक्षित बाहर निकल गए और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कामयाब रहा।
Right, a sense of relief, and of course the families have already started celebrating. But first, Nukul, Kishore, stay with us. Let me go across to my colleague Nukul. Nukul, what is the status of the workers at the moment? I believe they've all been taken to a hospital and they'll be kept under observation for some hours.
Well, Tanima, absolutely. After this massive rescue, all the workers who were trapped inside the tunnels, they have been shifted to the hospital. Chinyari Sod is the place where this hospital is located. What we are given to understand is that it was a COVID facility which was made during the time of COVID, as this is a remote area in Uttarkashi. So this particular hospital is being made for those workers who were trapped inside the tunnel, and now they are finally being shifted to this hospital. We have been reporting from the Green Corridor since for the safety reasons we were not allowed to go towards the Chinyari Sod hospital yet. But what we saw is that in batches these ambulances were being sent from the tunnel site, and they have finally managed to reach to the Chinyari Sod hospital. And it was a heave of sigh, to be honest, when Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami, he spoke in the press conference stating that the condition of these workers who are being rescued are fine and they are in healthy conditions. So it was indeed the rescue operation which was carried out, but at the same time what ensued in these 24 hours is the fact that this rat hole mining workers, they have continuously made efforts and with grit and determination and reached to the end of the tunnel, and they dig roughly about 15 meters to reach to the workers to rescue them. And it was indeed an effort which was not just by the rat hole mining workers, but a multi-pronged effort by the army engineers and the technicians who were also accompanying them. At the end, it was the NDRF who rescued these workers and brought them out in stretchers. There was sloganeering as well in the which could be heard, and their morals were high at the same time. Indeed, it is a great moment for the entire country, Tanima.
Right, Nukul, stay with us. Let me go back to Kishore. Kishore, अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों के लिए बता पाए कि जो exactly last कुछ घंटे थे, was it tense? Was there a sense that आज ही निकाले जाएंगे safely? Because जैसे हमने देखा है पिछले 17 दिनों में there have been a lot of uncertainties कि पहले ही बोला गया था शायद जल्दी से निकाले जाएंगे, but बाद में बहुत सारे challenges सामने आए. तो आज के शाम की माहौल अगर आप थोड़ा बता पाए कि किस तरह से the last couple of hours, what did you observe?
बिल्कुल सुबह 6 बजे से और अब तक की घटनाओं की बात करें तो बहुत उतार चढ़ाव आए, क्योंकि 5 मीटर रह गया था और 5 मीटर का जो फासला था वो बहुत ही नाजुक फासला था, क्योंकि बहुत संभल कर चलना था। और पहले जिस तरीके से बीच में एक ब्रीफिंग होती है उसमें कहा जाता है कि 55.3 मीटर तक हम पहुंच चुके हैं और अब थोड़ा ही रहा है, लेकिन उसके बाद ये माना गया कि बहुत जल्द यहाँ पर ऑपरेशन कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। यहाँ पर मूवमेंट बहुत तेज हो गया, चाहे वो एम्बुलेंस का मूवमेंट था, एनडीआरएफ एसडीआरएफ का मूवमेंट था, आर्मी का मूवमेंट था। इसके अलावा मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी खुद यहाँ पर लगातार पहुँच गए थे और उनकी जो सक्रियता था लगभग यहाँ पर वो 5 से 6 घंटे रहे। ये पूरा एक मूवमेंट था जिसमें ये लग रहा था कि बहुत तेजी से आएंगे, लेकिन फिर डिले हुआ। डिले की वजह ये थी कि जो मलबा था वो पाइप तक गिर सकता था, क्योंकि पाइप उसको और बढ़ाया गया ताकि वो सुरक्षित निकले। तो ये थोड़ा समय जरूर गया, लेकिन उम्मीद ये थी और विश्वास पक्का था, जो ऑफिशियल्स आके अंदर कह रहे थे, जो लगातार काम कर रहे थे, उनका ये कहना था कि आज शाम रात तक इन लोगों को बाहर निकाल लिया जाएगा।
Right. Kishore and Nukul there giving us an update on the situation as it has in fact unfolded through the day-to-day. Finally, a lot of relief and of course this is being called the toughest rescue operation which has in fact taken place in the country, and all 41 men have been brought out safely. Kishore and Nukul, thank you so much for joining us. We'll slip into a short break at this point, but more updates related to the Uttarkashi Tunnel Rescue coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found it very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar Deepinder, this idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access some file because everybody's come at 1 o'clock. And then I get it for 3.5 minutes, then I got to decide very quickly. I ring up the restaurant, I place my order, and then I come back after 45 minutes when it's delivered, and then I pay and I eat. Huge pain. One Sunday I came into office and I scanned all those menu cards and put those pages up on my personal page on the office internet, and 2 days later the IT infra guy came to me and said, why is all the internal traffic going to your page? and that's when the penny dropped. And I realized that aggregation of menu cards has got value.
Yeah.
And that is what gave him the idea for doing what he did. Now, to me, this is a big deal that he has built his fundamental value proposition on what we call a deep customer insight.
after this rescue at the Uttarkashi tunnel. Now this of course taking place in this village in Hooghly district of West Bengal. Thankfully for these families, they didn't have to spend another night in uncertainty, and the parents of Shobhik Pakira smiling for the first time. They're offering prayers here. This is of course Shobhik Pakira's mother, who's just offered prayers at the temple, and of course taking solace in the fact that her son of course has finally been rescued from that temple. একটা জিনিস জাস্ট আপনার কাছে জানতে চাইবো, এতদিন পরে আপনার মুখে একটা হাসি দেখলাম, আপনি বলছিলেন সবাইকে বার করে রাখা উচিত, খুব এখন নিশ্চয়ই শান্তি হয়েছে?
শান্তি হয়েছে, এখন ভালোই লাগছে যে আমার ছেলে ফোন করে বলছে আমরা 41 জনই ভালো আছি। আমরা যে 17 দিন ভেতরে ছিলাম আমাদেরকে দেখলে বোঝা যাবে না, আমরা খুব ভালোই আছি, শরীর মন সব ভালোই আছে।
আর আজকে আপনি পুজো দিলেন, আপনি বলছিলেন সবাইকে বার করে, আপনি আগের দিন প্রথম দিন আমায় বলছেন
প্রথম থেকেই আমি 41 জনের জন্যই ঠাকুরের কাছে ডেকেছি, শুধু আমার ছেলের জন্য নয়। আমি সব সময় জানতাম যে 41 জনই আমার সুরক্ষিত থাকে। এখনো আমি ঠাকুরের কাছে রাখছি আমার গ্রামবাসীগণ সকলেই যেন ভোলে বাবার যায়, সব কিছু যেন তার নামে নামধাম করতে পারি। এখানে ঠাকুরই আছে, আমার ভোলে বাবার যায়, ওই আমার পথ দেখিয়েছে।
That's of course an elated family smiling after months or actually days, given that they have finally been able to speak to Shobhik, and of course offering prayers at the local temple here after Shobhik Pakira's rescue in Uttarkashi from that tunnel after spending 17 days inside that tunnel. For the villagers too, it's a moment of joy as they finally get the good news and they don't have to spend another night in uncertainty. With camera person Aniruddha Tripathi at the Horinakhali village in Purshura in Hooghly district of West Bengal, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
इतना कठिन चुनौतीपूर्ण काम जिसमें आपने देखा कि ऑगर मशीन मंगाई गई और पहले इंदौर से मंगाई गई, हैदराबाद से मंगाई गई, और जिस प्रकार से मशीन बार बार अंदर टूट जा रही थी, जिस प्रकार से फंस जा रही थी, वहाँ पर गडर आ जा रहे थे, तमाम हार्ड रॉक आ जा रही थी, उसके कारण से वो बार बार रुक रही थी। लेकिन जो हमारे दिल्ली जल बोर्ड के और गोरखपुर से जो नीचे जाकर मैनुअल माइनिंग करने वाले थे, उन सभी का भी मैं अपनी ओर से धन्यवाद भी करता हूं, उनका मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। मैं सभी से एक एक से अभी मिला हूं और उन मजदूर भाइयों से भी मिला हूं जो बाहर निकल कर आए हैं। सभी लोगों ने कहा कि हमको हर संभव कभी अंदर किसी प्रकार की परेशानी नहीं हुई। निश्चित रूप से ये हम लोगों के लिए एक बहुत सुकून वाली बात है।
सिल्कियारा टनल के हादसे के कारण जो 41 मजदूर फंसे हुए थे वो बाहर निकले और उनकी जान बची है। सभी एजेंसियों ने विशेष रूप से पीएमओ के मार्गदर्शन में भारत सरकार की सब एजेंसीज, उत्तराखंड सरकार और वहाँ की स्थानिक जनता और सब लोगों ने रात दिन मेहनत की, परिश्रम किए, अलग अलग पर्यायों पर काम किया और उसके बाद ये सफलता मिली है। ये बहुत गहरा संकट था, पहली बार इस प्रकार का अनुभव आया। इन लोगों की